to Nitro FM because the live stream is imminent. Don't worry, we are on it. You won't miss anything. So if you're listening in on the live stream instead, or sorry, beg your pardon, you're listening into Nitro FM online instead, then the live stream itself will be up and running shortly. We're still in the middle of Super Pro qualifying though. One guy who had a terrific year last year and it just hasn't gone to plan so far this week is Ron Bartlett. Freshen the engine a bit and change the rear tyres, which could have, explained quite a bit. Those tyres, I think, look bigger than the ones he had last year as well. Maybe just a change of radius, hoping for a bit more mile an hour. And what was amazing as well was Ron, I've never seen this car with wheelie bars on. First run, went completely skyward, straight up, trying to do his very best Harry Potter impression of a flying Anglia. And the next run, a couple of hours later, magically a set of wheelie bars appeared, didn't they?
He must have had them in the trailer for one day when he eventually brings them out.
And then never brought them out. Yeah. 8:21 is what Ron is looking for. Car well capable of running that. He's only number 22 at the moment, taking on Mark Bailey, who's number 3 with the Cuda. Whoa, Ron! Even with the wheelie bars.
Kept in his lane.
Yeah, they certainly saved him. 8:77 for Mark Bailey. Now, how many times in your life will you see a little Anglia on 2 wheels flying towards you? I don't know if you noticed that. In all seriousness, those tyres look bigger, and it must have changed something on the setup of it.
Yeah, but it's, as you say, Daryl, that car was so consistent last season.
It launched flat every time, didn't it?
But this year, it just
not behaving. So, anyway, in bracket racing, consistency is what you need, not cars that do that, fly all over the place. And that car hasn't done that before, ever, frankly. The other thing I noticed as well, the wheelie bars were set quite high. They may be even lower again. They may be lower by the last qualifying session. Anyway, Scotty Hauser. Scott is number 11 at the moment with the 737.
Look at the dialing for Scott, 731.
That's the quick. I've never seen his dial that quick.
Before.
I think a lot of it's to do with the weather, quite honestly. The weather is exceptionally good. The density, altitude, track temperature, everything about it. Cool days with sunshine are what drag racing is long for. Scott goes red by a couple of
733 with a 9.
Stays 11.
£180 mph for Scott as well.
That's moving on. That will still take him a long way on race day. Only a couple of hundreds off. So, 2 racing families. The Brown family in the Kestrel Lane, who like yellow cars mysteriously. That's Ian Brown in the car. That's son Harrison out front. Mummy's over here too. And then in the other lane with the dragster we have the Kellett family with Joe in the car, sister Leah looking on, dad Pete backing him up. They both dial almost identical. 773 for Ian Brown with the door car and 775 for Joe Kellett with the dragster. So both of them not close to where you'd expect them to normally be in the qualified order. Joe Kellett only number 15, Ian number 19. It is quite tight at the top though in Super Pro. Razor sharp on the tree from both of them actually. Slower. Wow, it was actually Ian that ran slower. Joe actually moves up a couple of spots to 13. with a 78 and a 75. Only number 13 qualifier, 300ths off. 788 for Ian Brown, but only 134 miles an hour.
Oh, that's a shame. I can see Jack Brewster just being towed back to the pit, so I was really hoping that Jack would make the run this time. Fingers crossed, guys. I hope you can come back down for the last session later on. But Martin, Jack, the whole team, yeah, a shame that you can't make this one, guys, but I know they'll work on the car.
So, with just ketchup, Firebird, something we've never called it. Brian Pateman from Westcliff. He's only number 18 at the moment, is Brian. And Dave Russell, he's not, notice as well, he's not double entered this weekend, is he? He's only in Super Pro, I think. He's not in any other classes. Out. Goodbye. 500ths, Brian Brakeman, 200ths.
It was almost like they were pushing each other along. There's only 0.04 between them at the stripe. But,
I think some of the most amazing videos I've seen are when people do the slow motion things at the finish line of bracket races. Have you seen those? Yeah. They're absolutely incredible. There's, how anybody judges, I mean, you've done it. How do you judge it?
Well, I haven't judged it very well.
Probably the wrong person to ask then. But because you've done it, done it, you know, and you've been close at the finish line. Just how far ahead of Keith were you? That wasn't a bracket race, though, was it?
I was just hanging on for dear life because I knew that there was no dialing, it was heads up, so I just knew I didn't live. But I could sense him coming. And obviously, when he went past me, there was like this utter split second of dejection until I realised the wind light had come on in my lane. And I was going, yes! And then it all went wrong.
How many times have you watched that back?
I think we're into 4 digits now.
Billy Kane in the Kestrel lane with the Vauxhall. Taking on Phil Toppin with the Supercharger. That car used to be the most misbehaving car I think awful. I've ever seen. And not now. It is also still for sale, I think.
Yeah, if you go onto Marketplace, that will come up.
Well, he breaks out. There we go. It's an 875, 153 mile an hour race car. Billy did get there first. However, the screen refreshed before
he had the 300s off. Right, Lucas Oils at Junior Dragster, your next class. Is the perfect light money going to disappear here? It's still hanging around despite the 300 plus teams on site.
We've got Street Eliminator as well around the back of the tower. Don't worry, folks. All the loud stuff is coming up very, very soon. We're only running slightly behind. We're also giving everybody stuck in the queue outside a little bit more time to get in. So your day's entertainment will still be terrific. Live Action Arena is supposed to be starting in just a minute. So, Junior Dragster, these are indeed stunt kids driving these. My kids may be here now, so they are stunt kids. Harry Redshaw and Kai Cooper qualifying on the 8th mile. They qualified based on reaction time. Harry Redshaw is number 4 at the moment. He was number 1 in the championship last season. He's in the Kestrel lane. Kai Cooper from just down the road in Wollaston.
Well, I've got an interesting message to read out after this one. Unfortunately, I haven't had all the messages coming through when they should, and they've all suddenly come through at once.
Oh, you've just got a connection.
And one I need to read out in a moment, so okay, we'll let this pair go. This is Harry Redshaw and Kai Cooper.
145 is not normal for Harry Redshaw.
Okay, so this is one from Steph Pateman.
Okay.
Okay. I have a little problem. Seem to have misplaced the key for the BMW I'm racing this weekend. I've traced all the last steps and can't find it. Wondered if you'd be able to put a message out over the tonneau for me, please. Little reward if somebody hands it in. If you avoid mentioning my name. Oh dear, sorry.
You should have put that at the start of the message.
Yeah. So, if we can find that key, that'd be really handy. So, hopefully that. But yeah, we're looking for a key for a BMW. So, my fault for not reading the whole message first.
Okay, Freddie Taylor and Daniel Weir. Freddie goes red by 0.1.15 for Daniel Weir. That won't help him. Go on, if you have more to do. No? Okay. Yeah, it happens to me as well. It just, it goes quite a bit of a dead spot signal-wise as usual. But that's not a bad thing. It means people can't pester you.
I've just had that from my daughter.
That's good, though. Was it not like that previously then? Oh, okay, good. She okay?
Yeah.
Good. Right, so Ada Cassisi and Harley Corsell, teammates. The Low Funds racing team. Thomas Cook Abbott doing his best staging war dance with odd socks, if that is a thing.
Dressed in the dark again.
Yeah, the trouble is it's sunshine now, mate. You should notice. It's Ada off the line first with an 0.54. Well done, young lady.
Gonna move her up.
0.1 for Harley. Nicely done. Ada goes up to number 12 with that one. Congratulations. Harley stays at number 11. Nice one, Steve. So up next we've got good friends. It is amazing, the endless connections. They all know each other, race with each other, are friends with each other. So Ellie over there, Ellie Brown with the Miss Stig car. Dad Lee standing behind the car. Now Dad Lee works with Four and all the rest of it. Lola Bell's dad, Kevin, with the West 10 car. Lee is one of those crewmen extraordinaire that's worked on every single car, pretty much. And now his daughter's gone, Dad.
Well, Lola Bell currently 21. Ellie currently number 13.
That's not going to
help either of them, actually. That one.
0.2s a pair. I think that's the answer to the question about the live action arena kicking off.
Yeah, that's the
that's
Jet
on
Peugeot.
time.
Everybody's like going up the bank and going, what's going on over there then?
Where's all that noise coming from?
That's the live action arena.
All right, Tony. And Tony is Lola Bell's granddad. And Tony Pearson, anyway, Tony Pearson's been around a long while. Not that long time, I'm just kidding. So, side by side, Slick Chicks racing dragsters, Jacqueline Bartlett and Lara Bartlett. Jacqueline is in the Kestrel lane, Lara is in the Auto Glim lane. Current bragging rights in the family go to Jacqueline, who's number 3, Lara's number 10. Oh, we got Super Street Bike turning up as well. How fun is that going to be? They're definitely doing the Swedish thing of staging out of the groove. They all used to do that, Mantor. And they both go red. 004 red for Jacqueline. Oh, so close to a perfect line. Lara's was an 05 red, just that little bit quicker. Too quick. The whole idea of Junior Dragster, obviously, it keeps them on the straight and narrow. Keeps them on the straight and narrow in more ways than one. Get it? No, you don't. You don't want to even get that. But also, the whole idea is a lot of these kids they're kids of racers, and they eventually, when they grow up, they feed into other classes. Most predominantly Super Pro and Top Fuel, actually.
Yeah.
And so every Top Fuel racer we've got here this weekend started in Junior Dragster. Suzanne Callin, Antti Horto, and Ida Zetterström were all Junior Drag racers. They're in Top Fuel.
Well, I'd just like to say a very good morning to everybody tuned into the live feed. Welcome. Yeah.
A 0.19 that time for Daniel Todd. That's going to help him a lot. That will take him up to number 6. Damien Redshaw goes up to number 10 with an 0.2 light.
Well done, everybody. That's the way to go.
Number 6 qualifier, Mark. Well done, mate. Up next we have, is she still number 1? I don't think she's actually.
Purdy number 3 now, I think.
5.
5, whoa.
Still number 1 is Luke Muggeridge on the other side of the racetrack. Purdy went 0.17.
So Luke went 006, number 1 qualifier. 007, number 2 qualifier, Katie Ellis. Purdy, number 5 at the moment with an 0.17. That is their reaction time to the green, and it's an 0.8 for Purdy this time, 0.7 for Luke. Good lights, but not as good as they'd already done.
They're now looking at the elapsed time, see if they've got a nice consistent car, which it certainly looks like they have. So Chevy check it with the Flame Game. Morning, boss. In the Kestrel lane, we've still got a few more cars to come. A very, very good morning to Emma and Letty, who I'm sure are looking on in the grandstand. I know, Letty, you always get up and give us a wave, and I love it. But we can never see where you are. I'm really sorry, darling. But anyway, very good morning to Emma and Letty, who are up there watching, I'm sure, in the grandstand. Let's see what Big Sis can do. She's currently number 17. Needs to go 06 or better to get on the front page, and she goes 060 as if by magic. She's number 16 now. Good job. Well done, Mick. I don't even know the story from last year where Mick Checkett actually nicked Thomas's car. Did you know that? He nicked his car.
Wow.
He put it in the trailer, he hid it.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I remember that. He was looking around for it.
Find it. He was looking for it. He goes, well, I don't know where we would have taken it. Mick was standing right there, right next to him. Anyway, so Katie Ellis and Teddy Howe. Katie was number 1 for a little while. Teddy with the junior stock car, which is the entry level, if you like, from when you're 8 years old. I'll just hedge my bets and say stunt driver, though. Katie with an 06. It's not going to improve because she was pretty damn perfect before.
I think Teddy might move up a spot or two, though.
Could do, actually, yeah. It's not on the front page, but it's still pretty good. Let's see where he trips the beams. Yeah, up to number 19 for Teddy Howe.
Good buddy of mine, Patrick O'Connor, is in the grandstand somewhere. Good morning to you, Patrick. Hope you're keeping well, mate. He asked me if I would say a big hi to Dina Rose, that's his girlfriend, here on vacation from Florida. They're in the stands all weekend long. So Patrick, morning mate, and a very special hello to Dina. Hope you're enjoying
Here
your
on
time
vacation
here.
From Florida.
Yeah.
That's that's what's called counterintuitive in the dictionary, I think, isn't it? Something like that. No, that's great. What a great way to come and spend a weekend over here in the UK. Hope you're enjoying it. Luke Fulton and Grace Smith. That's one of the things actually that's so good, has been really good about the whole live stream thing. The fact that it is free to watch on Facebook, YouTube, and all over the world is people just see how good it is, and so they think, you know what, I fancy having a go at that.
Yeah.
So Luke Fulton, number 8. The last remaining Blitzkrieg car, actually. That's not going to help. An 07. Grace Smith with a 0.11. That might a little bit, actually, for Grace. Up to 22. Last few juniors. Bit of track prep, Street Eliminator, and Super Street Bike. Daniel Lentz and Steve Venables having a chat at the front of the queue, with Steve going, "Don't do that again," poking him in the chest. I'm sure he's not saying that. Neve Deavy with the Problem Dad dragster. I'm always going to call it that, Richard. I'm always going to call it that. Taking on Liam McDonald.
Funny thing with, I think we mentioned it yesterday, but we haven't seen Liam for 2.5 years.
Yeah.
And Liam was going around seeing all the other junior racers saying hello, and nobody recognised him because he'd grown so much.
So Liam goes 0-2 red, 0.43 for Neve. Stays at number 24. Jessica Bishop and Harry Peters as we whip down to the last couple of pairs.
Well, once again, Lucas Oil stepping up and being the class sponsor for all the junior dragsters. Massive thanks to them. And we know we have got people from Lucas Oils here today, so look forward to catching up with them a little bit later on.
This is the Easter we waited 3 years for.
It is. Oh boy, is it.
Harry Peters' car has pooped out on the start line. 0.21 for Jessica Bishop. That will help a lot. Puts her in the top 10 actually, I think. That'll make her number 9.
21 before.
It's number 9.
That'll do. Need to be 0.5 to get on the front page now. Well, Mackenzie could move on up here. He's 0.27 on his reaction time at the moment. He's only in the number 10 spot, but he's very consistent. But he's, I know, we got Harry Peters going through first. Managed to get him restarted, so he's coming up. Well done, Harry.
Stays number 25 for now.
Well judged run for JM. Well done. All right, next up then, Ted Sullivan with the Bulldog Dragster. And, of course, Mackenzie Love with Mad Max.
Yeah, we always watch the reaction times, but the crews always keep fixed on the scoreboards just to make sure they got the car dialed.
Yeah.
For racing. So Mackenzie Love, Auto Glim Lane, and Teddy Sullivan with the Bulldog. Mackenzie is number 10 with an 0.2 reaction time, would you believe?
Oh,
0.03. That's your new number 1 qualifier, I think, for Mackenzie Love. Because Teddy Sullivan's not going to trip the beams, Mackenzie is number 1 after that one. Congratulations. With 1 qualifying session to go. They don't look
I know why you got number
that.
1.
Sorry?
He's got a Brucified sticker on it.
I'm not sure whether that's ever an advantage. I beg your pardon, we do have 1 more car left. Sorry.
Well done, Mackenzie. All the time he spends practicing on Door Slammers video game is paying off.
Beating you, probably.
Yeah, he does. He does.
I love the way you say that with surprise in your voice.
Well, no, because the funny thing was, because when that all kicked off a couple of years ago, Mackenzie and I got chatting quite a lot. And he goes, how come your car is so consistent? I said, because I picked a slow one, and it just does the same thing every time. And, of course, he's running pro mods and goodness knows what.
Yeah.
But he sat down and he
on the
analysed
computer game, obviously. Yeah.
And he's analysed it, and he's now well and truly sorted. So, yeah, I can't beat him anymore. Very good.
And so, basically, you helped him do that.
I don't know if I helped him do that, but I sort of guided him on the video game that I had absolutely no idea what I was doing, but just putting logic into effect.
So, Jake Cooper, your last junior dragster. I'm just going to check on what's upcoming, just so I can keep everybody informed.
Well, it'll either be Street Eliminator or Super Street Bike, but either way, I think you might see the little bit of track prep. But here we go, Jake Cooper, currently the number 19 spot. And that's a 0.8. It's good. I don't know if that's going to move him up, actually. Such a tight field now in Junior Drags. No, he stays number 19. There we go. Got 1 more qualifying session for Junior Dragster to come later on this afternoon. And then we go into possible eliminations this evening. That is purely time constraints permitting. So, yeah, a full-on day of action here. We are not far away
Well, just to keep everybody up, that's what I want to check with Darren for. So what we're going to be doing, we're running the two classes that we have here now, which are both the street classes. Street Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator and Super Street Bike. You do not want to miss them. Then it's Fuel, Funny Car, Jet Cars, Comp Eliminator, Pro Mod, Top Fuel, Nostalgia Funny Car and Top Fuel Bike.
Excellent
so,
stuff.
Your patience will be rewarded, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, if that's all right. Yeah.
So first up then, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, and news, obviously the cruise takes place tonight.
Yeah.
And Top Speed Automotive are bringing their 34 Ford Coupe to lead the cruise tonight.
How cool is that?
How cool is that? Yeah.
You got it. Well, they couldn't have picked a worse day for it, could they? Really? Ash Cooper, Paul Morton, all these cars are street cars. Street legal. Paul Morton's number 10. This is the debut weekend for the Mortified.
Just to give people an idea,
yeah.
The quickest street car, or one of the quickest, is a Bugatti Veyron.
Yeah.
That will do 9.2s on the quarter
That's pretty
mile.
stout.
So it gives you an indication how quick these are. Bearing in mind that Ash Cooper's gone 9.5 with the Transit.
Has he gone that quick?
Yep.
Holy bleep.
He's not going to get a time on this one, unfortunately, but Paul Morton goes 11.91 at 107.
Yeah, it's always bizarre driving in this morning and like driving past night, because Nigel Hale drives this in and out, drives it all over the place, doesn't he? And
well, Andy Bond spends all his time driving around Wiltshire
and going to McDonald's by the look of it.
I think Andy Bond puts on more road miles than anybody else.
Yeah, but you get people like Mark Todd takes it to the like, Leeds Cruise and stuff like that, doesn't he? That's quite a long drive from where he lives as well. It's they really are true street cars. They are used and abused both on the street and on the racetrack. However, the car in the Kestrel lane is Europe's quickest street-tired car. It's been down into the sixes on numerous occasions, well over 200 miles an hour. What's Andy Bond got for us this morning? Well, it'll be another 200 mile an hour run. Will it be a 6? 7:31 at 207 miles an hour for a street legal car. I still can't quite get my head around the fact that it's still half a second slower than he can run. Number 1 qualifier goes without saying. 11.84 for Nigel Hale.
Elliot Day. Great to see Elliot back down on the start line. Few issues yesterday is an understatement. Believe it or not, Elliot now old enough to drive the car on the road.
Oh, but he hasn't passed his test yet, I bet.
Yeah, hasn't passed his test yet, so he's still on a provisional licence. Yet he runs this car in Street Eliminator in the 9-second zone. I think he's actually run a high 8 in it as well. Built the car with his dad, but not allowed to drive it on the cruise, so Dad has to take over. But that's okay, you can nominate a driver.
So, am I right in thinking there are possibly drivers in Junior Dragster that are older than Elliot?
Yes.
There are, aren't there? Yeah, I thought so. just the kind of the odd way the system works, isn't it, really?
So, Elliot and Nick. Pretty much all the way. 10.53 plays a 10.34. So Nick Hale drops a spot to 8 because Elliot Day goes in at number 7. All right, the the poster run from this weekend was yesterday, and it was Tony Higgs with Trigger's Broom. The wheel stand that this car pulled yesterday was absolutely outstanding, and what was even better was Tony Higgs drove it and landed the car as softly as he could and was in full control of it. But nevertheless, he doesn't want the front end to come up like that again. Nevertheless, he's still in the number 3 spot, qualified with an 8.25. Al McSweeney with the Evolvolution, the Volvo 162, qualified with a 7.72. This car also carries the front wheels quite well. And bearing in mind they're street cars, they do not have wheelie bars. So yeah, it's all down to drivers on this one to try and keep the front ends down. Oh, both getting loose. So 8.72 for Al Mack, 9.20 for Tony Higgs. But both kept it in the lanes and both under power at the stripe. Well, Al was actually up power at the stripe, but you know what I mean? Both get there. Al Williamson with a Howling Hauler. Currently on an 8.84. Resplendent in the updated colour scheme. I'm not going to say new colour scheme, but he wanted to keep it looking original, but he wanted to update it. And the new look on the Howling Hauler, absolutely fantastic. Truck on the verge of going into the 7s. Say best this weekend of 8.84, but getting oh so close to the 7-second zone last season. I think the PB is an 8.1. But good to see the Howling Hauler back on track. Very nice launch indeed for Al. Good looking straight run. It's 8.84. It is. Wow, what an improvement. 8.29. The Howling Hauler is back.
I wasn't going to be ironic when I said that was hauling. That certainly makes a rebuild worthwhile, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
So, Super Street Bike. If you didn't see these guys and girls last night, take a deep breath. The quickest Super Street Bike outside of the US.
Oh, they're both
well,
here.
both of them, sorry, are down here on the start line. From the UK, Steve Venables, previous record holder. Actually, I think he still is until Daniel backs it up. 6.80, nearly 220. However, the man from Hungary in the Autoglim lane, 677, 220 miles an hour on a street tyre bike. Here we go. Wow, Steve Venables with too much boost, going up, not forwards. 7.14 and a 7.78. That's the first time they ever got down the racetrack, actually.
Look at the 60 foot from Ven,
120. Yeah, he's really trying.
Oh, yeah.
Really trying. So we've got a few more Super Street bikes, and then we've got fuel cars coming up. So.
Right, next pair then. Mark Dainty, the Born to Be Wild Hayabusa, 7.13 in qualifying from yesterday. Ross Morrison, he's on a 7.52. The numbers on the scoreboard, 7.88. That is the bump spot for the class. You've got 8 bikes that can take part in racing. 10 of them are trying to qualify. So 2 of them are not going to make the show. So we have that bump spot, which is 7.88. These 2 are in at the moment. Mark Dainty, I don't think he's going to be bumped out with the 7.13, but Ross would like to find a bit more. Oh, the front wheel comes up there for Mark Dainty, brings it back down. Very close to the blocks. Oh, he dinks them. What a shame for Ross Morrison. So Mark Dainty's run, well, there's going to be no scores on that one, but Ross Morrison goes 7.28, but takes out the blocks. So... oh, what a shame. What a shame. So obviously we do need to reset the blocks up in the at the finish line. Yeah, in fact, he took out both of them. So unfortunately that run will be nullified, so that one won't count, unfortunately. But the great thing about the blocks, yeah, they're made out of foam, but if you hit them at 170, 180 mile an hour, it can still do a bit of damage. But the blocks, we have a good supply of them. They are held on by a magnet. The years gone by, you used to have to seal them down there, but now magnets put them in there. So what the timing crew do is they go to the top end, replace the blocks, and just looking at the timing screen here, they have sensors so they know that when the blocks are back in the right place. So, and then radio communication as well. So relatively simple to sort that one out. But just in case there's any shards of foam, the tractor just going up to the top end. Just to sweep up anything that could have worked itself loose. Daryl is getting ready to go down onto the start line with Radio Mics to catch up with a few people. Obviously, we've still got Super Street Bike, the remainder of the class to go through, but then it's going to get very, very loud, very fast, very interesting. We've got jet cars coming up, we've got fuel cars coming up, pro modifieds, absolutely everything. It's going to be very, very good session indeed. Whilst the tractor is out there, we're just going to take a very, very quick breather, just a couple of messages from Nitro FM. But don't worry, you're not going to miss anything. We'll be right back with the continuation of runs here at the Festival of Power. I'm listening, but I'm also trying to look round, and it's not the guy with the cone on his head with the checkered flag, is it? Oh, right, okay. I can't see the rest of it. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, congratulations, Ben. I bet you didn't expect to come drag racing dressed as a dragster this weekend, but if the if the stag party have done that for you, then very well done indeed. Well, I think they're stood by the gate at the moment. Yeah, red shirts, cones on the head with checkered flags. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, I can see them now. A bit more. Oh, no. Oh, I can see the driver now. Yeah, he's got a rear spoiler and everything. Oh, we like that. Cool. That is cool. We like that. We need them at Bug Jam to do the race. Yeah, definitely. They would stand a very good chance of winning. No, that is excellent. So the faster you walk around the back of the start line, guys, then you'll appear by the merchandise area, and then we can see you properly. But yeah, no, Julian's going to leg it round the corner. He's going to make the Eurodragster gallery now. Oh, fantastic stuff. Nikki, first time we've spoken this year over the airwaves. How are you? How's Nitro FM? And how are all of these menus coming on from around the world? You keep baking so many things. Oh, England, sorry. Oh, dear. Stop it.
You're safe, though, because Colin's up here.
Yeah, but not all day.
Oh, we don't let him out. What's been your favourite so far that you've done? Yeah. 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 Well, the reason I sort of approached that subject, during lockdown for the last 2 years, everybody has been doing various different things. Me, I've got into die-cast model collecting. You have been doing this incredible lockdown food tour. And we do look at this quite a lot, and sometimes you look at something and go, oh yeah, I like that, or not so keen on that one. But no, it's been really, really interesting, Nikki, and I know you put your heart and soul into that, so I've got to take my hat off to you for that. Yeah. Brilliant. Well done. Okay, that leads us nicely into the continuation of Super Street Bike. There's the next pair far up below us. As I say, 8 bikes will be taking part in eliminations. 10 of them are in qualifying, so 2 of them ain't going to make the show. They're racing for Taylor's Trophy. Kathy Taylor stepping up once again to be the main supporter of the class. Thanks indeed to Kathy. The next pair then is Margot Schmidt, making the journey over from the Netherlands, going alongside Alan Morrison Jr. He's qualified with a 7.10 at the moment. Good looking run for Alan Morrison to manage to keep the front wheel just hovering above the deck. But clicked it off early to an 8.48 at 110. His 60 foot was 1:19. That was an incredible launch. But the run just didn't go to plan after that. Dave Smith on the Hayabusa. So Dave Smith being over 200 miles an hour once again this weekend, but the front wheel coming up. It's going to hurt the ET in speed a little bit there, yeah. 8.29 at 180. And he's already been 7.27. Jake Michelle. Is he going to be the third rider into the sixes this weekend in Super Street Bike? He went 7.00 in the last session of qualifying yesterday. .126 to 60 foot. Power on all the way through. 7.23, 1.92. Not quick as yesterday, but nevertheless, the bike going well. Okay, folks, well, if you're not in a viewing position now, I suggest you get into one, as it's Fuel Funny Car up next. Darryl Bradford is down over there.
Thank you for the warning, Colin. I was miles away. So I was just walking up chatting to everybody. It was been nice to catch up with everybody. So, folks, the loud part of the entertainment is coming your way. We've got 4 full Big Show Nitro Funny Cars coming at you right now, qualifying for tomorrow's racing. We've also got Jet Funny Cars right behind them as well. We've got the Santa Pod Raceway car with Mr. Martin Hill. We also have Firestorm with Roger Goring too. But the first Fuel Funny Cars and noise you're going to hear in the Kestrel Beer Lane for GSI Insurance and West End Motorsport, it is Kevin Kent. He put in his first ever test run on this car yesterday, and what a stormer it was. Beautiful launch, ran it to about 100 foot out just to make sure everything worked okay, and it certainly did. Crew very, very happy with everything, and the car looks absolutely immaculate. Also, I need to mention as well, just before Kevin runs, John Bodie Smith, who is the guy instrumental in a lot of stuff that Kevin's done over the years, and I think that's actually the guy that Kevin bought this car from. Unfortunately, John's father-in-law, Virgil Hartman, passed away just a few days ago, so our thoughts are with the Hartman family in the US. They've been over here quite a few times to be involved with the racing. So John, Rhonda and everybody of the Hartman family, very sorry indeed for your loss, and we hope to see you again sometime later on this year. He's going to be taking on Steve Ashdown with The Undertaker. Dave Bryant, tune in. All you lot up there on VIP, have any of you seen these cars before? You seen these cars before? Yes, no, don't know. You have, okay. So you'll be fine. Just laugh at everyone else that hasn't, because you know what's coming anyway. What we're talking about, folks, 10,000 brake horsepower per car, 0 to 100 miles an hour in less than 1 second. They race over 1,000 foot. If you look up towards the finish line, you can see the big orange markers, which depict where the finish line is for these two, or for the next 4 cars anyway. And we couldn't have a better day for it. You're right, Colin.
Just catching up on the world, basically, because there's
Catching up
lots
on
of
the
stuff
world.
still coming in. So, yeah, good. But Keith, about to join you down there as well. I thought he was going to have a word then.
No, that's all right. He just said keep talking, which I can't believe.
So, Dale, how does it actually feel down there today? The track looking very, very good, very warm. Good conditions for fuel cars?
Possibly the best ever. Let's put it that way. The only thing is, obviously, it's everybody's first event. So if it was a little later on in the season, they might have the combination laid down, but that doesn't mean they're not going to try. Everything that we saw yesterday, the run from Steve Ashdown, he didn't get any laps time. However, it was still a very, very strong run indeed. So here we go, folks, side by side. 10,000 brake horsepower Nitro funny cars. Both from the UK. Steve Ashdown and Kevin Kent. I always make fun of them at presentations and say whoever won the ugly competition that is funny car, but they are seriously brave young men, even though neither of them are young. Unfortunately, that's what happens when the throttle stop comes off the car, folks. Over-revved, and I think he popped the blower. Yeah, Kevin's going to have to click it off. Yeah, I think Steve Ashdown's going to just roll to a stop around about half track. The little fire quads chasing him down, that was quite a boom. Wow, that looks actually like a bit of throttle cable that Dave's just been handed. Or lack of one. Stop or lack of one of the two anyway. I think Lee's walking away with the throttle stop in his hand. It may have been one of those things where it popped off when he nailed the throttle for the burnout. So hopefully, I'm sure Steve's absolutely A-OK in the car. It's just not obviously what you want to be doing. Just to explain what happens. When they do the burnout, the way that these cars run, they've got so much power, they have to be restrained. And if they're not restrained, that was the result. So they have what's called a throttle stop. It's very, very simple. It's like a clip that goes onto the side of the injector. And what it does, it stops the throttle opening too much, so the tyres don't spin too much and the engine doesn't over-rev. And unfortunately for Steve Ashdown on that one, when he hit the throttle, by the looks of it, the throttle stop actually failed in some way, shape or form. So his foot went too far down on the throttle. And when you do a burnout, you're used to putting your foot down and it hitting the stop. So you put a lot of pressure on it to make sure that the tyre's light and it stays right. Unfortunately for Steve, the throttle stop popped off, his foot went a little bit too far down, and hey presto, it over-revved, and that's what the boom was.
Yeah, I think the burst plate, obviously on the body, we saw the flame from the supercharger as it went up. But, well, great shame, because I know yesterday's run was absolutely fantastic for the team.
Was, yeah.
Even though it didn't get any numbers on the board, they had the best of the runs yesterday. So I think they were coming out to put on a heck of a show for us on that particular run. It just didn't work out that way.
Well, they did the best thing as well, just because he's stranded out there on the racetrack. Is he rolling again? Have they got him hooked up?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so all we're going to do is sweep the racetrack. It won't be very long at all, folks. Give the team a cheer. They've got an awful lot of work to do. Unfortunately, if nothing else, it's a good job it happened at sort of low RPM on the start line as opposed to up the top end. But there we go.
Thankfully, he managed to stop Kevin from doing his burnout as well. So obviously, he'll need to reset.
It looks like what he's going to do is push back into the barn. They're just going to refuel. Believe it or not, these things use a gallon of fuel around about every 10 to 15 seconds that they run. That's just on idle. And if you think the cost of regular fuel is expensive, a cost per gallon for nitro, I think, is now up around £60 a gallon, something like that. So think about that for a second. It costs 60 quid for every 15 seconds these things are running. That's without hitting the throttle. when you hit the throttle, they use a gallon in less than 1 second.
Yeah, you've got 8 cylinders in the fuel motor, and if you can imagine 8 power showers on full bore, that's still not quite enough fuel to, the comparison. You can imagine all that fuel going into an engine. A fuel pump on the nitro car is still more powerful and will put in more fuel than a full-blown power shower at full pelt at home.
Yeah,
So,
think about that next time in the shower.
Yeah.
Or not, as the case may be. But they regular fuel pumps on fuel cars now, about 120 gallons a minute, something like that. They don't do miles per gallon, they do gallons per mile. And if you actually worked it out as gallons per mile, 6 gallons per quarter mile, 24 gallons per mile.
yeah, plus the preparation fuel to get there.
Oh yeah, and everything else as well.
Probably
yeah.
nearer 40, I should think.
Yeah,
But there
something
we
like
go.
that. They don't run for a mile though.
No.
They only run for a maximum these days of 1,000 foot. Occasionally a quarter if the driver gets a little bit carried away. Kevin always used to run it out the back door no matter what. He used to like driving it like that. So, Mark and Jackie Hawkins' funny car up next, the Gladiator, with Jason Phelps at the wheel. Very, very happy with the test launch that they had yesterday. Jason hopefully going to be given the okay to take it a bit further down the racetrack this time. Standing here in front of it, it's immaculate, isn't it?
Beautiful car.
Absolutely beautiful race car. So we are sorry about the delay, folks. It's just one of those things that happens, unfortunately. But we won't be long.
Well, they're pretty much set. Obviously, we're just letting the tractor do the final bit of cleaning up. The car's disappeared from the top end, so...
I've just noticed as well, we've got, unfortunately, we've got none. We haven't got the other Kevin down here with the Thermareg car this time round for this qualifying session. They did put a run in yesterday, hopefully nothing too serious. And Jason Phelps, a couple of years ago at the Euro Finals, made the highlight reel of all highlight reels for the wrong reason. Really nice run, going through the finish line, and the whole top end of the motor let go. Blew the supercharger into the stratosphere and the body with it and everything else as well. And what was interesting about that, the footage in the shutdown area, you could see the supercharger come out of, or the rotors come out of the casing, and they were sliding along the racetrack next to the car. And if you look at the amount of restraints on top of that, that takes some doing.
Well, I was to say that he was a bit of an internet sensation after that. I will never forget the interview that you did with Jason down on the start line afterwards. And then, obviously, the follow-on when they did the Santa podcast as well. Had good conversations about that. And, yeah, I think probably that's the question Jason's asked more than anything else these days. But he's back in his office. Jason been around drag racing for many, many years now. Basically born into the sport, really.
All his life, yeah.
And has only ever driven a funny car down the quarter mile. Never driven anything else.
Well, he's driven a topless funny car, but that wasn't really the plan.
Yeah.
So the reason these cars are called funny cars as well is, well, it's a very simple story. Is because when they evolved from road cars, which believe it or not they did, they looked a bit funny, hence the phrase funny cars. That's not a joke. It's not as daft as it sounds. And the name just stuck. And they just progressed to being quicker and faster, and then someone had the idea of building a chassis underneath of them, and someone else had the idea of building a flip-top body, and that is how they ended up looking as they do today. This is a replica of a Toyota Celica. I'm just trying to remember it.
Camry.
Camry, I beg your pardon. Sorry, Toyota Camry. And he gets the signal to fire it up. Tractor's all done with the sweep-in. Kevin Kent is still, he's in the barn, getting ready to go again. But now the next sound you're going to hear is Mark and Jackie Hawkins' Gladiator Nitro Funny Car with Jason Phelps at the wheel.
Yeah, Ian just been told to move the tractor over the other side because after this it will be jets, and we don't really want the tractor parked where he was going to put it. So that's why it's moving over there. But as we say, starter connected. And the next noise you'll hear will be the 500 cubic inch Hemi V8. Start up on methanol, then switches over to nitromethane. And the Gladiator fuel funny car will come forward to do its burnout.
So time to pull Magwires. In goes the neat petrol into the injector just to get it started. And then the rattling roar you hear is when the pumps are turned on for the nitro mid-cone. So Jason Phelps has been driving funny cars quite a while now. Was actually European funny car champion a few years back. So he has a lot of experience of going fast in these cars.
Lovely crisp burnout there for Jason. Not too much, not too little. Giving himself a nice launch pad as well.
Now my best guess is Jason will take it a little bit further down the racetrack each time this weekend. There is no need, to be honest with you, to nail it out the back door every single run. They want to make sure they've got a race car and a body left at the end of the weekend. These things are volatile at the best of times. Even in the States where they have mega budgets, they make hundreds of runs a year, things still happen all the time. The biggest issue with funny cars, obviously, is if the engine goes bang, you lose the body.
So the car is now back behind the start line, so the body comes up. Do the final adjustments. The key to these cars is clutch management more than anything else. Even though direct drive, it's the way the clutch plates are fed in. It's normally locked up by, well, at the latest, probably about 600 feet into the run.
It's always funny that they, the car with that much horsepower, they still have to push it forward just so it doesn't wear the clutch. So Jason Phelps in pre-stage. Mark Hawkins gives him the OK to nail it. Almost instant tyre spin. There's a little puddle out there, actually about 100 foot. That's where the overflow from the tank came back from. Well, the car's in one piece. That's not quite what they were looking for. The way that these cars work as well is they are quite a few thousand horsepower. However, that horsepower has to be managed. There's loads of things that go on underneath the hood of the machines to make sure that they get down the racetrack, and one of them is clutch timers. And you can see, can you see that from up there, Colin? Look.
Yeah.
Right, you see how, I'll do it this way, look. You see how wide that track is there?
Yes.
Right, almost instantly, it's that wide.
It's an hourglass.
It goes from being like a big fat tyre print to being like a regular road car size. It's quite unbelievable. Stood up on the tyres instantly. So, Jason, off the top end of the racetrack, we have Oklahoma Willie down underneath the tower. Give the team a round of applause, please. I always say the same thing, which is it takes just as much hard work to do that as it does to run a few hundred miles an hour. So well done to all of the Gladiator team, to Mark and Jackie and everybody on there. I think they're trying to set a record how many people they can fit in Dale Leake's pickup.
Yeah, I think there's a few more to go.
Is there? whatever car they have, they do abuse it. I hope Dale knows that.
Yeah.
I'm sure he does. So, here we go with.
A big part of the show this weekend are the Jets, and I know a lot of people are very keen to see them. And if it's your first visit here to Santa Pod, and that's right, we haven't done this yet, Darryl. Let's have a show of hands for our first timers here this weekend. There must be quite a few of you. So put your hands up if it's your first visit to Santa Pod Raceway this weekend.
That was perfect timing.
A
because Ian just put his hand up then, but I think he was waving.
Yeah, what about the grandstands, actually? I was looking at the banking then. Hands up if it's your first visit. Oh, your first time seeing Jets this weekend. Oh, fantastic. I hope you enjoy this. This is Oklahoma Willie. This pickup truck was first built in the 1950s. Eventually found its way into a field in Oklahoma. And that field was part of a farm, and that farm belonged to Willie. And that's how the vehicle's got its name, Oklahoma Willie. The vehicle was then bought out of that field, brought over to the UK, and when I say it was in a field, it was not in a good state at all. It was rusted. There was very little left of this pickup truck. But Perry is an amazing engineer. He's a craftsman, he's a perfectionist, and he has built this fantastic vehicle. It is street driven, it is road legal, but obviously he doesn't drive it with the Jet. It has an engine, and like any other VW pickup, to drive around with, but when he comes onto the quarter mile, the Jet takes over. He's been over 140 miles an hour this weekend. It has a Rolls-Royce Viper 535 jet engine on the back. The engine was first produced in 1986. The vehicle was built in 1958. And here we are in 2022 at the Festival of Power. Perry going to put on a hell of a show for us. So Perry just blasting the Jet up to the start line, getting very close to the staging beams now. And the great things with Jets, they just keep building. It's going to be 137 miles an hour, 12.12 seconds.
What you have to remember is that's street legal, so you could be stuck behind that at the traffic lights one day.
And if he doesn't like you...
You're toast, literally.
Oh, I love that vehicle.
You should copyright that phrase, actually, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So, we've got more Jets coming your way. Oklahoma Willie is a true masterpiece. Well done, fellas. Morning, Gal. So, I think we got side-by-side Jets this time, haven't we?
You have indeed. Firestorm with Roger Goring taking on Fire Force 3 with Martin Hill.
Basically, it's going to be who can knock the tower down first. That's why I'm down here.
So just give you a rundown on these two Jets. Starting off with Firestorm, this is the Mustang-bodied car. It's one of, it was four, but it's now three. One of only three centre-driven jet funny cars outside the USA. Oh, there we go. Roger Goring takes to the hot seat of the Ford Mustang-bodied jet car. The engine is a General Electric J85 turbojet and produces approximately 10,000 horsepower. So try and translate that. Roger has had this jet running into the high fives. Consistent low 6-second runner though. Going alongside Martin Hill, Fire Force number 3. The engine in this one is a Pratt & Whitney J60 and it produces 5,500 pounds worth of thrust. The fuel, kerosene obviously, uses about 25 gallons per run. Most of it is actually used for the start line show, and that will become very apparent when the two jets start. They put on a fantastic start line show for us. They bark at each other with their afterburner pops, and the sheets of flame come out the back. For those people that are watching on the watching from Bankside VIP, luckily they can't hear me too much over there, so they can have a real surprise if it's their first time here. So the two jets are just about to line up then. Martin Hill with Fire Force 3 and Firestorm with Roger Goring. Now then, there's one guy in particular that I know is going to be tuned in, and he was due to be here this weekend, and it's a great shame that he isn't, and that is our good friend and a great fan of the Jets, Sean Bowe. Sean, very, very good morning to you. I appreciate the family situation that you have at the moment, and the thoughts are with you over there, especially with your granddad. So, Sean,
I think we're going to class these jets running for you right now, mate. Also, if you come up to the main event, we have another jet car that's going to be making an appearance. Alexander Koch bringing his 1/4 scale version, the model of Firestorm over. Not sure if I've got the scale right, 1/4 scale, 8 scale, but it's a fantastic model jet. And it is a full working radio controlled jet funny car. Perfect replica of Fire Force 3. So we've got Helen that comes out in front of Firestorm, and of course you've got Richie, the front man, who comes out in front of Fire Force 3. Everybody's out with their camera phones filming this. And why not? Fantastic part of our show here at the Festival of Power. Giving each other the evils already. Oh, you just love the build-up with these two. Here we go. Tower is certainly rocking, that's for sure. Both of them barking at each other now as they blip their afterburners coming to the line. Roger Goring with Firestorm, the Mustang, in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Martin Hill with Fire Force 3, the Chevy Lumina. He is in the Autoglim lane. Martin is in pre-stage. They're racing to 1,000 foot. Roger's gone in. Martin's gone in. Here we go, folks. Hold on tight. Side-by-side jets to 1,000 foot. 5 flat for Martin Hill. 5.17 for Roger Goring. Roger had the jump on the start line, but Martin Hill gets there first. Fantastic side-by-side runs.
That was as good as yesterday's
that
as
was
well.
Fantastic.
Look at that. Big speed as well for Roger Goring, 237 miles an hour. Don't forget that's only to 1,000 foot, and jets pick up most of their speed in the last part of the racetrack. So that was still a great side-by-side run. Congratulations. Big cheer for all the teams, please, as they go and get their drivers from up at the top end. I think we've got Comp Eliminator coming next. Prime Modified, and then we've got Top Fuel Dragster as well, not too far away, so do not go anywhere at all. Oh, and Top Fuel Bike too, which have been pretty outstanding as well. Been one of those weekends, isn't it?
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
If it's all right, Carl, I'm just going to see if I can nab a chat with somebody very quickly as well. I talked to Chris yesterday, but before we get into comp, really, really quick, you're not safe in there. It's all right. At least you're clean. At least you're clean and you're not up the other end. Anyway, God, it stinks in here. Why did I bother coming in here? It's the jet, though, not you, anyway. Talking to Kevin Kent down here, waiting out a little bit of a delay after what happened to Steve. How was the first run in the new car yesterday, Kevin?
Yeah, it was good. We had some issues with the idle. Was having to hang on the brake. We struggled to stage the car. We had a rolling stage, really. First time I had to do that. So, but yeah, Ian Marshall he had my back. So yeah, everything went all right. Car come apart all really well. So yeah, let's see what today brings.
What's the idea behind the new car? Because you ran the Mustang. I mean, you just sold Europe's quickest funny car. So what's the idea with getting this one?
So this one we purchased from John Smith in the States. Mustang was sold to Lithuania, Russia. We're going to run this one, see how this one goes, and then we'll bring the second one out later on in the year.
Second?
Yeah, we've still got the Santa Pod Dodge Stratus car, so we're going to run that this year as well.
That sounds absolutely fantastic, mate. So, but why the new car though? Why did you want another one?
The Mustang was okay, but we just want to make more power. We want to get into the threes, and just every time we just want to go faster.
I was going to say, stupid question. Why do racers want new stuff to go quick?
That's right, mate.
Always the same. So, what's the plan for the next run? Just a bit further?
No, we're going to run it out the back door.
Well, it certainly looks the part, mate. Good to see you got a new major sponsor on board.
Oh yeah, good old Marcus from GSI Insurance. We've got the graphical tree. There's a lot of it. There's a lot. We've got a few on board.
Good stuff, mate. Well, it's great to see you back out here always. You're back in your happy place, back in the funny.
That's right, mate. It's good to be back.
Good lad. Thank you very much, Kevin. Good stuff. Everyone else is looking. It's all right. No, don't worry. I'm going that way. It's fine. Don't worry. That's Kevin Kent with the Nitro Funny Car.
Right, whilst Darrell is looking for more people to collar, the two-seater dragster is out once again. And the passenger for this one, Andrew Marks from Coventry. He's doing this as a birthday treat. So many happy returns. I don't know when your birthday is, Andrew, but either way, good way to celebrate it. Going in the back of the two-seater dragster. So Paul Brown at the controls. In actual fact, the passenger after this will be Samantha Kettle, who is Andrew's partner.
So they can both swap ET slips
Basically,
later.
Andrew bought this ride earlier and just told her a couple of hours ago. Love it. Absolutely love it. So are we going to see 169 or are we going to see 170 miles an hour? It's going to be a 7879. It's a 796, 168 miles an hour. Very nice indeed. All right, we move on to Comp Eliminator. Class sponsored by Trapworks. Massive thanks to them, but also all the extra prize money going in this weekend. All right, first up then, Spencer Tram and Nick Williams, 69 Camaros a pair, both from the Williams Brothers Racing Stable. Spencer Tram is your number one qualifier. He's currently running 10.94 on an 11.55 index. They're not dials in, these are indexes. Nick Williams, 11.40 his index. He's been 11.15, but the reason that we didn't see either Dan or Nick Williams yesterday, both cars had to do a transmission swap. So big amount of work from the team yesterday in the pits. So Nick and Spencer, let's see where they're going to end up. 10.95, 11.06. Spencer only 100th off what he ran yesterday. Slight improvement for Nick Williams, but they stay 1 and 4. First time we have seen Kev Perkins, the sole man, out this weekend. Going alongside Dan Williams with the Williams Brothers Racing Chevelle.
Really
Dan
nice
is
touch.
a number 2.
Sorry, mate. Really nice touch on the side of the Chevelle. He's actually got his son's name on the door instead of his.
Yes, he's got Waylon
He has.
on the door. Yes, he showed me that this morning. Oh, Karen Waylon's name today. Why not?
The car in the Kestrel Lane, this is, like Colin said, the first time we've seen this car out this weekend. This has been well used on drag strips around Europe over the years. It was also Europe's first second door slammer back in 1993 at the hands of Tony Rose. Who can believe that's now nearly 30 years ago? And Kev Perkins, I'm sure, would settle for a decent 7-second run here. I think this is his first run of the year, actually, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, wow. And Dave Smith's here, too. what an effort. We'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah. So index is 1061 and the Sumo index is 799. Kev, and 1056. So Kev slots in at number 8. Dan stays number 2. Well, the story from yesterday, well, everybody has a story, but this one was quite a story indeed. Dave Smith was in the pairing lanes, ready to go for Q1, and an incident occurred. Not entirely sure what happened, but the net end result was the front of the car got damaged, and a lot of fiberglass repair was required.
Looking
but
at
they
it,
got it done.
I'm standing here looking at it, and unless you knew that had been repaired, okay, if you look really closely, you can see it's almost perfect.
Yeah.
Like, and that's an overnight repair at the track as well. Even the decals, even the lights, are perfect.
There's a lot of photographs of the rebuild at the track. Oh, sorry, the repair at the track they carried out yesterday. And well done to Dave Smith and the whole of the Vagrant team. Well done.
Also, a big welcome to Comp Eliminator for Alex with the second coming single cab over here in the Kestrel Lane. This car is a workabout, built by Robinson Race Cars, and what a great idea to add Volkswagen classes into Comp Eliminator.
3-litre Volkswagen engine in there. $796, 176 there for Dave Smith. Gets the number on the board. Well done.
He was hanging on to that as well for quite some time. Unfortunately, Alex went on the two-step. The car just lurched, or the pickup just lurched forward, and that was about that. But yeah, a great addition to Comp Eliminator, adding the VWs in. Up next, Auto Glen Lane, the Dirty Dog 55. I love that car. That's Rob Smallworth, and he's going to be coming up against Robin Orthodoxy. Now, Robin put in a couple of really strong low second runs. Unfortunately, Rob didn't get quite as far. That car, for all the world, looks like a proper Pro Modified, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's lovely as well. Matte black or matte grey are the only colours for a race car, full stop. If you've had time to paint the car, you haven't been working on the engine enough, I think.
Well, 889 yesterday is his number. He's in the number 8 spot at the moment. Will go a second quicker. Robin Orthodox, though, he's in the number 3 spot. 702. Oh, so close to getting back in the 6s once again.
And the first one I can remember in a long, long while with no tyre shake whatsoever for the Altered. That does look like a fun ride, that car, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I bet he's one of those that's more pleased than anyone that the shutdown area has been repaved.
Oh, yeah.
Because short wheelbase Altereds in a slightly uneven shutdown area aren't anyone's definition of fun. To the 6s, 699 with a 9 thousandths of a second do, 190 miles an hour. Rob Smallworth with a bit of a wander round. You probably had a bit of vantage point of that.
Yeah,
didn't
getting very close to the centre line actually, but kept it away. 866, but party time for the Chaos Brothers. As you say, Dale, back into the 6s. 6.999 with a 5. And not only that, he's cut a good light as well. 0-2. Robin, he's on it this weekend. Well done.
Well, that was a smooth, again, beautiful. It's like an automatic launch. Absolutely gorgeous. Motorsport UK Pro Mod qualified season number 4. So Jean Delemont, who started in Pro Modified in the Kestrel Lane before Annie Wallace was even allowed to have a go in a junior dragster, I think. Is that about right?
That is, when you put it that way, yes. My
Well,
goodness
he's
me.
been in. This is his 14th year in Pro Mod.
Yes, you're right then.
I think Annie's 22. I think Annie in the Mustang in the Autoglim Lane is 22. And yeah, when you think about it like that, wow. So Annie Wallace put in one run yesterday in the 6.5s. They sat out the rest of the day. Not entirely sure why. I can only guess to repair something. Jean Doulemont had a couple of runs yesterday, lots and lots of tyre shake. Both of these cars are low 6-second performers. In Jean Doulemont's case, he's run 5.99. Annie Wallace made the debut of all debuts last year at the Summer Nationals. Got a licence with the first 6 on a Friday, qualified on Saturday and won the event on the Sunday. So, side-by-side nitrous cars for your first pair. France against the UK.
So as Darryl pointed out, 6.52 was Annie's number from yesterday. Jean 6.72. Oh, look at that. The win. Well, not that it was an actual race, they're qualified, but only 0-4 between them at the stripe. Jean Doulemont goes 6.31, Annie goes 6.36.
That was a safe A to B run for the Wallace team. They've been a couple of tenths quicker than that before, as has Jean Doulemont, but they just, I'm sure, wanted to get down the racetrack nice and clean one time. And it's really nice to stand here on the start line watching the heat haze from two nitrous cars disappear in the distance as well.
Yeah, Annie was nearly a tenth quicker at the 8th, but Jean was 180 mile an hour at the 8th, Annie 176. So Jean was reeling him in, reeling the Mustang in, and the speed difference at the stripe. 236 for Jean, 221 for Annie.
So Wayne Nicholson with the Lucky Devil. He's been an unlucky devil so far this weekend, unfortunately, in the Kestrel Lane. Lots of new stuff on the car to go faster, and unfortunately so far, he hasn't made it past 60 foot so far this weekend. Taking on Nick Davis with the twin turbo Firebird.
Yeah, spot the sound difference between these two cars.
Yeah, I'm standing in the wrong lane.
So Nick Davis then with the twin turbo Firebird, car-based Silverstone. And you've got Wayne Nicholson, the Lucky Devil Corvette with Lucas Oils, based up in Yorkshire. So Nick currently on a 6.56, and as Darryl said, Wayne hasn't got down the track at full power yet, but when he does, goodness me, hold on tight. It'll be one heck of a ride. Smooth as silk from Nick Davis. What have we got in store for us here? 6.14 at 238 miles an hour. Nick Davis, he's making his way back very nicely indeed.
And Rob, all the crew cheer. Rob Luring walks away like someone cat's pooped in his breakfast. He just looked like completely, not bothered whatsoever.
Well, he moves up to number 2 with that one.
I think from a crew chief's perspective was, that's what he was supposed to do. I think that was about it, really. Unfortunately for Wayne, crept through stage and still hasn't got a clean launch, unfortunately, that time round. What were the numbers for Nick that time round?
Unbelievably, it's only a 114 to 60 foot, so it didn't launch like it should. But I haven't got the rest of the numbers, unfortunately. They've disappeared off the screen. Looking round the corner,
Yeah, that's a good 10th he gave up on the start line, if
It
nothing
was,
else, actually, yeah. But anyway, I think, knowing Rob, that was, after all the issues they had yesterday, that was an A to B run just to make sure he got through the finish line and pulled the chute. So we've got Michel Turenne coming up next in the Kestrel Lane. We've also got Andy Robinson, I'm sure, waiting out
there.
back. And Kev Slyfield is, that's the rest of them. We've got Top Fuel Bike coming too, and Top Fuel Dragster as well, not far behind. Just going to go and check on, see who's coming next. Yeah, it is.
Here's Andy Robinson.
Andy Robinson with the anger management car. That's a perfect name for a Pro Mod. Unfortunately, it should be Wayne Nicholson's team with that name at the moment, sadly. So by the look of it at the moment, we don't have Wayne, we don't have Kev Slyfield, excuse me. We do have Andy Robinson and we do have Michel Turenne. They're both waiting for the signal to fire up. We've also got Nostalgia Nitro funny cars not far away as well.
And what are those long pointy things around there?
Oh, I don't know. Never seen one. Hope you were going to give me a clue.
Oh, well, I thought you might know.
Yeah, we've got Runefield's 3 Top Fuel Dragsters ready to go. What Keith just said to me in my ear was, I'm just going to find out what the rules are on these runs. Well, after yesterday, they all went like absolute bandits yesterday. But you have to take it slow and steady with fuel cars because they have a nasty habit. If you don't behave with them, they tend to take themselves apart. So that's Andy Robinson for NGK Spark Plugs. And the Robinson family fired up behind the tower. He went into the 6.2s yesterday with a booming speed of 241 miles an hour. Michel Turenne at the moment is still your number 1 qualifier with a 6.10. Out of 3 runs yesterday, 2 were really good ones all the way through the finish line. We're only going to be going to try and go quicker in this qualifying session right now. They've still got another 2 sessions scheduled for today as well after this.
They have, yeah, spot on.
So both blown cars, one from the UK in the Autoglym lane and one from the Netherlands, the negative car, in a good way of course, in a positive way, of Michel Turenne. You know the crew enjoy their work when you hear them yelping on the burnout. I didn't have the mic turned on. I wish I had that because that was really cool. Anyway, Michel Turenne been as quick as a 6.10. What was Andy's number yesterday? 6.24, I think, was it?
6.28.
28, apologies. That was with a lot of pedalling going on. Once this car will actually get this car to hook, you can tell by the speed that it will run a massive number. Talking to Luke yesterday, earlier on, he said that they've been very, very busy in the workshop. They haven't quite had the time to get on the car. That's why they missed the first qualifying run yesterday, just to go through the car, make sure everything was ready. I also stupidly asked him the question of, how long do you think it will take to find the sweet spot? And he said anywhere between 1 and 100 runs. Unfortunately for them, Pro Mod is an ever-evolving game of chasing your tail. 2 low 6-second runs would be good, 2 5-second runs would be outstanding. And you know that they're both going to be trying. Coming up behind him is Kevin Kent with the GSI Insurance West End funny car. Don't go anywhere.
So your last pair in Pro Modified then. Michel Turenne, number 1 qualifier. Andy Robinson is your number 3 man at the moment. Both on stage. Poor. Andy tried to drive through the shake and the car just got a little bit out of shape. Michel got the jump off Andy off the line by 1/10 of a second. Went 0.97 to 60 foot. But again, started to get out of the groove, had to back out the throttle. But Andy really trying to run the number there, stuck with it for longer. But the tyre shake marks completely visible from the tower.
It started to send him sideways, and the trouble is with door cars, if they start getting sideways, all it takes is a millisecond of something to happen and you're in the wall or whatever it might be, and that's happened numerous times as well. You can also see down here on the start line, I think you people up there in the grandstand can definitely see it, the tyre shake marks. When you're in the car, I think someone best described it in a door car as a bit like running over loads of broom handles. It just feels, it's a horrible feeling, and it means that the tyres are actually bouncing in turn because the, everything in the car is not in tune with the racetrack, shall we say. So, for the second time of asking, it is Kevin Kent, West End Motorsport, in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Interesting what you said as well. You've still got another funny car sitting at home.
Yeah. Right, well, I hope you're all enjoying the live streaming, especially Mason and Alfie. We have a little message to say hi to you too. Mason and Alfie watching the live stream. So I hope everybody is enjoying it. So Kevin Kent, obviously he was about to do his burnout earlier on. But unfortunately due to Steve Ashdown having issues on his run, was pushed back.
That throttle stop's in the other direction. The car tyres barely spun. Although they did actually spin, they will be warm. And when the racetrack's this good, it doesn't really matter too much if you don't have a big stormy burnout. But Kevin yesterday said the car felt really, really good. It's interesting to hear what he said as well. I don't know whether you caught that, Colin, but he'd kind of taken the Mustang as quick as it was going to go, and he wanted a car that was going to go even quicker.
Yeah.
And the only way to do that is spend more money. He also said that if it goes to plan, he's going to be driving it out the back door. And knowing Kevin, that means most of the way to Bedford.
Yeah.
But 1,000-foot blocks back in place in his lane. You can see the orange markers up there just before the traditional quarter-mile finish line. The driver, the engine, the team are the quickest in Europe. New car to go even quicker. And it looks absolutely lovely. Good luck, Kevin.
So the European best belongs to Kevin Kent. Currently stands at 4:23 at 286. .446, 245 miles an hour. Wow, took the blocks out 1,000 foot, but again, I think that was the headers that took it out, not the actual car. He was very close to the centre line, but nevertheless, 446. He was, get this, at the 8th mile, 354 at 240.
Yeah, going way, way faster. Just very quickly before he runs away. Johnny, just quick. Well, Kevin said he was going to run it out the back door. Was that the plan?
That's probably his plan. Yeah, I mean, if it was feeling good, go for it, and we got pretty convinced it would go there. So it looked fairly good. It was a bit, I don't know quite what track he took there, but
well, he was probably bored knowing Kevin. But the thing is, though, the good thing for them as well is the last couple of years have been really rough on everybody with the whole situation. The fact they've been running the Santa Pod car as well, that it was obviously struggles with that. Just to go through the top end must feel good.
yeah, I'm sure he's feeling quite relieved right now. It's, you know, it is a pressure and it gets to you after a while, but you get the first one done, it's back to office, normal day.
You've done this a long time as well. Is it still nice watching them?
It is nice to watch, yeah. I would like to go again, but I probably won't.
Thank you for clarifying that, John. Much appreciated, mate. Good to see you as always, John Spufford. Thank you very much, sir. Well done. And well done to the whole West End team as well. That was the way it's done. Let's put it that way. Okay, underneath the tower right now, we have Top Fuel Bike coming your way. Kestrel Beer Lane from the Netherlands, the Euroil Puma of Rene van der Berg going to be taking on in the Autoglim lane Steve Wooler. Just give us some numbers as well, Colin, if they're up on the screen, because qualifying for Top Fuel Bike is stout.
It is, and they're all in the sixes. Number one, Al Smith, as we know, 6.19. Then you got two of them that have run 6.23, which is obviously Rene van der Berg. I'm not quite sure which way round they are, actually. And Neil Midgley. And then 6.97. for Steve Warlack. But Steve's running a new fuel system, I believe, on the bike this weekend. So, yeah, but they're all in the 6s. So what a show they're putting on for us this weekend. Well, it looks like who's first down there. Yeah, it is Steve Warlack who's going to be running first. He's going to be in the Auto Glim lane. But we do need to put the blocks back, actually, from where Kevin Kent ran. Kevin's actually cleared the track, no problem at all. But obviously the timing blocks do need to be put back at the 1,000 foot. A little bit of inspection in the shutdown area. But the key thing is that Kevin got round the corner, no problem at all. Glorious weather conditions for racing. Top fuel bike, top fuel dragsters in the lanes. Can also see loads of other high horsepower machinery around the corner as well. Beautiful looking crowd out there as well. A very, very good afternoon to you. I hope you're enjoying this. We certainly are. And as Darryl and I have been saying, it's been 2 years since we've been able to do this properly.
2 years in the making, yeah. Actually,
we're back.
3.
True, yeah.
Yeah, 3.
September 2019 was our last full-blown European event, if you like. We had the national finals in 2019, and obviously the 2020 season was, well, the last 2 years have been tough, but we're back.
Yeah. Kevin obviously punted the blocks, and the thing is that he might have got the blocks, but sometimes they shatter as well, so you just have to make sure everything's cleared up, especially if you've got top fuel bikes going down there.
Well, if you're hitting blocks at 245 miles an hour, it could do a little bit of fiberglass damage as well, so that's why they try and sweep everything up.
He's used to that, though, Kevin is. Anyway, Top Fuel Bikes, just to give you a quick rundown of what you're about to see. So that was Nitro is Drag Racing's magic ingredient. The easiest way to describe it, the car that you've just seen go down the racetrack driven by Kevin Kent, if you take the basic V8 engine in that car, it's a 500 cubic inch V8, if you just run it on carburetors and petrol, it'd probably kick out around about 1,000 horsepower, something like that. Put a supercharger on it, probably ups that. You could probably get about 4,000 out of it, something like that, with methanol as a fuel, maybe 5,000. Stick nitro in the tank, that takes it all the way up to 10 to 11,000. It's very rich in oxygen. It produces its own oxygen. It's incredibly volatile under load, but bizarrely, if you have a barrel of it, you can put a match in it and it will just go out, which I still find that quite incredible. However, the lunatics you're about to see do the same sort of thing, but on 2 wheels. They are bike engines in there, obviously very heavily modified with superchargers, and they also run on nitromethane. They produce somewhere in the region of 1,500 to 2,000 horsepower, and they can run in the 5s at 240 miles an hour. Has to be seen to be believed.
Well, in my eyes, Darryl, they're the bravest souls on the planet, because there's certain things that I know I might not do. There are certainly things I definitely won't do.
And this is
and there are things that there is no way on this planet I'm going to do, and getting on a top fuel bike is one of them.
Well, I'm just going to talk to one of the chaps that's doing it, actually.
While
we got a second anyway. Rene van der Berg down here. So good to see you back, Rene. Thank you very much indeed for making the trip.
Yeah, what I say, good.
So everything, I guess you wanted to do this for some time now, come back and race here?
Yeah, I like it. I like to do it. Yeah, we'll hopefully go with the good numbers.
Well, yesterday was really good. Your first one was good. Your second run was brilliant. Really, really good. What are you looking to do this weekend?
Hopefully we go to the 6-1. And then I'm happy. And I'm very happy now. And we have nothing to do on the bike. Normal, take the head off and everything. And now I'm bored.
Don't complain.
No, we see. We changed a lot of things on the bike. And yeah, I'm happy.
So just to try and explain, I know English is your second language, it's my second language too, but just to explain, what's it like to ride a bike like this?
What I like? What I like the speed, the most dangerous thing in the world, and the end.
So can I ask the next stupid question? So why do you do it?
Fun.
Okay, that's obvious, isn't it, really? But you've had a few moments on this bike, haven't you? Do you want to try and get into the 5s one day?
Yes. Yeah.
Never know. I mean, you couldn't get better conditions than this. There's no wind, sunshine, the track temperature's perfect, everything is perfect. So does that make you want to try even harder?
A little bit cloudy is better.
A little bit clouds better. What difference does that make?
It's better for the fuel.
Oh, okay, no problem. But we still need sunshine. It's better to be too hot than too cold, I think.
In the middle.
Somewhere in the middle. Okay, races are never happy, are they? But there we go. Anyway, Rene, so good to see you back, and good luck today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Problem. Rene van der Berg from the Netherlands. You'll be seeing him shortly. He's just been told to suit up and go. So, you'll be the man I just spoke to there from the Netherlands with the blue and silver flame bike in the Kestrel Lane. Is going to be rolling out there in just a couple of moments. Just got told to put his helmet back on, connect the lanyard in. We'll be pulling off with the tractor, and the next noise you hear will be Top Fuel Bike.
Rene, as I say, he's an honorary Brit. We gave him that title a few years ago because he spent more time here than he did in his home country of the Netherlands.
Something like that. I think the thing is, though, that what always staggers me about people like Rene is they seem normal until you see what they do, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Seem very normal. Steve Willett, anyway, been at this for probably longer than anyone, quite honestly, in Top Fuel Bike. They're getting given the signal to fire them up, so you will be seeing side-by-side supercharged four-cylinder nitro bikes up now. We're looking forward to the first round of the FIM Europe Top Fuel Bike Championship, only about 6 weeks away at the end of May here at Santa Pod. Hopefully all of our friends from around Europe probably looking in from up there in Scandinavia, itching to get back at it. So Rene gets the pat on the back. So Steve Willett been at this for a long while with the dealer in the Autoke Limlane. He's been down in the 6.0s. Rene's been as quick as 6.1 before, and that's what he's looking to do this weekend. Funny enough, actually, he did say he'd like a bit of cloud cover. I think he might be in a minority of one there, to be honest.
Well, bizarrely, we were expecting a little bit of cloud cover, but that hasn't happened at all. Absolutely glorious day out there.
Yeah, this is Top Fuel Dragster weather, this is, though. Yeah. This is lovely. So here we go then, Rene and Steve. Two 6x6 second 200-mile-an-hour bikes.
$6.29 for Rene, $6.79 for Steve Willett.
Well, it's not often you see Steve Willett get gapped, but it's happened again. I think, though, Steve's taking it methodically a bit further down the racetrack each time. Give us the numbers, Colin.
Yeah, 108 to 60 for Rene, 109 for Steve. At the 8th, it was 416 for Rene, 420 for Steve. And then the numbers at the stripe you can see. 6.29 at 210 and 6.79 off the throttle, 156 for Steve.
So the rocket and the missile up next. The rocket.
Good description, I like it.
Well, I'm not being rude. What else can you call them? Kestrel Beer Lane, Al Smith with the 3-cylinder supercharged machine of Phil Bainbridge. Going to be taken on Neil Midgley. What more can we say about Neil? I'll explain a little more in a minute when he's done his burnout. Well, Neil Midgley yesterday, this bike isn't new, but it's new to him. And I spoke to Chris earlier on. He said the run that they made to the 8th mile yesterday, he didn't realise how quick it was. It was the 4th quickest in the world.
Wow.
Ever. And that's only Neil's second mile on the bike. Al Smith in the Kestrel Lane has been as quick as 6:01. He's the current number 1 qualifier with a 6.19. However, if all goes to plan for Neil Midgley, that won't last too long.
Yeah, Daryl saying 4th quickest in the world, 3:79 to the 8th mile yesterday.
So I can only think Neil's going to be taking it a little bit further. It won't be out the back doors just yet. Let's see how we get on. Al Smith, Neil Midgley, top fuel bike qualifying. This is going to be good.
To the 8th, 5:86 at the quarter mile for Neil Midgley, and he was still off the throttle at the stripe at 200 mile an hour. 6:12.222 for Al Smith.
Unbelievable. New personal best for Neil Midgley. Only 200 miles an hour through the stripe. I'm just looking up the top end because he was drifting right and right and right. Can you see Colin up there? Is he okay?
Yeah, they're both going around the corner.
Both going around the corner, no problem. It's all right. Sorry, you just looked like he was sitting a bit high. He was sitting a bit back. I think that caught him by surprise very quickly. Well, you got your 5-second ticket on only the 3rd run.
Well, that wasn't planned.
What was not planned about that? Was he having too much fun?
Well, yesterday, people won't know, but Neil's obviously a very competent rider, but the foot pegs were just slightly out of position and he couldn't get his feet on the pegs. And he struggled to shut the bike down, but we were on 5:60 pace yesterday. And as I said to you yesterday, Marius has said there's a 5:70 in there. Well, he shut the bike off, you know, and it's gone. I can't believe it.
Yeah, you knew that was going to happen. What was the 8th mile again, Colin?
Yeah, I don't know if you heard that actually.
The 8th mile.
3:75 to the 8th.
3:75 to the 8th. Speed?
2:11.
2:11.
That's amazing. That, I mean, that could be very close to a world record. I mean, Yaska's got a good time and Larry McBride's got a good time, but that's certainly second or third.
No bother. Thank you very much indeed, Chris. That was absolutely outstanding. We're just getting ready to go with Top Fuel Dragsters. Underneath the tower, lining up in the Kestrel Lane. I'm down here on the start line with CEO of Trackback and husband of the man in... Husband of the man in the car. I'm going to get my nuts kicked, aren't I, later on? Sorry, beg your pardon. Husband, probably not now. Suzanne in the car. Keith, please could you stop me putting my foot in it? Explain what's about to happen.
Well, obviously we saw yesterday they were on a 100 metre sort of first time out this year. I've got to say, my wife obviously doesn't know what length is very well. You know, her 100 metres became 200 metres, so they both ran much further actually, and it was really good. And I'm delighted she gets those length measurements wrong.
Well, it's a bonus sometimes, isn't it? So this run, what's the plan?
I think you'll find the conditions are really good. I would say 800 foot, 8 or 9. It won't be a full pass. That will come this afternoon, but it'll probably be 800 foot. But for those of you not been here before, by the time they get to before that tractor, they will have been up to 240, 260 mile an hour.
Yeah, they really are absolutely awesome. This year's season hopefully will be a really good one. We're going back around Europe again finally.
Finally, yeah, but it's parts are a big issue this year for everyone. Well, we know that in all sectors of business, and motorsport's no different. So everyone's struggling a lot. It's hard. The Brexit's very difficult with the carnets and bringing everyone over. But yeah, it's all coming together.
Oh, there's plenty of teams that have made it here this weekend. Let's hope everyone else figures it out too.
The hardest country to bring them in from is Sweden, where my actual wife comes from, believe it or not. She's running under Great Britain today. And that's where we got our biggest problem. Sadly for drag racing, there's an awful lot of Swedish competitors. But let's take what we got today. I think this weekend we'll see some really good passes, and maybe not full passes on this run, but I think you're going to see some fast, you know, it's going to be pretty cool stuff.
It's going to be a lot of fun. I remember, obviously, 20 years ago, right now actually, was when both me and Suzanne got our licence on the same weekend. Yeah. Here she is 20 years later, and she's now the older statesman of Runefield's team.
I'm glad you said older. No, you're right, it's incredible. But isn't all sport becoming younger and younger? And it's the same in the States with drag racing now. A few years ago it would be, you know, young people were coming up through the ranks. Now they're driving top fuel cars at 18, 19, 20 years of age and driving them well.
Suzanne did that too.
Yeah, she did. 18 years of age, she started driving Top Fuel. But now she's back with a vengeance. She now wants to beat the young uns.
I'm not surprised either. Well, good luck from everybody here. And how cool is it to see this many people back here in this place?
No, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. And let me just say, I often say it, but some of the people that are here for the first time today, you know, fantastic. Hope you have a great day. For those who are returning fans, which so many are, after 2 years of no Easter Thunderball or no Easter Festival of Power, it's just thank you for all of you that are here. It's fantastic. So without all the support of you out there, it would be very difficult for us to do this. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Keith. Thank you, everybody, for putting the events on. We're certainly glad to be, you're all glad to be back in the sunshine at Easter, not sitting at home. What was everybody doing 2 years ago this weekend? Seriously. Honestly, what were you doing? Nothing. Exactly. Sitting at home, wondering where you could go for a walk, or nipping down the shops and, you know, queuing up like a zombie movie, I think it was, wasn't it, to get into Tesco's or something like that. But anyway, there we go.
We're almost wondering if you're allowed to go for a walk. Going for one.
Yeah, I'll forget. I never forget. One day I went for. I've got like woods and parkland behind my house, and I was down there. I was down there with the kids, and there was this elderly woman just walking through the woods, and she had no idea where she was going. She'd never been out down there, and she just wanted to get out the house. It was just utterly bizarre, but thank goodness we're back to normal. Thank goodness we are back to drag racing at our favourite place. So, if you haven't seen these cars before, the reason they are long and skinny is because they're designed to be the perfect acceleration vehicles. They go from 0 to 100 miles an hour in less than 1 second. So if you can see me standing down here on the start line, you see the box in the middle right here. From when they get to that VP Racing sign just there, Suzanne, all being well, will be doing 100 miles an hour. You see the second block out there, that's 330. She will be doing 200 by the time she gets there. The 2 blocks at half track, all being well again, when she gets to those, somewhere in the region of 260 to 270. So these cars absolutely do fly. 11,000 brake horsepower, Top Fuel back at Santa Pod again. Thank goodness it's summer.
Signal's been given to fire them up. So the Slick Tricks Racing Draper Tools Santa Pod Raceway Dragster, driven by Suzanne Callen, comes forward to perform his burnout. Ladies and gentlemen, 10,000 horsepower plus.
Yep, Suzanne Callen. Originally from Sweden, now from kind of both the UK and Sweden. Driving the Slick Tricks Racing Santa Pod Raceway Draper Tools Top Fuel Dragster in the Kestrel Lane. All 3 cars here are owned and tuned by Mr. Runefjeld.
And all 3 cars live here as well, actually.
They do, yeah.
In the workshops at the top end of the track.
So, a bit of a super crew on Suzanne's team, apart from Paul standing at the back. He'll watch this back later and I'll get a quick round here. There we go. Gary Page, you've got Laurie Bamford, Dave Mann as well, and obviously Runa. Suzanne with the heavy right foot about to go into stage. So all being well, this will be around about a half track run for Suzanne by the sounds of it. Suzanne's been at this a while though. She took a long time off actually, came back a couple of years ago and it was like she'd not missed a day.
So she's into pre-stage, just inching forward. The next set of bowls will be the stage beams. There we go.
I think that could have been a bit further than it was supposed to go.
Yeah.
Still goes 422 at 223.
0.86 to 60 foot though, and 325 at 255 miles an hour at the 8th mile.
I think it was already coming apart by then, to be honest with you. Track crew out there doing their thing. Hopefully everybody on the bank and in the grandstands enjoyed that, did you? Was that worth waiting for? Certainly was. We've got side-by-side Top Fuel Drags coming in a moment. We do have a little bit of clear up to do, unfortunately. I think through up there you can see where the track crew are working. That is a perfect example of why they take these cars down the racetrack a bit further and a bit further and a bit further each time, because they need to make sure each stage of the track works out correctly. It all goes well and hangs together, and then any tweaks they make, they come back and make them to make sure it stays in one piece.
Well, Suzanne's gone round the corner at the top end, but just been followed by the safety crews down there just to make sure that everything is okay with the car. Obviously, the engine looked like it let go just after the 8th mile, and we saw the ball of flame just before the 1,000 foot. But top end has cleared, so just basically the track inspection, just make sure it's all good to go.
Well, it was a pretty good run, unfortunately, until it started coming apart, Keith. I was just saying that was the reason they take Top Fuel cars down the track in stages. Like, you make one run a bit further and a bit further. That's almost an example of why.
That's a total example, because there was some new fuel setups being put in the car, and you've got to take it stage by stage, because the car reacts very differently once it starts completely locked up and going. And I can't say for sure, I'm not that much of an expert, but that's probably torched at least the head and maybe a bit more damages.
Yeah, it looked like it was hurting itself a little bit from about half track.
Yeah, and probably maybe Suzanne should have come off it a bit.
Don't say that out loud.
Not too loud. Can I whisper that to the crowd? She's come off of it.
So no one should have said it. Anyway, should be a very quick clean-up. The reason I know that is because the two drivers in the cars right behind are actually still in there ready to go. Couple of quick words as well. Antti Horto with the Eagle Racing Top Fuel team from Finland. Antti's been around a long while. He's such a good driver.
He's a very good driver, and Suzanne and Antti raced together in juniors, and they came up right through the classes together. And as you saw yesterday, it never ceases to amaze me when they race against each other. It's neck and neck the whole time. I wonder if they pre-arrange things. No, he's a very good driver, and it's a very good team, by the way. They've been together a long time. Those guys know what they're doing. You bet. And the newest of newcomers to Top Fuel in Europe, and I'm sure she's going to be a great asset as well. Ida Zetterström from Åland. Started off a junior dragster, like everybody does, I think. Then Super Street Bike, and now Top Fuel. Yeah, she was a mean Super Street Bike rider as well. And in fact, we were talking last night over dinner. She's even talking about getting another Super Street Bike and joining in the fun, along with the Top Fuel car. But she's a great driver. We saw when she licensed, I mean, what was it, the fastest licensing run ever. So, you know, the girl knows what she's doing. Yeah, you bet, and she certainly enjoys it as well. If you follow her on social media, yeah, she loves it. Absolutely well into it. And it's nice to see, like you said, new drivers coming through. The good thing about being young as well, they're a lot more social media savvy. They're really good at engaging sponsors and people, and that's one of the things that will take it forward. I would say that's their biggest asset. From the Top Fuel drivers of my era and our age group, you know, and all of us that drove, they are so social media savvy. We are, as a brand here, we're probably more advanced than most on social media. But the drivers, wow, these young drivers coming into Top Fuel, they know exactly what to do for sponsorships. Almost like the young footballers, you know, they're on it. They're on it at 18 years of age. So that's a big bonus for the sport. So anyone in junior dragster get tapping away, and you'll be here in a couple of years' time. Yeah, I've got two of them who are doing exactly that, but I can't get them to tap away enough. That's a very good point, actually. You've got all your kids in junior dragster as well. No, they're already talking about the next cars yet. That's not a shock, is it, really? But there we go. Anyway, clean-up won't be too long by the looks of it. Like I said, a good sign is that the drivers are still in the cars. Also means I can't go and talk to them. But there we go. Anyway, Colin.
Yeah, I just think they're quite pleased about that, actually.
I could always try. No, I'm not going to. I know what it's like to be sitting there ready to go, and the last thing you want is to be chatting about it. But there we are. We've also got, I can see Apache.
Yeah, I can see Venom round the corner as well. We also got a load more bikes around the corner.
Paul Harris as well. Paul Harris has made it down. So yeah, the track clean-up, I know it doesn't feel like it at the moment, but clean-ups are an awful lot quicker than they used to be as well.
Well, as you see, Suzanne has just done her run. We've still got the other two Top Fuel dragsters going side by side, and we do get to see them again later on this afternoon. Scheduled round about 20 past, 5:30 this afternoon. We've got to see how the timings work out today. But as Keith was saying then, he said he's not expecting them to do the full pools this one, but their second runs today was when he expects them to really go for it. So this is almost like a teaser for what could happen later on this afternoon. You do not want to miss it. Mind you, if you're here now watching Top Fuel, you're not going to go home before they run again.
Of course not. So, how we do it? Just the track's doing a bit of sledding, I think, up there now.
Yep.
I'll see who I go find to talk to, actually. There's one chap round here I've been sort of itching to talk to for a little while. Hopefully it'll be quite interesting if I can reach, because he's a very tall man. It is Mr. Stu Crane. And I'm going to, obviously... Right, so chaps, who do you want me to interview? Steve? No. Stu! Why not? Stu Crane, head honcho at World Speed Racing. Stu, you developed your new cylinder head. Beg your pardon. Stu Crane from Water Speed Racing in Funny Bike again this weekend. You had a terrific season last year. Just tell us about how it went.
Well, we were just developing the new engine, trying some different combinations, piston, bore, head. We kind of nailed it first time round, but we tried some other stuff just in case it worked better, but we got it right the first time.
That was, well, I was going to say, yeah, but luck is when preparation meets opportunity. So if you didn't get that.
No, that was unbelievable. When you do everything on paper and think that it should work, and it does work, you kind of scratch your head and go, how did that work?
Very good point, actually. But you had a brilliant season last year, down in the mid-60s almost every run.
Yeah, we're hoping to get a bit lower as the season progresses, but want to keep the reliability there, test the limits on a few components, and just keep pushing all the time.
On the subject of selling ice to the Eskimos, you've actually started selling the cylinder heads you developed worldwide, and they're going down quite well.
Yeah, cylinder heads, bottom ends. To sell an engine to the States is like selling snow to the Eskimos. So for a British guy to be doing that, there's only a few people that's ever done that. Obviously, Pete Davis and a lot of other very smart British people have done it, and I hope to be following on with it.
Well, at the end of the season as well, you went over to Valdosta as well. Just tell us a little bit about that trip.
Yeah, we were testing again some different components, cylinder head being one of them. We qualified number 1, took out the world record bike, set a world record split, won the meeting and championship in XTA and Man Cup.
Not bad weekend's work.
Not bad for days.
I was going to say, it's one of those overnight successes that was probably 3 years in the making.
Yeah, we sold the engines 3 seasons ago, so yeah, it took a little while.
Wow. So is that so that was with an American rider, though, that wasn't you?
No, it was a Canadian rider, American tuner and a British manufacturer.
Sounds like a good combination.
It's a worldwide team.
Very cool, sir. So here this weekend in Funny Bike, obviously. Big question is, when's Dale going to bother getting his out the trailer again?
It's now at mine. It's nearly finished, and it will be at the main event.
Fantastic. I'm sure he's itching to go. I can't believe he hasn't sort of like poked you in the ribs enough to have a go on yours yet.
I think he has this weekend. I think it spurred him on, 100%.
You got it, mate. Anyway, it's really, really good. It's always great to see people from the UK being successful. Last thing I want to mention, that almost infamous moment where the engine let go and you ended up riding it well. Just explain what happened.
So 1,000 foot, there was a massive backfire. I didn't know what happened at the time. The inlet cam had come through the valve cover. I know I was getting burnt to death by the flames, so I got up, one knee on the tank, one knee on the seat unit to jump off. I'm still doing about 175. And eventually I thought, I can coast around the corner like this, so I rolled around the corner, got off, and just like nothing happened.
apart from slightly singed bits, I should think. But it did look like the world's fastest piece of stunt riding.
Yeah, I don't really want to be doing that again. I don't fancy the stunt riding.
I can imagine you wouldn't be. Was that what spurred you on to develop a new head that wouldn't do that?
Well, it kind of spurred me on to want to do some different things, and certainly my own things.
Surprise, mate. Thank you very much indeed for your time, Stu, and congratulations again on all your success so far.
Thanks very much, Dale.
No problem at all. That's Stu Crane from Water Speed Racing. That was interesting.
It's always good when you catch somebody and they're not expecting you to approach, and it's almost like the game of tag. You sort of, once you've touched them, they ring. I can't get away.
What I normally do is wander up to people with their backs to me and then just put my hand on their shoulder, and then they can't get away. But we are rolling. Fortunately for all you people of fans of racing as opposed to talking, we're about to go again. Ida Zetterstrom with the Mstron.ax Top Fuel Dragster from Runefjord. All these cars are essentially the same. They're all Runer's cars. They all run from the same team. I'm sure there's slight differences for each of them. other than the drivers, of course. Rune Fjeld, legendary Norwegian tuner, Hall of Fame tuner, and one seriously smart man. And European drag racing, fuel racing particularly, would be poorer without him. So here we go, they're getting the thumbs up. So Auto Glimlane for Eagle Racing and Finland, it's Antti Horto. And technically she's Finnish as well. Ida Zetterström in the Kestrel lane from the island of Åland, which is technically, again, Finnish, or it is Finnish, but they speak Swedish.
It's the highest density of drag races per population.
You got it, yeah. The highest density of top fuel races is definitely Finland. So Antti Horto's been racing in Top Fuel for about 10 years. If you bump into him, he still looks like he's 21. He looks no different from any time I've ever seen him, to be honest with you. Really nice young lad. And like most, or any Finn in motorsport, incredibly focused and incredibly good. Ida Zetterström, licensed in September in this car. Made Europe's quickest ever licensing pass, went 3.86. It would have been even quicker, but the belt broke before the finish line.
Yeah, that licensing pass, you say now, 386 is only 245 miles an hour. It's still fast, but considering these cars are capable of going 300 at the 1,000 foot, you realise just how incredible that run was. So their first of 2 runs today. They're due back out around about 20 past 5:30 this afternoon. First round of the European Championships, end of May. Get hold of your race weekend programme. It will give you all the dates for all of our big events. But the main event, 26th to the 29th of May. Well, they both did what they were told.
I think that's the best way to sum that one up. Both absolute rocket ships off the start line. Give us some short numbers, Cole.
Rocket ships is the appropriate word there. Ida Zetterström, 0.83 to 60 foot. Antti, 0.82.
Yeah.
At the 8th, 327 against 377. Antti got there first, but they were off the throttle by then. The speeds dictate that. 183 mile an hour, 133 Ida. So, but good looking runs. I think that has set up the second runs beautifully later on.
Well, ironically, the run that Suzanne made, where she went a little bit further, told them they needed to behave.
Yes.
And then straight away, that was awesome stuff. Give the teams a big cheer, folks. That's exactly what they were looking to do. Side-by-side runs under power for the right amount of time. They will come back again a little bit later on today and have another go. Hi, guys. Enjoying yourselves? I'm impressed you're still there. I'm very impressed you're still there. Well done. Lovely to see you.
Well, we got Nostalgia Funny Cars coming around the corner, and we got all 4 of them. Paul Harris coming up first with the Dennis Predel tribute car.
First run of the year as well. I just want to explain as well, once again, you can see me down here on the start line, hopefully, anyway. But from where the start line is to basically where the VP sign is, or where this is the 60-foot beam right across here, they were doing around about 110 miles an hour by the time they got from there to there. They do accelerate to 100 miles an hour in twice their own length, which is quite incredible. The other thing I always find quite incredible stat about a top fuel car is that you couldn't spend that much money, or you couldn't get rid of that much money if you set fire to it that quickly.
Wow.
So they're both okay, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just pushing Ida's car through the second exit. Antti Horto's car went round the far end, no problem at all. So yeah, the track is clear of fuel cars. Just Maybe a little bit of concern in the Kestrel Beer Lane.
It's only a bit of a sweep. The other thing as well is that the dust you see out the back of the car is literally the clutch disintegrating. And that dust actually hangs round in the air and settles on the racetrack, and any race cars that go down there afterwards have to go through it. So sometimes they have to clear it off depending on how much there is. So Paul Harris with the Tribute race car down there underneath the tower in the Auto Glim Lane. So good to see Paul out here racing. We do have 4 Nostalgia Fuel funny cars here for your viewing pleasure this weekend. They're going to be running over the full quarter-mile distance as well.
Not only are they here for your viewing pleasure this weekend, they are all down for this run.
Which is even better. Jane Kay is going to be on her 3rd observe run, I think.
Yep.
Going to be looking to take it all the way out the back door and pull the chutes for the first time ever in a Fuel funny car.
Well, the starter is all connected to Paul Harris's car. He's literally just waiting for the nod, but before we get that, the tractor just needs to finish doing what it's doing out there. But fantastic show today, it really is.
Oh, Paul Harris looking comfy. It's actually Rob Elsom on the squirt bottle at the top here.
Yeah, well, his car's in the lanes as well, but Rob's helping over here as well.
He's gone from having way too much to do to having too much spare time, by the looks of it. I'm only kidding, Rob. I know it's always hard work, no matter what. Now, really weirdly as well, when Paul was getting used to driving this car, handbrake is what they use in these, and they're actually right-handed. And Paul just couldn't coordinate it on the start line because he's left-handed. So they had to switch the brake over to the left-hand side, and now he's perfectly happy and hasn't had any issues since. He's been down in the 6s with his car, not with his body on just yet. This is going to be his first run of the year. I'm sure this is going to be a checkout pass round, maybe even half track. And just one more quick pass with the tractor. So we've got Nostalgia Fuel funny cars. We've also got Pro ET by the looks of it in the lanes as well. And when the Nostalgia funny cars are gone, yeah, we've still got loads more to come. Also, talking to Stu Crane, we've actually got Funny Bike down here too. That was rather interesting. Him standing on the tank at 175 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I didn't know that bit, that he was actually getting ready to jump off. That must be a horrible decision to have to make.
Signal's been given to fire him up. Just going through the process. There we go. As Brian Savage lowers the body of the Monza over the chassis, make sure it's firmly latched. Job done. Well, those of you that follow the story of this car when it first arrived in the UK had a different body on it. This is obviously the Dennis Priddle Tribute Monza body, but the car, when it first came in, had the Dodge Omni body, and it was the Chi-Town Hustler body. Yes, that's the same car underneath, but the Chi-Town body obviously kept at home now. This is the body that Paul is electing to run these days.
So being his first run of the year, I'm sure this will be just a checkout run. Maybe it's half track. We will actually have eliminations tomorrow for Nitro Funny Cars. For both lots of Nitro Funny Cars, actually.
No, they're going to shut it off. They're spotting an issue.
Yeah, there are spots of something underneath the engine. Yeah, what is a small leak on the start line. As soon as you hit the throttle and put everything under pressure, it can go very badly wrong very quickly. So unfortunately, Paul Harris has to be shut down. Up next, we've got Jane Kay, another young lady who's been in funny cars a number of times, but not this one until this weekend. No one's rushing to clear that up. I can only think that's actually fuel that's leaking from Paul Harris's car. He's got another chance to get in a bit later on today. So it's going to be Jane Kay on a solo run, and I think we're going to be seeing Tony Betts with Venom and side by side with the Apache of Tim Garlick.
That is a beautiful looking body on that Monza. It just evokes so many memories of the racing in the 70s and the 80s as such. But it's the 69 Camaro bodied Dirty Deeds funny car. Rob Elsom, the owner, the driver, Jane Kay.
Yeah, Jane put in 2 runs yesterday. First was a really nice launch. Second one was to round about half track, little double step on the start line, but that didn't deter her from completely nailing it just after that. So she's driven funny cars quite a lot. She actually drove funny cars back in Super Pro days, and she won the European finals, I think, didn't she?
Yeah.
Way back when, about 2013, I think that was, something like that.
Also had to go on bikes as well.
She's still going to do that this year, I think.
Is she?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. I think the plan is, if and when time allows, you might even be double entered at some of the events. So this is round 1 for the Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car Championship. I think round 2 is at the end of May, at the main event. Then we've got the Dragstalgia, obviously, which is the big one for all Nostalgia cars at the middle of July, or beginning of July, I think, maybe. And then back again in September. So Rob Elson fires up, supercharged Hemi engine. See what Jane's going to do this time round. I think this could well be a full run if everything goes to plan. A little bit too much throttle stop on the burnout, that's what happened there. Still got the tyres warm though, it shouldn't be a problem. There was a time actually when the occasional top fuel car, I'm thinking of Jim Head, actually used to run without a burnout.
Didn't seem to affect him too much, but...
No, it shouldn't affect anything at all. The car should still be really strong.
Burnout done, pre-run checks completed, now just bringing the car up to the line. Rob Elsom, car owner. That's the final adjustment on the injector. Here we go then, Jane Kay with Dirty Deeds.
Oh, a little bit of a wiggle around half track. I can only presume that was the plan. 8:26, only 117 miles an hour. But everybody looks pretty happy with that.
Yeah, 478, 147 at the 8th, and a 123, 60 foot. Look quite soft to 60.
Yeah, very well. The thing is that you, I'm sure, when it comes to racing, you stand on it, but when you come to licensing and making sure everything works okay, go on then.
Well, another young lady licensing. I mean, that's quite good. I mean, Jane's driven tried to license in a Top Fuel car before, but they couldn't complete the whole thing because of other things within the team. So I think it's really good. You know, she's out there, she's licensing. Another couple of runs should be licensed.
She definitely will be, and it's another Fuel Funny car. Nostalgia Funny car as well this year. It's going to be real good.
It's looking good. I think there's about 6 of them. So, and there's a girl.
They get everywhere, don't they?
They do get.
So, the last ones are going to be a pair. Hopefully, Tim Garlick and Tony Betts. Apache against Venom, which was the match race we had all season long last year, virtually.
Got a great show for us as well, let's not forget that. So Tim Garlick coming round into the Kestrel beer lane as Paul Harris gets towed in front of the grandstands. Chance to have a look at that gorgeous funny car from above. And here comes Venom, Tony Betts.
So Tim Garlick putting the checkout pass, brand new engine in there. Tony Betts, unfortunately, again. The car died after the burnout yesterday. I think it may have done the same thing again.
Nice little touch on the rear wing there for the Apache car, but due to Tony being stranded and not being able to come back, had to shut Apache down. Can't run the car with Tony stuck at the 8th mile on track.
Very quickly, Colin, while we've got a very quiet second, can you just give us the run times of everything else as well up there? For I've got a few people asking me about Live Action Arena and all the other stuff going on as well.
Yeah, sure, okay. Right, so at the moment, we've just sort of finished off this session. The time now, 1:45. We will be having Jets running again. They were scheduled for 2:30, so it could be a little bit delayed, obviously, because we're a little bit behind at the moment. But we do have a session of Fire Force versus Split Second, Comp Eliminator Pro Mod, Top Fuel by Oklahoma Willie and Fire Force between sort of 2:30 and 3:15. Then later on in the afternoon, 4:30 onwards, Fuel Funny Car will be back. The Jets will be back along with Top Fuel Dragster, scheduled for about 5:20. So if you want to see Top Fuel, that's when they are due back on track. We also have Top Fuel Bike. They'll be making more runs as well after Top Fuel Dragster. Live Action Arena. Second show is at 3 o'clock this afternoon. You've got the Trial Bike Arena at 4 o'clock. You've got the Variety Marquee is open now. That will close about 4:30 this afternoon. Later on, obviously, we go possibly into eliminations later on this afternoon into the evening. We didn't finish until about 10 to 9 last night, quite a late finish for us. We just got to see how things go today. But we are aiming hopefully to finish by 7 o'clock tonight, but let's just see how it all pans out. So that's a guide for where we are at the moment. But Live Action Arena, second show today, 3 o'clock this afternoon. Just checking in a bit there, yeah, 1:45. So yeah, you've got about an hour and a quarter before the next Live Action Arena show. Plenty of other track stuff to come at you. We've got loads of qualifying from all of our sportsman classes. But the Jets are scheduled around about 2:30 onwards, and then they will be back out again 4:30 onwards. So plenty to come at you here at the Festival of Power, the 2022 edition. And boy, oh boy, are we glad to be back once again. So Tony's car just been towed off towards the finish line. That'll be taking the first exit, and they'll get that car back to the pits and suss out what actually happened there. Timmy Garlick needs to cool down and refuel, or does he actually? Thanks for that, Oz. That means I've got to go buy some tickets. As soon as you mention the word chocolate, I'm in. Okay, so, well, Apache doesn't need to cool down. They're fired up and ready to go once again. So the body just been lowered and latched. As I say, nice touch on the rear wings of the Apache funny car. You'll see those flags when the car goes through. So Tim Garlick with the Apache. As Darryl was saying to everybody yesterday, this car has been around for a few years now, but it's always been on the same engine. But this season, finally, a new engine has made its way. There's nothing wrong with the old one. It's just done plenty of work. Never really gave him any issues either. But the time was right to change things around a little bit. So Tim Garlick then with the Firebird. Let's see what he's got for us today. Good looking run. It is surely 6:28. 229 miles an hour, goes to the top of the pile of Nostalgia Funny Car. Well done to Tim, and of course the Apache team. 106 to 60 foot, and at the 8th mile, 4.14 at 181 miles an hour.
That looked really strong.
It did.
That's
run on the
supposed
new
to happen.
engine, of course.
Sorry?
Quickest run on the new engine so
exactly.
far.
No, that was probably still turned down by comparison.
Yeah.
Okay, we're on with a little bit more racing action. We've got Funny Bike coming up. Right behind them, by the looks of it, is Comp Bike. And then we're back into all our sportsman class qualifying.
Now it's Funny Bike. News from last night's Funny Bike run. As you know, there's only one of them.
Louis?
He won't be out today, unfortunately. Did a lot of damage.
I thought it looked like it was smoking, but it was hard to see because it was dark.
Yeah, well, it was hard to see. But when they got it back to the pits and started to properly inspect what had happened, yeah, it's a new block. So, yes, lots of bits that weren't where they should be, unfortunately. So, Louis will be out for eliminations, but won't be taking part in qualifying today.
Okay. Apologies again for the delay, folks. We can see the track crew out there. Unfortunately, it looks like we might have a little bit more fluid on the racetrack. Now's a good time. It's a good time as any, I should think. Take a break, grab a cup of coffee, go and check out the vendors. We do have the marquee over behind the main grandstand as well, with all the good stuff going on in there. Like Colin said earlier, we've still got lots more racing to do. Well held, by the way, if it was for that long. We've still got lots more racing to do, and obviously we've got Live Action Arena on again at 3 o'clock. So we hope you enjoyed the show so far. We will be back with you as soon as we possibly can. We're going to hand back to Nitro FM for a little while. Please enjoy the sunshine, look after yourselves, and we won't be long.
Car, or one of the quickest, is a Bugatti Veyron.
Yeah.
That will do 9.2s on the
That's
quarter
pretty
mile.
stout.
So it gives you an indication how quick these are. Bearing in mind that Ash Cooper's gone 9.5 with the Transit.
Has he gone that quick?
Yep.
Holy bleep.
And he's not going to get a time on this one, unfortunately, but...
Streetcars, they are used and abused both on the street and on the racetrack. However, the car in the Kestrel lane is Europe's quickest street-tired car. It's been down into the sixes on numerous occasions, well over 200 miles an hour. What's Andy Bond got for us this morning? Well, it'll be another 200 mile an hour run. Will it be a 6? 7:31 at 207 miles an hour. Just the kind of the odd way the system works, isn't it, really?
So, Elliot and Nick. Side by side, pretty much all the way. 10.53 plays a 10.34. So Nick Hale, free spot, qualified with an 8.25. Al McSweeney with the Evolvolution, the Volvo 162, qualified with a 7.72. This car also carries the front wheels quite well. And bearing in mind they're street cars, they do not have wheelie bars. So yeah, it's all down to drivers on this one to try and keep the front ends down. Both getting loose. So 8.72 for Al Mack. Very, very nice launch indeed for Al. Good looking straight run. Hopefully it's 8.84. It is. Wow, what an improvement. 8.29.
A bit worthwhile, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
So, Super Street Bike. If you didn't see these guys and girls last night, take a deep breath. The quickest Super Street Bike outside. We are back with Funny Bike, excellently quick clear from our excellent track crew. As always, thank you very much indeed. Funny Bike Q4. Had a chat with Stu Crane earlier on. Very interesting to hear about his, what's the word I'm looking for? His experience standing on the tank and the seat of his bike. Not one you want to repeat, as he said. Dave Peters with the Rigaboot Express in the Kestrel Lane, taking on Roger Moore, the Boxer Frogs, otherwise known as the Essex Lawnmower. Once again, you can thank him for that. Just very quickly as well, thank you very much indeed for the messages, Lawrence. Much appreciated. I do apologise. I won't do that again. Dave Peters just shakes his head. Roger Moore on what looks like a nice, decent straight run. 771 at 162. That's much more like it. That takes him up to the number 4 spot. 4. Well done. Much more like it. Well done, Dave. Well done, Lucy. Dave gets pushed back from the start line. Still got another go, or maybe even 2 later on today. Stu Crane, side-by-side warp speed racing machines coming at you next. One of the quickest funny bikes in Europe, that is Stu Crane. From this vantage point, I get an excellent view of the rocker covers on Stu's bike. They're actually see-through. You can see all the oil jiggling around. I don't know if he does that on purpose, just to make sure everything's working all right, especially after what happened before. Against Mark Smith. Mark is number 4 at the... no, beg your pardon. Mark is number 2 at the moment. Mark went 7.24. He's in the Kestrel Lane. The bikes look the same. I'm not sure how identical they are, but Stu Crane's bike, Autoglym side of the racetrack, is one of the quickest funny bikes in Europe, if not the world. He's already been 6:55. He's not going to be trying to go any slower. .104 to 60, 8th mile in 4:16, quarter mile in 6:48, 208 miles an hour for Stu Crane. Problems for Mark Smith. The crew look very, very happy with that one. Back in the 6.4s. One thing that was really interesting to say is that, all being well, that man down there, Dale Licks, will be back for the main event, as will Stu. They'll be running in Top Fuel bike, and they'll be probably giving some of the Top Fuel bikes fits if he runs that quick. That was good.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, just straight as a string, no issues whatsoever. Yeah, 4:16 at 172 to the 8th. Now the thing is the bike that Stu went over to crew on in the US been quicker than that to the 8th, but the big difference is that's a bit misleading. That bike is geared for the 8th mile, and it's all set up to run over the 8th. So yeah, it's quicker to the 8th than that bike, but it didn't need to last that long, if that makes any sense. So Lorcan Parnell with Storm before we get into comp bike. Sounds a little off, actually, to be honest with you, for Lorcan. Still goes 8:32 at 132. They had a bent, I think it was a bent throttle blade or something like that yesterday. They had to work on a fix on. As we get ready for comp bike. Now, comp bike is always interesting. It is, however, extra interesting this weekend, thanks to the man below us in the Autoglym Lane, the number 1 qualifier. Sean Buckguy from Malta. 6.70 he went today. Will we be actually calling it an... So Len Paget and Sean. Sean with an awful lot of wheel spin off the start line. Oh, he's backing out of this one. Lenny's going to take the stripe. 766 improves a little bit.
Next up then, Graham Dance and Leo Lester. Number 2 and number 6 on the qualified order at the moment. So Graham Dance at the moment, 7:54. He is in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Leo Lester, number 6, 8:42. Oh, not so much chance of an improvement here for Graham Dance, but let's see how Leo Lester gets on. Wants to go quicker than 8:42. 8:42 again. It's very consistent, but wanted to go faster. Well, I'm not quite sure what the issue was for Graham Dance, but off the bike, and now just going to push back. Get a bike to the pits. One more qualifier scheduled a bit later on. Mick Wynyard and Chris Neary. Currently number 5. 8.07, and Chris number 4, 786. Front wheel coming out there for Mick, but he's got it under control. Chris Neary's going to get there first with a 783. That's an 812 for Mick Wynyard, so fractional improvement there for Chris, but they stay 4th and 5th. So time just gone past 2 o'clock in the afternoon here. Day 2 of 3 of the actual event. Day 3 of 4 if you're here for the test day as well. Don't forget, Live Action Arena, 3 o'clock this afternoon, their second show. Monster Trucks, Stunt Show, Jet Peugeot. All in the Live Action Arena behind the main grandstand. All right, Jordan Kenway and Aswin Lenoble. So Jordan currently on an 862, Aspen currently on a 979. So 979 is actually the bump spot for comp bike. 9 bikes entered, only 8 will take part in eliminations. Oh, Jordan Kenway improves, gets an 840. Aswin improves as well, goes 953. So Jordan moves up from 7 to 6. Aswin, despite a quicker ET, still stays in the number 8 spot, but just makes life a little bit better. Right, so Dave Thomas is the one on the outside looking in. That's the capabilities to maybe reach top 5, but he's the number 9 man at the moment. And unfortunately, it's going to say they've got one more go. He's actually taken the green. He's got to take it all the way through, I believe. Didn't mean to throw my pen at Darryl then. I just went to give him a thumbs up and the pen flew out of my hand. There we go. Right, we move on to Supercomp. So Be Fast R Supercomp. The the title sponsor, Be Faster. Faster. So good entries in our Super Comp and Super Gas classes here at the Festival of Power this weekend. First up then, it is Paul Hudson with the pension pot. Had a phenomenal run earlier on. Broke out by over half a second. I don't think it was part of the plan, but that's what happened. Steve Trevenous. Steve Hudson in the intravenous tee. He's currently a number 2 qualifier with an 8.93. Paul Hudson looking to get one the right side of the number. Yeah, throttle stops kicked in this time for Paul Hudson. Or maybe has it kicked in a bit too much. Steve Hudson goes 8.86, 10.26 for Paul Hudson. Al Schofield, the Scud Dragster. He's your number 1 qualifier. 8.90 is the class index, and he has gone 8.90 with a 7. Very well judged indeed from Alan and the team. Really immersed himself in the drag racing family now, and a welcome addition to it. I think it's his 3rd year now. .93, 146 miles an hour. The car very well sorted indeed. That run alone would be good enough for number 1 if he hadn't already got an 8.90. Right, Martin Kirbishley with the fixauto.com car all the way from Penzance, and it's great to have Ian Pugh from Fix Auto here this weekend. A very, very good afternoon to you. He is the managing director of the European franchise, so nice to see some high up people in these companies come to visit us here, and Martin is hugely appreciative of the Fix Auto support that he's got. If it wasn't for them, Martin probably wouldn't be here doing his stuff on the quarter mile. Good looking run for Martin. 8.42.
Too good.
Well, I think he was just showing Fix Auto how good that car really is. That was a massive breakout.
Darryl Hales goes up to number 5 though with that run actually of 9.17.
Nice, yeah. So Ian Pugh, hope you're enjoying yourself here today, and from Martin and the team, and obviously from us as well, thanks ever so much indeed with the Fix Auto support, especially the Penzance branch. Of course, that's where they are. This one is anyway. Claire Callett with Dolly Daydream. She's in the number 4 spot with an 8.97. So Leah sharing the car with her brother Joe today, or this weekend even. Massive throttle stop there. She's got 160 mile an hour at the stripe. Yeah, 166, still breaks out for an 8.88. Right, Paul Brown with the 2-seater dragster. Now, we saw Andrew go through earlier. This, I believe, is his partner, Samantha. Andrew already scheduled to be in the passenger seat for the second pass, but treated Samantha to a passenger ride as well, so it's her turn in the back of the car. I suppose that's one way of making sure that everything is quite balanced. If one of you goes for a passenger ride and your partner doesn't, be constantly saying, oh, how good it was, wow, 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 and the other person will get bored. But when both of you go through it, you can share the experience. So Very clever move from Andrew. Very clever indeed. What's he got today? So this is the thrill ride. Looking around the corner to see. Oh, we've got Outlaw Anglia down there. We've got Super Gas, Pro ET. They're all there. So it should be another 7-second pass. 168, 170 mile an hour. No, 171 mile an hour this time round. 789, a super run from the thrill ride. We move on now to Tony Morris Carburettors supported class, which of course is Super Gas. I know Tony is tuned in this afternoon, as it's although it's still morning in Florida, it's not crack of dawn. So Tony, a very, very good afternoon from Santa Pod Raceway, from all your friends in England as well. Dave Gibbons also tuning into the live feed as well. The UK arm of Tony Morris Carburettors through RDR, which is Rough Diamond Racing. For all your carburettor needs, get in touch with Tony and Dave, like a lot of the racers do already. Mark White, Pop Bolton. 987 breakout, a pair. The class index is 990, they both go 987. So Mark stays 4, Bob stays 6. Next up, John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda, going alongside Andy Harrison with the Sierra, champion from last season. Andy currently in the number 3 spot, 990 with a 7, bunching up very tightly at the sharp end of the field. JT on a 10-10, he's currently number 11. Andy Harrison connected to the tree, another 0 light. He goes 995, JT goes 1008, no improvement for either. All right, Simon Fulton with the Roadster. Currently residing in the number 12 spot with a 1250, but new car to him for this season. The transmission had to be swapped out. The one from the Blitzkrieg Falcon has made its way into this car now. Still having issues there, Simon, but he'll get that sussed out. Goes 14.57 at just 47 miles an hour at the stripe, but it's all a learning process and getting everything to work correctly. And Simon, once he's got it licked, will be running the numbers no problem at all. John Morton up next. Another one of these guys that have run bang on the number, 9.90. His is with a 4. He's in the number 2 spot at the moment. Massive throttle stop once again. Goes 985, bit of a breakout this time. Right, next up then, John Giles with Tactic, another one of the Roadsters, going alongside Tim Moore with Tim's Toy, the 55 Chevy. And I mentioned the class sponsors already, but also got to say a thank you as well. Tony Morris Carburettors have put an extra 50 quid in the pot this weekend as part of the contingency sponsorship for the class, for the class winner this weekend. So thanks to Tony and to Dave and everybody at Tony Morris Carburettors. 994, 995. Tim stays 8. John Giles stays 9. Right, the current number 1 qualifier, Andy Dibley. And it'd be no surprise to hear that Andy Dibley has got a Tony Morris carburettor on this car. Just checking the notes that I've got here. Thanks ever so much indeed, Dave, for all the information that you've given us. Also, number 1 in Super Comp. Alan Schofield's got a Tony Morris carburettor on as well. Perhaps it's their speed secret. Well, it's not a secret, I've just told everybody. So the two 69 Camaros fighting this one out. Both with 0 reaction times. Andy's got that number 1. Colin goes 996. Andy Dibley breaks out big time there, 979. All right, Dave Fulton currently number 7 with a 993. Double class in this car, and also running in Pro ET. What a great weekend is Dave. Just don't ask him if it's for sale. Lovely launch, beautifully controlled. Cherry on the tree, that doesn't matter in qualifying. Don't want to do that in racing though. Heads towards the stride with a 990 with a 4, goes up to number 3. Oh, it's tight at the top. The top 4 cars are all on 9.90. Tough crowd. Top 8, well, the 8th car is on a 993. 13 cars have put qualifying runs in. All right, Jasmine with Ted's Toy, the Roadster. Nice to see an influx of these Roadsters once again. This one UK built. So 10.70, 94 mile an hour for Jazz, well done. And the final mention to Tony Morris carburettors and Dave Gibbons. Thanks ever so much indeed for the support for Supergas for this year. Well, it's not the only class they're involved with. They're a contingency sponsor with Outlaw Anglia, contingency sponsor with Pro ET. So yeah, really stepping up. Well done. Right, 850 bike. Boy, oh boy, what a class this has been this weekend. Number 1 qualifier, Craig Wright, 8.50 with a 7, going alongside Keith Wright. No relation. Oh, Craig, look at that, a 0.4 light. What's the number this time? 8.59. He's going to be tough to beat this weekend. 8.82 there for Keith. He stays 10. Craig obviously holding on to that number 1 spot for the time being. Johnny Hines and Joe Elliott, your next pair. The Hayabusa taking on the BMW. On number 5 at the moment, 8.58. Joe, number 9, 8.69. Good looking matchup actually. 8.68 for Joe, no improvement. 8.94 for Jonathan, no improvement for him. They stay put. Jonathan 5, Joe 9. Ian Critchlow, currently number 8 qualifier on an 8.60. J Rowe, number 2 on an 8.54, looking to get 8.50. We're talking a 1/10 of a second and 400ths of a second. And these are the margins these guys and girls work to. Well, J Rowe disappearing into the difference, but different performance parameters on the bikes. What's Jay got for us? 8.35, way too quick. And Critch backing off the throttle a long way before the 8th, let alone the quarter. Goes through with an 11.22 at 78 miles an hour. All right, Dan and Gary. Dan currently number 12 on an 8.86. Gary Malone on the Time Chasers Booster, currently number 14 on an 8.88. 14 bikes qualified, and all of them between 8.5 and 8.88 seconds. Got his nose in front, 8.64. He moves up from 14 to 9. Dan 8.90, so it's dropped from 12 to 13. All right, Josh Stubbins and Alan Morrison. Josh, currently number 3, 8.55. Alan Morrison, number 7, 8.59. Whoever wins 850 bike has well and truly earned it this weekend. So just waiting for Al to go into stage. Just building up the boost. Here we go. 8.76 plays 8.51 from Alan Morrison. Alan Morrison goes up to number 2 with that one. Very nice indeed. Big shout out actually whilst we're here. John Plumridge, 60 today. Congratulations and happy birthday.
What a place to spend it.
Yeah, Anna Von, Love, Bright and Cole. This is here, 40 odd years rock music. I don't quite know what that means, but there we go. But the birthday message is there. John Plumridge, 60 today. Congratulations. Andy Haley goes 8.42. That's a tad too quick.
Stacey Reid. I think we'll... No, still a few more. Ah, there. 950 bike. So, Stace. From sunny Southend. I think everywhere's sunny today, to be honest with you. Already number 5 qualifier with an 8.58. 8.65. Not quite as quick, but a decent backup run nonetheless. So 950 bike, Dion Hartley and Carl Thomas. Dion Kestrel side the racetrack. Carl in the Autoclim lane. Moving 950 goes 949 with an 8. That's as agonisingly as close as you can get. If he'd have sat up a millisecond earlier, he probably would have slowed down enough to get it done. Rick Swatsky and Brett Cordell. Brett had an upward moment earlier in qualifying. He's number 3 at the moment with a 960. 952, Rick Sawatsky's best so far. Well, Brett with lots of noise and not a lot of forward. Rick trickles through with a 972. That won't be a 950 for Brett. Hopefully he can still make the first turn off. We've got Outlaw Anglia coming your way shortly. VW Pro. And lots more good stuff too. Oh, I think as Colin said, just to let everybody out there know, I think the next scheduled Live Action Arena. Let's have a quick look. So the stunt bikes are at 1 o'clock. We've got jet cars and everything due at 2:30. I think that may be slightly later, but probably not far off. Live Action Arena shows at 3 o'clock. It's all going on, and on the racetrack too. So, Andy Head and Phil Harrison, all but one of our bikes in 950 Biker in the 9s so far. Both of these are well in the 9s. Phil Harrison in the Kestrel Lane is the closest at the moment with the 962. .952 with a 7. A huge improvement, only moves up one spot. However, Phil Harrison goes up to number 2. Yeah, with a 952. Other side of the racetrack, 958. Up to number 4. Steve Jackson and Dave Hall going to be last pair of bikes before we get into Outlaw Anglia. Or Outlaw Angria, as it should be called. That noise you hear is John Webster with Blown Small Block Pop. So these two are number 7 and 8 at the moment. What can they do to improve that? A couple of 9-second runs would help. And we get a 941 and a 943. Way too quick, unfortunately. No improvement, but they're still in the show. So, Outlaw Anglia up next. Wayne Power taking on John Webster. Sure what the crew are picking up off the racetrack. Certainly not passes for once. So John Webster so far has been 7.06, his quickest run ever in Fast Company 2. Supercharged small block on board, the car he built, taking on Wayne Powell. Wayne has been 10.54. Oh my good, 108 to 60 foot. Slightly down on what he did yesterday. Slightly down on all counts what he did yesterday. 7.67 at 171. Still a pretty good run, but it just wasn't as vicious as it normally was. 11.97 for Wayne. So Ben Kennedy and Barry Woodford are your next pair. Ben Kennedy so far is number 5 with a 10.39 and a 10.25 in Barry Woodford's best effort. Basically with Outlaw Anglia, it's provided you meet the body rules, you can run what you like, i.e. I'm not sure we've had a jet engined. I don't want to give anyone any ideas. John Tebenham is long favoured trying to sell his Pro Mod so he can build a Pro Mod Ford Pop. That man needs help. Barry Woodford just having the window net reattached. Ben Kennedy also with a set of wheelie bars on there this year. Barry Woodford didn't even take the green after all that. Ben Kennedy does. Nice looking launch, pretty good looking run. 10.21 at 132, his best of the weekend so far, moves up to the number 4 spot. Rob Stone, hopefully going to get a run in. We've already done that. You already did that, didn't you? You did. Yeah. All right. Rob Stone hasn't made it. So this will be the 8th card to put in a run in Outlaw Anglia. Dougie McClure from Wisbeach in the other lane. Trying to make Pops do unnatural things means they do unnatural things. Good looking run for Rob Stone though, 8.43 at 1:55. Finally, after a weekend's worth of effort, we're in the number 4 spot. 10.83 though at 1:20 for Dougie. Just checking out in the Kestrel Lane just to make sure there's no stuff on the racetrack. We've got one more pair to go. Mick Taylor with the panel van and your number 1 qualifier. And possibly still will be at the end of this as well. Are you sure you want to do that while we're sat up here? Oh, is that the twin? Oh, sorry. Colin's back to his... I'm not allowed to say anything. Really? Oh, okay. I can only guess it's an expensive one then. Yeah, just checking out the Kestrel Lane. Making sure there's no fluid down. What time are we? Around about 25 to 3. Next live action arena show is in 25 minutes. I can see now why Colin collects models, to be honest. That's pretty exceptional. So the smallest bit of cleanup. Anyway, like I said, live action new around about 3 o'clock. We've still got loads more jets. We've got fuel cars coming out again a little bit later on. So lots and lots for you to see on this Easter Saturday. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. We certainly booked the weather. We booked the race cars. And so far, it's going well. Track crew sprinting back towards the start line hopefully means we're about ready to go. Those guys and girls work long and hard. They're here early in the morning, start at 7. And even after the last car or bike's gone down the racetrack, more often than not, there's a very good chance as well they will be scraping the start line as well. There's such a thing as too much rubber, would you believe? So they have to keep it to the right amount. Here we go then. Colin Miller. Taylor. The Banshee taking on the Flying Fifer. Both these two cars in the 7s. One of them is oh so close to the 6s. I still think Colin's best is a 704, and that's when the cam broke, wasn't it? However, lots of winter upgrades. New axle, new 4-link, bigger wheelie bars, different parachute mountings, all sorts of stuff. So if Colin gets off the start line with no tyre shake, he may well get that magic number. There's only one car in Europe that's run a 6, and that's Jed Guy, who's down there on the start line helping Colin. Just to show you how close and friendly they are as a bunch.
Well, Jed's been responsible for a lot of the falling setup and all the upgrades that have gone through on that car.
And it's Jed actually taking the tyre temperature before he goes into stage 2. So Mick Taylor has been 7.95. Colin Miller has been 7.05. That's a lot of tyre shake. He's getting quite expert at pedalling though, Colin, this time round, isn't he? 7.15 at 191. Still a lovely, strong run. He's got a good race car, but still the launch. 7.79 for Mick Taylor at 172. That's one of his best runs ever. We're on with VW Pro.
Good news that, I read out earlier on, and I should have mentioned the name. I can now. Steph Bateman. They found the keys. So good news for that one. So well done, Steph, and the rest of the gang.
Long story. Well, I'll give you a very, very quick story. Mantorp Park, Sweden, 16 years ago, something like that. A good friend of ours drove all the way from northern Italy with his brand new BMW, parked in the car park, and his daughter locked the keys in the car.
Oh.
Right. No spare. No way of getting a spare. I'll let these two run first. Phil Blogg and Carl Goldsmith. First pair of VWs looking to run 12.55 and 10.50. Yeah, anyway. It's much better run for Carl that time. 10.76, 1.38. That's going to help. He was number 10. He's now number 4. Well done, Carl. Yeah. Anyway, locked in the car, and we had every Pro Stock crew over, and crews from the pits trying to help get in his car. And it was a good friend of ours, Jim, who was there with us. And he sat there and he figured it out. He figured out how the mechanism worked, took the number plate off, drilled a little hole, and worked out how to open it. And hey presto, he did it.
Brilliant.
Top bloke, Jim. Oily Jim, as he's known. Graham Fairhead, Jacob Bailey. But yeah, believe that, driving all the way from Italy and locking your keys in the car. Italy to Mantorp is a long way. Jacob goes 10.14 at 1.47. 11.44 for Graham Fairhead. Nice run.
Right, last run we saw Paul Jackson perform. It was nowhere near his dial-in of 9.9. Had issues on the run. Dave Crowhurst had quite a decent weekend, to be fair. Currently resides in the number 8 spot with a 10.44. Paul Jackson waiting patiently in stage. Dave's going to get there first. 9.63. That's a massive breakout. You won't mind that. 13.02 at 78. Dave Crowhurst with the Wanger. 9.63. Good effort indeed. Noel Sosso with the Revolt Golf, and it's Paul Walklate with the Caddy. Not quite sure what the issue was with Paul earlier on. He did the launch and basically went about 3 foot forward, and that was the end of the forward motion for the run. And it's done exactly the same thing this time as well. Literally about the same distance covered. Noel moving up towards the stripe. Goes 14.91 at 93 miles an hour, but almost a carbon copy of the previous run there for Paul. Just been pushed back, but new package for him this weekend. Van looks absolutely fantastic, and dialing in 12 flat, but been built to go quicker than that, that's for sure.
Goes to prove you can make a race car out of anything. And on that subject, who's next?
You can shows you can squeeze a driver into anything if you try hard enough. Luke Stevenson.
Right, fingers crossed all goes well for Luke this time round.
I like the new sponsor on the side there, Hoot Recruit.
That does look like a squeeze. But he's in, most important thing.
Can't get him out.
No.
We got him in.
So the dragster, Luke Stevenson, our good buddy who comes up here in the tower and talks as much as we do normally.
The chair of the VWDRC. Got the new magazine up here this weekend. If you haven't got a copy yet, get into the pits. Find the VWDRC. There's not only the new magazine, but you've got hats, t-shirts, mugs, stickers, all sorts of things. So pop round and see the VWDRC. One of the longest running clubs in drag racing. Good looking run for Luke.
Nice launch as well, 126 to 60 foot.
968, 129, he'll take that.
With the shootout as well. Nicely done. Yeah, the crew take the rest of the weekend off. Let him do the rest of it.
Done well, lads. Well done.
James Hodson up next.
He's your number 4 man on a 1065.
Look at that tyre shake. You see that going past 60 foot though.
10.57 on a 48.
That's good.
James moves from 4 to 2.
I think that's it. VW Pro. I think we've got Sportsman up next.
Yep.
Have a quick look at the run order, Colin, as well. Well done to Luke's team. Congratulations. Take the rest of the weekend off. Let him do all of it from now on, except driving. Where are we up to? Serious. Thank you. So just let everybody know. We're on to VW Sportsman. We've done 850 and 950 bike, haven't we? Sportsman ET, ET drag bike, and Junior drag bike. And we're on to Q5 for Pro ET, actually.
The last lot, yeah.
Yeah.
So we crossed the ones we've run, haven't we? Yeah. Don't forget, we still got in effect 2 show sessions, I think I'm going to call it. The pro session, show session. Oh, I say that. Yeah. It's a bit of a tongue twister. Sorry about that.
Yeah, coming up, we were due jet cars for 2:30. I'm just going to go and check in with race director to see how we're running things.
That's the timing system reboot. If you wondered why they're just on pause at the moment, as soon as you see the light appear on top of the tree, that means we're good to go. Thumbs up given. Let's bring them forward. Jake Fronda with the Golf. He's in the number 17 spot with an 18.45. Ian Dance with the Boogie Bug. He wants 14.99. It's not a Beetle, it's an Audi TT. Well, Ian Dart's going to get there first, but how close to 14.99 is he going to get? He went 15.08 previously. On 15.29, gone the wrong way. But good move for Jake Fronda though, 18.56 on that 45. Nice move up.
Just to let everybody out there know, we were due Fire Force versus Split Second at 2:30. That will be at 3 o'clock, so not long, only about 15 minutes. And then everything after that was supposed to come after that will do. So Comp Eliminator, Pro Modified, Top Fuel Bike, Opel will be, and Fire Force 3. And then we'll be back into Sportsman qualifying once again. So 3 o'clock, your next dose of jet cars.
Right, Hazel Carter and Darren Walsh going up the quarter mile at the moment, the Passat and the Golf. 15.60 and 16.64 the chosen numbers. 15.68 for Hazel Carter. Moves up from 20 to number 9. No improvement there for Darren Walsh with his 16.61. Right, your number 1 qualifier, Paul Robinson with the Audi TT. 14.65 the number he's aiming for this time. And as we affectionately call him, Dan Brioche, looking for a 12.93 with the Loco Polo.
Why'd you call him that?
Because he said I couldn't pronounce his surname, so I just called him Brioche. And the name
Brioche is a lot easier to pronounce,
and the
isn't it?
name stuck. He actually liked it, so yeah, it's stuck. It's stuck now.
Very, very quick, that little Polo.
It is, yeah. Well, that's courtesy of him and his brother down at the car kitchen in Surrey. He's got here 13.24. Stays at number 4. Paul Robinson, no improvement. Him 14.69. Only 400ths off, but he's already a number 1 qualifier. All right, Phil Jones with the A3, the Dragon Wagon. 14.85 is what he wants. And John Gallant, 18.4 with the Sirocco. He's currently in the number 20 spot. If he can get close, if he can get 18, a mid 18 or something like that, he's going to move up. Nice light there for Phil, 0.7. I don't think John Sirocco is actually doing what it wants to do at the moment, or what he wants it to do, I should say.
Probably doing what it wants to do.
Yeah. 15.07 on a 14.85. Phil Jones was 18. He's definitely going to move up with that one. Only 0.2 off. Yeah, 18 to 13. No improvement for John. Nigel Gregson with the Octavia. 16.1. The Darling. He's number 2 qualifier at the moment. And Emma Sadler with the Caddy Queen. The Beetle. Darling in 16.3. Oh, Nigel bogged off the line very slightly there. $16.25, $16.34. Emma moves up from 18 to 8. Nice move. Nigel stays number 2. He was already better than his 16.25 on a 16.10 Darling. Son of Homer's Revenge. That's Martin Ayton with the Polo. 15.76 is what he wants. He's in the number 18. Everybody seems to be in the number 18 spot and then finds a way out of it. Justin, that's right. Justin Foley, 14.95 his number. He's currently number 6. So let's see where Martin moves to, because everybody seems to be 18th and moves somewhere. He'll probably stay put. Just throw my reckoning completely out the window. He does. 16.20. No improvement. So Martin holds on to that 18 spot. Tried to give it away, but couldn't do it. No movement on the other side. So they stay put. Morgan Wilson with the Misdemeanor Havoc Beetle alongside the Crawdog. That is John Crawford. The Darlings, Morgan, 17.65. John Crawford, 15.49. Wide awake club is John Crawford. Oh, no, Emmy's off and going.
I bumped into Rachel earlier and she said they're having all kinds of problems with the Havoc Beetle. Maybe they should call it Running Well instead of Havoc.
Well, running too well was John Crawford. 3/10 breakout there. 15.19. That's big.
Yeah, 22.50 at 72.
Curses.
So, Jerry Sadler and Polly Judge. Polly number 7 at the moment in the Auto Glim Lane. It's not a proper race weekend unless we've been told off by Polly at least 25 times. Slacking so far. Jerry Sadler, number 19 at the moment. He's in the Kestrel Lane, looking for 16.90. Polly just over a second quicker. Polly was winner of this event, wasn't she, back in 2018?
Really? Wow.
That was the time when the track was resurfaced. The weather was horrendous. Do you remember?
Yes.
Yeah, it was horrible. But Polly won. Sorry, Polly won. Holly. There you go. 16 flat. Not bad. Jerry breaks out with a 16.88. Steve Metcalf and Larry Ainslow with the spare car.
I was going to see Steve Metcalf this morning, and Sometimes it's difficult to pick people out, but it's easier to spot the cars.
Of course.
So there's a whole bunch of guys standing around, and I drove straight past and realised that the car that I was looking for was stuck in behind them. I totally missed it. I got it on the second lap.
Well done.
So Laurie Anslow swapped to the Skoda now. Stays at 13. 1581. Right, next up, Reece Finney with the Lupo. Number 17, Bruce Harvey with his Daily. Looking for 18.10. Now, Bruce finds a little bit of an improvement. He could take the number 18 spot.
Which is a springboard to better things,
Yeah.
as you've worked out. So the Lupo will get there first.
Yeah, the Lupo does, and it's 1693. Or 1690. And 1849 at 73 miles an hour. For Bruce. Right, Lawrence Clark, he's currently number 3 qualifier. He wants a 1360 to appear on the scoreboards. The top to match the ones on the bottom, that's his dialing. Connor Jones with the White Pearl 69 Beetle. First time we've seen that car on track this weekend. So Lawrence definitely going to get there first. 1363, good shout. I think he's going to stay in the number 3 spot. Indeed he does. Connor Jones goes in at number 22. Goes 2003 on that 18 dial. Right, we move on to Sportsman ET. Kirsty Tram and Holly Walters. Sportsman ET sponsored by Hutchinson and Dibley, little engineering firm. Holly Walters has this habit of breaking out on every single run so far. She's in the number 21 spot. Kirsty Tram wants a 1412. She's currently number 13.
Just a reminder, folks, we're not far away from Jet Cars and Comp Eliminator Pro Mod and Top Fuel Bike once again.
019 light for Holly, but as long as she doesn't break out, which she has a habit of doing this weekend, 1553 is the target. Kirsty's going to get there first with a 1413 and moves up to number 3. And guess what?
Holly
broke out again. A tenth or more too quick.
At least she's consistent.
Well, yeah. Every run
Consistently
the same.
too quick, but
Yeah.
consistent.
Got one more go.
So, Clive Dandridge with the Nostalgia Superstock pickup truck. I'll get it right way around eventually. And Gary Lake with the Arabian Night. This is entry-level drag racing at its best. I can see Steph down there in the car with the engine running. So, yeah, spot on. Something about BMWs and losing keys, I think it is.
So let's have a look. Gary Lake, number 5, Darryl. He's doing all right this weekend. Looks, well, he's already run a 1410, and that's his target this time as well. Clive Dandridge with the truck 1325. He has so far run a 1352. Well, that's the closest to his dial-in at that time. 12.76 for Clive. Breaks out by half a
I was going
second.
to say, is that a half a second breakout? I think it is. All you folks out there as well want to go watch some monster trucks and other stuff?
Right, 14.10 with a 9. Gary Lake moves up to number 2. Good shot, sir.
So, Steve Mellors goes way too... That's a half a second too quick again. Chris Rudgell stays put, 15.57, runs a 15.73. Yeah,
So-
Steve Mellors breaks up by half a second.
Yeah, he'll take that, 15.61. I'm going to congratulate him for that. Well done. Consider he drives the car all the way here with his tent and all his belongings in the car. The car lives outside.
All his worldly goods.
Yeah. Well done, Steve. Talking to Steve's another one, Stephen West with the Nissan Leaf, dialing a 17.42. Here's your number 1 qualifier, and Steph Pateman. 13.92. That's where she wants to be. Well, Steph out in front. Definitely going to get to the top end first, but how close to 13.92 is she judged this one? 13.88, a little bit too quick. 17.45 on a 42. Stephen West, only 300ths off. Already a number 1 qualifier. Just making himself known that he's going to be one to watch this weekend. Right, Georgina Smith with the Toyota. Broke out big time last time out. She dialed in the 16.0s. I thought we'd go 15.9 and it went 15.89. Going alongside Debbie Taylor. Wants a 14.80. Not quite as good as it was earlier on this morning, so the times will slow down just a little bit. The reason I'm saying the air not as good, race engines need oxygen, and when the air is good, it gives them more power. So Debbie goes 14.92 and a 15.90 on an 85. Georgina moves up from 13 to 9. Nicely done. Debbie Taylor goes 14.92 on a 14.80. No movement for her. Just wait for the car to come forward. There it is. Jane McCready with Ben's van. The Darlin, 15.71. She's currently in the number 15 spot. 1 place behind in the 16th spot. Dominic Hensham. He wants 15.90. Still quite a few Sportsman ETs to come around the corner. Also got ET bike down there. And the junior bikes, but also the Jets are starting to gather. $15.79 on a 71, 15 up to a number 11. Dominic also improves, gets a 16.04. On that 15.9, goes up from 16 to 15. Well, these two line up together once again. Ash with the Skyline, Chris with the Falcon. So the Dream Wrecker Skyline looking for a 13.40. And the Ford Falcon looking for a 12.65. So Chris will get there first. Good looking run for Ash though. 12.66 on a 65. Ash also proves as well. He goes 13.75 on a 13.4. Ash moves up from 19 to 17, but Chris 14 up to number 4. Good move for Chris Layram there. Well done. Felicity Gibbs, she's currently number 3. 17.13 the target number. She's already run one of them. See if she can do it again. Troy Attree with the Camaro. 12 flat his dialing.
Sorry.
17.06, that's a breakout there for Felicity. Goes a little bit too quick there. Not sure what happened to Troy there at all. It looks like it was trying to move, but to no avail, and now the car being pushed back. Very unusual to see in Sportsman ET. All right, 2 of the quicker cars in the class about to come round the corner. So next pair then, Brian Huxley and Chris Cresswell. 18.9 the target number for Brian. Chris looking for a 15.35. So Chris is the one who's going to get there first, see if he can improve on the number 7 spot. Goes 15.50. Brian 18.93 and 18.90. Well, yeah, Brian moves from 18 to 8. Chris stays number 7. Well, when I said 2 of the quicker cars in the class, here they are. And, well, one's a 4x4, one's an estate car. But that is a rather loose description of 2 cars that are capable of running in the 12s. And actually, one of them dipped into the 11s, but got to stay north of 12 flat. Ashley Clark and Jill Medley. The ladies fighting this one out. Jill number 9, Ashley number 12. There we go. In the beams now.
It's all right, no, it's very desperate.
12.54 and whoa, 11.83. Way too quick there for the Audi. Ashley Clark. Oh dear, too quick. Okay, we move on to ET Bike. Carl Hester. He's dialed in 10.90. Not quite sure he's in the other lane. We have a race number, but I don't have a name.
I think that's Anna Sasiak's crew down there. It could well be Anna. 9.72 the 0. Gets a thumbs up.
Well, that'll do.
11.73 Mr. Hester.
Peter Harrison, Gary Hester, your next pair. Peter Harrison currently number 11. Now he dials a 10.78 for this one. Gary Hester, 8.78. Taking the long way round. Goes 8.81, only 300s off. But Peter Harrison goes to number 1. 10.78 with a 2 on a 10.78 dial. Well done, Peter. Excellent run.
Up next, Will Pickering, Alan Davis. The only remaining Davis running at the moment.
Yeah, well, young Guru will be back out tomorrow, that's for sure. Live Action Arena, their second show today, just starting up. See that plume of smoke appear from over there. So Live Action Arena behind the main spectator banking. Second show now running. This is Will Pickering and, say, Alan Davis. Alan goes 12.06.
That'll help. Oh, he stays 8.
Stays 8, wow. Will goes 15.10 and stays 11.
Tough crowd. So the Colliers, well, 3/4 of the Collier family. Hi to Sharon if you're watching in, Sharon. We've got Jerry, Scott, and Sky's joining them down there on the start line. For Scott's next qualifying run, looking for 9.65 this time in the Kestrel Lane, taking on Paul Adams. He's number 6 at the moment. Do you know, that's about the 3rd time Scott's red lit by 00, that is. Very close indeed. 9.66 for Scott Collier, goes to number 2. Well done, fellas. Excellent stuff. 9.05 for Paul Adams on a 9.02. Scott's he's number 2 qualifier. Fantastic stuff.
Right, Jake Bowden with a Rock Bottom Racing Suzuki. He's currently number 6. Well, he wasn't when he came into the session, but he's slipped back down there now. Blade King, number 16. On 13 flat dial. Let's see what we can do this time. Blade gets a good one in there, 13.03 on a 13 flat. He's only 300s off, goes to number 6. 12.60, drops back a space.
So Matt Jones in the Kestrel Lane, 9.45. Taking on Phil Pratt, who is number 3 on the qualified list, number 1 from last year, won the championship again. Deadly consistent is Phil. Two different stances look incredibly different up there, don't they? 9.07 for Phil, 9.27, way too quick for Matt.
Yeah, so they stay 17 and 3.
It's very funny to see two different styles. Phil going through nice and tucked in and streamlined, Matt with his arms hanging out everywhere, sitting right up in the breeze. Jack Hartley and Dave Grundy up next. Jack, Kestrel Lane, Dave in the Auto Glim Lane. We've got jet cars, we have Comp Eliminator as well, down the back.
So Jack going to get there first. 10.22, can he do it? 10.29. Moves up from 13 to 10. Dave Grundy.
10.60. Stayed number 11 that time, mate.
Well, this is Robbie Dobby on the Super Penguin.
10.05 is Robbie's chosen number.
.69 or 10.05 stays number 12.
So Michael Gooding on his own. Last bike before we move into junior drag bike. Then I think we have jet cars coming your way. 9 flat for Michael Gooding goes 9.26. No help, stays 14. On to junior drag bike, just a couple of about 3 pairs of junior drag bikes, and then I think we have jet cars again.
Yeah. So once these junior bikes have been through, everybody will have had 4 qualifiers. We go into the last qualifying cycle. This is where we set the fields. And a couple of classes this, we find out who will not be in eliminations. A few of the classes do have bunt spots in 32 car fields.
Oh, glorious day. Like you said, Guy, it was supposed to be a bit cloudier today at some points, wasn't it?
Hasn't happened
Hasn't happened at all. Quick tree reset, that's what we're waiting for. Or timing system reset, I should say, not tree reset. Hence you see all the squiggly numbers up on the board. No one has run 443 miles an hour in the Kestrel Lane.
Well, not yet, anyway.
Ever, I don't think. It could be an impossibility unless you get a plane to fly underneath it. There we go. All the numbers coming back. Tapping the dials, which is what they're about to do.
Okay, system reset. Let's bring the riders forward. Maggie Talbot and Anoukul Bergering. Meg wants 840. Anoukul wants 1385.
Yeah, they actually they don't qualify on reaction time, unlike Junior Dragster. They do actually run on dyno. Anouk left before the tree was activated. Won't get any laps time. Meg will. And goes 8.68. One good thing about 8 mile racing, you can check out your elapsed time when you go through the finish line.
Maggie Smallman and Casey Holgate. Casey is your number 1 qualifier. That was an 8.40 this time round. She's already got 8.37. Maggie, number 4. Target for her, 14.20. Has run 14.48.
Good run going for Casey. Too good, in fact. 80 miles an hour as well. Look at that, 8.33. 14.20 is what Maggie's looking for. Goes 14.43. Stays number 4. Okay, last pair of bikes, and we've got Jet Dragsters coming round behind the tower. Julie Webb, Martin Hill. So, Lyra Humber and Holly King. Lara dies 15.65. Long gone already is Holly. 2, 11.48 and a 46. She was number 3 qualifier. She's now number 1. Well done, Holly King.
Excellent job.
Yeah, Lyra went 15.30. Breakout, just that little bit too quick. So, side-by-side Jet Dragsters. Once again, if you're not in a viewing area, now's a good time. Unfortunately, everybody up in VIP knows what's going to happen now. It's never as much fun once they've had a bit of a, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Forewarning, if you like.
A taste.
Yeah, we just got to tell the story quickly again of Martin Hill. He's very, very well travelled, is Martin. He's down here in the Autoglym Lane. He's actually been to various parts of the world with his jet car before. He's been to Iceland. and I don't mean doing a display in your local shopping centre. I mean the place. They do have a drag strip in Iceland, or on Iceland, I should say. He's been over there. He also went to a circuit racing track in Norway to do some displays as well. Most recently, though, there was an auto show at Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. I think it was a couple of months ago, wasn't it? Something like that. Yeah, it was before the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix anyway. But yeah, he went over there as part of the motor show that they had in Riyadh. And if proof positive, bear in mind, Saudi Arabia is, well, famous for being part of the Arabian Desert. Proof you ever need that if you have a drought, have a drag race, because you will end the drought instantly as soon as you try and put a drag race on. First show Martin did, absolutely tanked it down in the desert. But he was very well received. Where else has he been with? I'm just trying. I know actually he's been. There's an event called the Bexhill 100 in my hometown of Bexhill. He's been down there. I do remember interviewing him once, years and years and years ago, and he did one show at the Reeperbahn in Berlin, and I think that set the record for the amount of fire engines that turned up at about 14. Well, the trouble is that if people obviously people at the show know what's happening, people close by, living in houses and things, don't. So all they can see is like fire and smoke shooting in the air and loads of noise, and they think, oh goodness me. So, sparks up underneath us. Fire Force 5. I think the quickest jet car in Europe, almost definitely. Is that about right? I think he is.
Oh yeah, 5-1.
I think 5 O's.
Is it 5
Yeah,
O's
it's
now?
very. He's been over 300 miles an hour.
Yeah.
They do have speed limits, believe it or not, on jets. This time they're racing over 1,000 foot, I think. Is that right?
Yep. Obviously 5-1 is for the quarter, but 3,000 foot.
I need to find out the company as well that install those shutter doors in front of the old barn, because whoever it is, best recommendation is 2 jets nailing full afterburner at them, and they stand up. They don't get caved in, although they do sometimes, don't they?
Well, the people by the gate there, look.
You're going to be smelling like diesel fitters very shortly. It's always a fun bit. If you look at the trader area, right, just watch everyone in the trader area as well, because nobody jumped. I'm impressed. There for the showman, Martin Hill.
The size of the flames. Split second.
Yeah, they're immense. Do you know what I wish we for just once, we had a Perspex floor.
Yeah.
Right, because I would be standing on a sheet of flame about now.
So as they wind the jets up to that little bit more, the afterburner pops the bangs, get a little bit louder. Well, I'm lying a lot louder.
Whole shot for Julian, that was short-lived. Martin way off into the distance. Look at that. Had the shootout before 1,000 foot. Still goes 4.72 at 222. Good try for Julian. 5.75 at 2.11, but he was toast as soon as he got left on by Martin. You know, I just said about watching watching people in VIP and stuff like that. One of the really, really funny experiences from my worldly travels drag racing, Mantorp Park in Sweden. The pits are right next to the start line, literally right next to them. Right, so you've got 2 fuel cars to your left, and to your right, you've got loads of people that can't see what's going on. So they don't know they're just about to leave the start line. So one of the funnier things ever is to actually look at the crowd, and when they hit the throttle, everybody jumps about a mile in the air because nobody's expecting it at all because they can't see it.
Give the crews a cheer as they go and collect them from the top end.
I'm sure you all have been. Yeah. So, quick sweep by the tractor. We're on with Comp Eliminator qualifying session number 5, actually, I think. We've got Pro Mod right behind them. And lots of other good stuff coming your way too. So thank you very much indeed for bearing with us today. Also, I failed to mention so far as well, hi to Jenny and Matt and everybody up there in Yorkshire listening in today and watching in the sunshine in the back garden. That can't be a bad way to do it, can it? Well, one way could be better, being here. But yeah. Hi folks, hope you're having a great time. We've got more coming your way shortly. Quickly back to Nitro FM while the tractor does its thing, and as soon as we hear engines, we'll be back right with you.
The one my heart has gone to mean I want to wait. Eco top. Eco tick. Eco top. Eco tick. Eco top. Eco tick. Oh, Tico, Tico, Town. This Tico, Tico, he's a cuckoo in my car.
So here we go once again. It is Comp Eliminator. Massive thanks indeed to Trackworks for being the class sponsor, but also the contingency sponsors as well. We've mentioned it a few times. Winners Brothers Speed Shop, Engine Data Analysis, BSI Transport and Pro Race Engineering for the additional funds going into the class. First up, Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster, the Mark 1 Escort. Index for him 7.80. Alex Lysarak with the Second Coming single cab. Index for him 9.50. Now Alex so far has been 9.51. Kev has been 9.54, but Kev's only had one pass so far. A bit of a concern for Alex. His glasses. Oh, that was different. Well, I think Kev may have a problem down there. So, going to be a solo for Alex. Cheeky little wheelie. Good looking run. 9.09. Take that to the bank, guys. Moves up from 5 to 4, knocking on the door of an 8-second pass. 152 miles an hour at the stripe. Absolutely outstanding run. Parachute out, the truck slowing down nicely in the shutdown area. Going to be taking the left turn. There it goes round the corner. But my goodness me, 9.09, 152.
He was happy when he went in the 10s. He's now nearly in the 8s.
He's nearly in the 8s.
That
what
is
a run.
Pretty outstanding. I mean, it's always nice when the plane comes together, but my goodness me. VWs into Comp Eliminator. Wow. Working out very well.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, Kev's dropped a load of fluid there. It's not oil. That's either fuel or water. And the way they're sweeping up, it looks like it's water. What a shame for Kev. But that was outstanding from Alex. I mean, he's gone 0.4 under. It's suddenly become very competitive. Very good indeed. Excellent job.
He's right in there mixing it up on his first competitive event in Com. How cool is that?
Kev just taking the crash helmet off in the Fraudster. And the tow rope attached. What a shot. It's a cracking car, that, the Fraudster. Still a 2-litre power plant, but it's a CO2 engine. It's Vauxhall based. Hence the Fraudster name. Beautiful car, though. Absolutely beautiful car. You're going to see it go in front of the main grandstands in a moment. Well, they got one more go a little bit later. I'll show you appreciation for the Fraudster team there, folks. They really have been working hard this weekend. Just not coming together properly on this run.
Also, for all you YouTube fans out there, I'm sure you have seen Mark 1 Kieran's
yes, of
videos
course, yeah.
numbers a number of times. That's Kev's son. Kieran?
Yeah, Kieran does a good job, actually. Some very
Well,
informative
funny,
stuff.
do you know what? I was talking to one of my clients at work the other day, and they said, oh, yeah, I really enjoy watching stuff from there. That stuff that Mark 1 Kieran puts out is fantastic.
Well, Dave Suicide Smith down there with the Powerflex Horse Jaguar.
Running as an A-altered.
And directly below us, the Soul Man, Kev Perkins, with the Cutlass.
Yeah, both of these two put their first runs of the weekend in earlier today. Bear in mind they've been here since Thursday. Well, I think you heard that on the radio. Ian said, right, we're done.
Yeah, start
just
them
caught that. So, side-by-side, super modified and A-altered for Dave Smith. Dave Smith bought this car last year. He's got a few very tasty projects at home, hasn't he?
Yes.
I don't know whether we're going to see the other one in time for the Door Slammers. I hope so.
That would be very, very nice indeed.
Well, that's what it's built for, isn't it? Bit of the mad scientist stuff going on there. Well, that's why the car's painted white, so you can't see when he's doing burnouts like that. It just looks like one long jag. Kev Perkins at the moment is number 9. He went 8.94. Dave Smith went 7.96. The numbers that you see on the board, that's their index. It's not their dial-in. What that means is Kev Perkins' car down here, the Cutlass, the Soul Man, is a super modified. That means based on the engine size and type, it's going to be having a 799 index, whereas Dave Smith, due to the bigger engine size, designated as an A-altered, hence the AA, not alcoholic anonymous. His index is 745. The idea is run heads up as far as you can under your index. Now, we already have one A-altered qualified well. That is Robin Orthodoxy. He was in the 6.9s with a 6.99 with a 9. Dave Smith would love to get anywhere near that. Car does have the potential, got 615 cubes under there. Good side-by-side race, actually. 756, 768 for Dave Smith, going in the right direction, 179. And that 756 for Kev Perkins plonks him right into the number 4 spot. Well done, Kev. Good stuff for Dave Smith as well, especially considering the trials and tribulations of the weekend so far. That's his PB run in that car, I think.
Right, you got the actual Williams brothers on the start line this time. Dan Williams, currently number 2. Nick Williams, currently number 6. Dan, as you say, he's got Waylon on the side of the car. His son is here today.
Oh,
that's
lovely.
why the name is there. And come see Dad at the races for
mate,
the
if we
first
keep
time.
at this job for much longer, it'll be Williams' grandsons, not brothers,
Yeah.
won't it?
So then the index is 1061 and 1140.
Skyscraping wheelie from Dan.
Beautifully done.
006 light as well.
985. Wow.
Number 1 qualifier. By virtue of it, how far is that under?
Oh, that's
a
fair
long way.
Yeah.
Is that 0.75, something like that?
Yeah.
I think no, 0.76 actually. I think that is, isn't it?
Well done, Dan. That is NHRA stock legal as well. That car. Don't forget.
So 3/4 of a second under his. That's exceptional,
That's
actually.
exceptional.
Nick stays put at number 6, unbelievably, with an 11.06. He's no slouch. He wasn't that far off, but tough crowd in comp.
That drops Dan's teammate Spencer Tram down to number 2. Now, bearing in mind that Spencer has found a bit of performance in the car, or should I say Dan has found some, because the engine has been on the Williams Brothers dyno, and not only that, the car has been through the OCS paint shop, and look at that, it's just gorgeous, that car.
Yeah, he just, actually Dan just nicked the number 1 spot off Spencer.
Yeah.
So like you were saying, Spencer Tram imported this car last year. He's always wanted to run a super stocker, isn't he, Spencer?
Yeah, it has actually.
And I think this is the one he's always dreamed of. He actually made a couple of trips out to the States to race in super stock, didn't he? In the years gone by. So number 2 and 3 at the moment. There will be an ET difference. However, if you look at the numbers on the board at the top end, which is the index, no tyre shake again. 3 runs in a row for Robin.
Can he go quicker than 699?
7 flat.
7 flat.
He's got a bracket car. Well, Spence was slowing before the finish line there. You could hear him come off the gas. 11.13 at 101.
Well done to Dan Williams, but we're not done with Comp Eliminator yet. We've got Rob Smallworth with the Dirty Dog. The 55 Chevy about to come at you.
Now, noticeably, again, we haven't seen Elaine today, unfortunately, I don't think.
No, not yet.
Car was running slightly slow speed yesterday. Looked like it was breathing a bit heavy. Hope it's nothing serious at all, Elaine. Also, Kev Slyfield's down here in civvies for the second time today.
Oh, yeah.
So, Rob Smallworth, currently number 9, run a best of 8.66. The car has been in the mid-7s, which is where he wants it to be. Car very capable. The man at the wheel, very capable too.
Great launch, 113 to 60.
That's a lot more like it, Rob. That will be a 7. 767, 177 miles an hour. Look very happy with that indeed. Moves up from 9 to 7, that one.
Nicely done.
Very good session, that one for Comp Eliminator. Up next we have Motorsport UK Pro Mod, fired up round the back of the tower. NGK Robinson Race Cars, Anger Management. Camaro. Andy Robinson at the wheel. Luke Robinson, his son, doing the tuning. Not sure he was due to be taken on in this first session. Have a quick look. Oh, Kev Slyfield was, he's like I said, he's down there not in the car. Have a quick look. Did we get it for Pro Mod? I thought we did. No, that's not that one, is it? That's the last one.
Right.
Now, Andy and the team run a best of 6.28, booming speed of 241 miles an hour. That was last run yesterday. If he can actually make it past 60 foot without shaking the tyres, these cars are very, very finicky to tune. Now, unbelievably, with Pro Mod cars, top fuel cars, you actually do want a little bit of tyre spin, because if the tyres don't spin, what happens is the tyre eventually wrinkles up in front of the wheel, and that's what makes them shake, because eventually they run over the bump. They eventually run over the bump, so you do need a little bit of wheel speed. It's an ever-evolving nightmare, to be honest with you. 4-link settings, transmission settings, clutch settings. They still run a clutch in this car as well. It's not a converter car. So, yeah, just to make it extra difficult. However, when they get it right, it is a thing of beauty. I'm pretty sure, I hope they don't mind me saying this out loud, but if Andy gets a clean A to B run, no tyre shake at all, it will be a 5-second race car. Straight away. No question. When he pulls the chutes, there will be a 5-second run on the board. The thing is, getting through that first gear shift without the tyres bouncing all over the place. So, fingers crossed for Andy, Luke, Steph, Kate, and the whole team. Bowser brings him into stage. That little motion he makes there is to make sure he pulls the gas-operated shifters out to make sure it's in first gear. That could well be the one, actually. 396 and 597 through the finish line. 245 miles an hour. I can't believe they're actually surprised by that. I think they are. One flat to 60 foot. 8th mile, 396 at 192 out the back door. A 201 back half is pretty damn good for any door car. He put on 53 miles an hour through the second half of the racetrack. Well done to Luke, Andy, and the whole team. Outstanding. It was almost as if I knew that was going to happen then.
Is that the pre-recorded version that you did?
Yeah, it was.
That's what
I just dubbed that over just in case, yeah. So anyone watching at home, you know, shouldn't have been like that.
Well done. Well done, Andy, and the team, of course.
So, it doesn't look like a burnout at all for Andy Wallace that time. Yeah, the thing with that car is that as long as it's fairly smooth for Andy, they've got so much in that car. You know, even detuned it'll run that. I'm not sure whether Annie actually did a burnout that time. She didn't. Okay. The only slight problem is if you try and let the clutch out with cold tyres on, they know what they're doing, don't get me wrong, but let the clutch out with cold tyres on a nitrous car, they do tend to chatter almost instantly. However, this could be part of the plan. So Annie currently number 6, runs 6.36. The car in the other lane, Michel Turenne, was number 1 for a while. He's now number 2 with a 6.10. Just seen Andy Robinson go through with a 5.97. Got to mention the speed for Andy Robinson as well. 2.45 at only 5.97 is exceptionally good. Oh, some of the decals have come off the car. If you look at that, Ollie's just handed the race number back to Steph. So, Annie and Michelle. Michelle's on a good one as well. 390 to the 8th. This will be huge. 594 takes the number 1 spot back. 243 miles an hour for Michel Turenne. Well, take your 597, raise your 594. I think that is a new personal best for Michel Turenne. That car was absolutely hauling. 0.99 to 60 foot, 261 to 330, 8th mile, 3.90, 190 miles an hour. That's what I was saying about Andy Robinson. If you notice, he did the back half of the racetrack. That is a personal best, I think.
No,
not quite.
Nearly.
Oh.
5.93.
Oh, apologies.
He's matched his speed exactly.
Right. The difference between those two runs and where they made their power. Yeah. Okay. So Andy was to the 8th. I beg your pardon. Anyway, so he ran 5.94. But he was to the 8th mile in 3.90.
Yeah. Okay.
So the back half was 2.04 and he went 2.43 out the back door. Andy was 2.01. So he was 0.03 of a second quicker, in the back half, and a couple of miles an hour faster as well. So, tales of two different runs, and both of them in the 5s happily.
Outstanding.
Yeah, that was a lot more like it. They really nailed that. Give them a cheer, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Pro Dutch team on the golf cart. making the trip from the Netherlands. Very, very worthwhile indeed. Michel's going to be one happy boy. That 3.90 to the 8th is pretty stout.
Right, I've done this for a little while. Can I have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Can we have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please?
Last qualifying session of the weekend, I think.
Yeah. Well, Annie stopped eventually just before half track.
I just realised who else we're missing at the moment as well. No Wayne Nicholson, unfortunately, for this session. Got top fuel bike coming up shortly as well. I can see Al Smith milling around. Gotta love. I'll mention this when she runs. Look, that message from Polly Judge. I'm not mellowing or slipping. I'm just got a bag signal recovering from a broken angle, so I can't make it up the stairs to slap you. Thank you very much, Polly.
Yeah, don't leave the tower unaided.
No, never fails to deliver.
Reception committee downstairs.
I hope you're feeling better though from your busted ankle. That sounded very, very nasty. And to Wayne and the team, hope it's all going back together and isn't too bad. So we've got one more pair to go, which will be Nick Davis and Jean Doulemont, as Annie Wallace gets towed off top of the racetrack. The car did actually go to launch no problem, but unfortunately just quit almost instantly on the line. She still qualified well. So at the moment it is Michelle number 1 with a 5.94, excuse me. Andy Robinson, 5.97, number 2, first 5-second run on the new Anger Management 2.0. Number 3, Nick Davis, 6.14, Nick's coming up in just a moment. They're not going to be looking to go any slower either. Number 4 at the moment is, again, coming around in just a sec, Jean Doulemont with a 6.31. Number 5, Kev Slyfield, 6.35. And number 6 with a 6.36 is Annie Wallace, who you just saw go through there. Number 7 at the moment with an unfortunately not representative run is Wayne Nicholson. We were due to have 8 cars here this weekend. Unfortunately, Matt Peters didn't make it. Everybody's got supply issues and all sorts of stuff. So the fact that we have this many cars is very heartwarming indeed. So here comes Jean. Nick will be firing up the Firebird as well. They've got one more session a bit later on today. So, nitrous car against turbo car. Jean's car normally runs 6.0s like clockwork, actually. I can't actually remember what happened on the last run. Oh, the last run was side by side with Annie, wasn't it? That was the 6.3. I'm sure they're going to try and turn it up. As are Nick and Rob. These are great conditions for running quick. The racetrack's nice and warm. Concrete racetracks always work better in the warm weather. They also keep the heat well too, so that's why you see some great runs in the late evening when the sun's gone down or going down. The racetrack keeps the heat, but the air cools off, and that makes a big difference. Like you said last night correctly, Colin, everybody got quicker, didn't they, when the sun went down?
Yeah, it's like the drag racing gods sort of look down on the facility and I'll tell you what, I'll let you keep the heat on the track, but I'll just cool the air a bit for you.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Although saying that though, nitrous cars, this is one of the great quirks about nitrous cars. I don't know if you know, in Denver, Colorado, that's up in the mountains, a lot of cars have to change the combinations drastically because the air's so thin. However, nitrous cars makes no difference because they make their own air, don't they? The amount of nitrous that goes in there, nitrous is liquid oxygen, if you will, or sprayed oxygen. So here we go, UK against France, last pair for this session of Pro Mod. Kestrel Lane Nick Davis, Turbo, and the UK. Number 2 in the UK Pro Mod Championship last year. And Jean Doulemont from Tarnos in the southwest of France with the nitrous car. Nick with a really lackluster 60 again. John goes 6:47. Nick goes 6:18. 2:41. Yeah, 1.17 to 60. It's almost like when he lets go of the button, the car just doesn't move, if you notice. One flat to 60 for Jean. I'm sure he was looking for more than a 6:47, though. Couple of strong runs. They've got one more shot at it before they go into eliminations. Quick ride by the two-seater, or from the two-seater. We've got a pair of Top Fuel bikes by the look of it. I think we've got Steve Willett, and I don't think we're going to have Neil Midgley this time. Probably just going over everything thoroughly, including his underpants after that 580.
Well, whilst the two-seaters out, they've got to give a shout-out to David Rose. David, sorry I haven't been able to catch up with you today. I know you'll be leaving about 4ish this afternoon, but he's asked me, could I please mention to the Norfolk Top Fuel Warriors, Paul Lister and good old me, of course. So there we go. Dave Rose and Paul Lister, the Norfolk Top Fuel Warriors. Yeah, been a bit busy today, Dave, but I'll say we'll keep in touch after the event. So the passenger this time is Tiago Jade from London.
I think you find that's Landon.
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 Depends which part of Landon.
That's a very good point, actually, yes. I'm not being rude because I used to come from there too. .001 red. Pushing the tree.
786, 170 miles an hour. Very, very nice run indeed.
Top Fuel Pike being given the order to spin him over and fire him up. That's Rene. Going to be out first. He's run a couple of 6.2s this weekend. Wants to get it in the 6.1s. The good thing is so far, I don't want to talk out loud, but or speak out loud, the bike's been consistent, so I'm sure they know what bells and whistles to play with to make it go just that little bit quicker. We've got two bikes this time round, but they both due to run in the right-hand lane. That's why we're running solo runners. Al Smith up next with the Rocket.
Oh, just a whiff of nitro then.
Yeah, big hi to Neil Midgley and Chris and the whole team out there with the Top Fuel bike. Hope everything is okay. Neil got a bit closer to the wall in the shutdown area. That was one hell of a ride. By far his quickest ever elapsed time. Also missing Steve Willett this time round. Steve, uncharacteristically, is number 4. He's last. Rene at the moment is number 3. 6:23. Laid over a bit at the top end, actually. 6:34. He's got a bigger speed than he has previously with 219 miles an hour. But that's 4 good, consistent 6-second runs for Rene.
Yeah, exceptionally good. That's put him in very good stead for the weekend, to be honest.
1.08 to 60 foot, 419 at 182 to the 8th mile. Through the finish line with 6:34 at 219. It did sound like it laid over a Dr. Cylinder or something at the top end. Al Smith with the Rocket. 3-cylinder supercharged nitromethane machine. The whole concept designed, built, engineered by Phil Bainbridge. Expertly ridden by Al. As I always say, Al absolutely bosses it. Already run 6:12 this weekend. That's a good one for Al. Look at that. 4:02 at the 8th. 6:21. He clicked it just a little bit early, only 196 miles an hour. 109 to 60, 4:02 at 192. They'll like those numbers at the 8th mile. Not quite sure why I lifted a little bit early, but good effort nonetheless.
Al's got a sixth sense when he rides that bike, because you notice where he shifts his body weight before the bike even sort of deviates offline. He knows exactly what it's going to do before he even does it.
He makes sure it doesn't do it, I think, is what he does.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's some riders like there's a few riders that I've watched over the years, because there's lots of different riding styles. Like Larry McBride is called Spider-Man because of the way he rides the bike.
Yeah.
He's all over it to keep it in a straight line. Whereas there's other riders who just don't move. You know, you've got people like, okay, they're different bikes, but Marcus Christensen he's so undramatic. The one I always think of is Ian King, because Ian always sits up. He sits higher than anybody else when he rides the bike, but it always goes straight. He never has any issues whatsoever. And I know a lot of them, they some steer it with body weight, some steer it by pressure on the foot pegs at the back. A lot of the time you can't steer it by the handlebars because the front wheel's in the air.
Right, well, next up for you, Oklahoma Willie. Perry Watkins just drives up to the start line, disengages the drive of the engine and lets the jet take over.
I would say it's the way forward for all jets, but you know.
Yeah.
We've got Martin Hill round there as well with Fire Force, the funny car, and then we've got Pro ET, their last session of the weekend.
That is one fantastic show that he's putting on for us. He's our very brilliant engineer, we know, but he's not only responsible for this, but the flat mobile.
What, sorry, there?
The flat mobile.
Oh, yes.
That's Perry's. He built that. So we go there. Perry Watkins with Oklahoma Willie.
Still rocks the tail like any good jet would do.
Could be north 140 miles an hour again here. 143.5 miles an hour in 11.5 seconds, but that's a fair bit of weight to move. Not exactly aerodynamic.
He'd be pretty good in sports, in Super and Pro ET actually, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Very consistent. Do you know what? And on that very subject, jokingly, because over the years with drag racing, they've match raced all sorts of different things. You know, Top Fuel, Funny Car, Pro Mods. There's a terrific, used to be a terrific event at Great Lakes Dragway called the Olympics of Drag Racing, not to be confused with the Nitro Olympics in Hockenheim. And what they do is they line up all the cars, so you get Pro Mods, Fuel Altereds, jet cars, all sorts of stuff, and they let the crowd pick what they want to race. Right? Very cool way of doing it. So this was quite a few years ago. A Nostalgia Top Fuel dragster, so a front engine Top Fuel car, got picked to race against a jet car. Right? And so they both made their runs. The crowd went wild. Crew went up the top end to go and collect Neil Basilia, who was driving the Top Fuel car. And his crew said to him, "Why were you weaving about all over the place at the top end?" He goes, "I couldn't see where I was going." The jet had actually melted the front of his goggles. He had so much heat being blown over his way, it fogged up his goggles and he couldn't see where he was going. Still kept his foot in it though, obviously, like you would.
As you do, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, back in the old days, they used to match race jets and funny cars here as well, didn't they? Do you remember? One of the memories I have as a kid one of the super stocks, there was a really nasty crash, believe it or not, between a funny car and a jet dragster, where the funny car got out of shape in front of the jet dragster. Yeah, it didn't go well. Anyway, both drivers were all right, I have to say. So Martin Hill with the jet. It's one of the good things I like about Dragstalgia, actually, especially the Dragstalgia Cannonball. You get all sorts of stuff match racing each other, don't you?
Well, you get some real cool stuff as well.
Oh, beyond cool. So once Martin's run, we're going to be looking to wrap up the fifth and final qualifying session.
Yeah, basically one more run for everybody, and that includes Pro Mods, Top Fuel, Nostalgia Funny Car, Top Fuel Bike. They're all due to run again later on today. But here we go, you can hear the jet starting up for Martin Hill.
So this will be a full quarter-mile run as well, I think, for Martin. Unlike when he match races.
Okay, part one of the jet initiation ceremony is over. Now Richie asks Martin to wind it up. The pops and bangs get a lot louder.
Yesterday, Martin completely wrecked the bathroom in VIP. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Not him personally, with the jet. I have to point that out. I can't really say Martin did a number on the bloke's toilets, can I, without explaining. Yeah, no, it was rocking everything and it knocked the mirrors and stuff off the wall.
Here we go then, Martin Hill, 5 horse number 3.
Looking like a lovely run.
That is good. 5:93.262.
To a very appreciative crowd on VIP that have more tans on their legs than they had 2 minutes ago.
How was that one, Sean? Tune in at home. Hope you like that one.
Right.
5:93.262.
Quick sweep. On with Pro ET.
So just a little bit of a breather for a moment. The tractor just doing a little bit of track prep out there. Richie and the gang just gone to collect Martin from the top end. But next up then, it is the last qualifying session for all of our racers here this weekend. Going to be kicking things off with Pro ET. And then after that, if we stick to the run order, it will be Super Pro, Junior Dragster, etc. But basically all of our race classes here get one more qualifier. And they go into eliminations tomorrow. No eliminations this evening. It's all happening tomorrow. What a fantastic day though. Yesterday was great. Today's been just as good. For you first timers here this weekend, really hope you've had a great day, a great weekend. And if you're here tomorrow, happy Easter Sunday to you all. I know we've had a lot of people from the Caravan and Motorhome Club, new members that have come to Santa Pod for your Easter weekend break. Well, I hope you've enjoyed it. A little bit different to your normal caravanning and camping site. And we certainly hope that you come back and see us again. So it's the Caravan and Motorhome Club members. Welcome to our world. And you're more than welcome to join our family here. Oh, absolutely glorious conditions. I'll tell you what, I'm going to take an actual breather from the commentary box for a moment whilst the tractor does its thing out there. Nitro FM 96.2 going to take over the airwaves just for a short while, but we'll be back for the final qualifying session here at the Festival of Power. Well, we thought we'd get a tune up, but no, we managed to get an advert. But thanks ever so much indeed, Nitro FM, just for covering us just for a short moment. As we now go into our last qualifying sessions for all of our race classes, kicking things off with Modjestang Pro ET. So Andy Garnett with the Millennium Hawk, the Tesla. He's your number 5 qualifier at the moment. Kieran Turner with Grumpy's Dodge. He's number 26.
Yeah, this is bump session, isn't it? For
it is
Pro ET.
0-4 light. Kieran. 990 on the 972, stays put in 26. Andy Garnett goes 11-14. A little bit off where he wanted to be.
So Adrian Portelli taking on Simon Goff. Adrian in number 18, 10.74. Simon Goff, though, number 23, dials an 8.59, which is what he ran earlier. Simon's got his good luck charm on the start line with it this time. Sharon's made it to the track. She's not home working. Let's hope the man from down there in Burnham on Crouch, or Burnham on Crowes, as it says on the screen. Still sounds a very posh place to live, sorry. So this is the last chance they've got to nail a number before race day. And Simon certainly nails the tree with a note 21. Will it be 8.59? 8.69. No improvement. Breakout for Adrian Portelli, 10.73 on a 74. Knocked hundreds off, he'd have been. Well, unusually for Simon Goff, goes into eliminations in the lower end of the qualified order. At least if Sharon's on the start line, I can't make a complete cock up about what her clients are this time.
Right, next up then, young Dalton Scarlett going alongside the Scud Dragster. Oh, here we go, there's the dialing. Alan Schofield, 8.90, Dalton 10.01. Alan is number 21, Dalton is 16.
So for everyone running through now, it's beer o'clock.
It is.
Possibly.
Well, it is.
No, not Alan Schofield. He's coming back in Supercup in a little while. So Dalton Scarlett's first weekend in the car going well so far. He's number 16 qualifier. Alan Schofield 21. Alan Schofield would say 21, 9.24. 10.05 for Dalton Scarlett on an 01. A pretty good snap at it.
Dalton 400ths off, stays 16th. Mad world.
See, this is when you're glad your streetcar's broke.
Yeah.
Oh, Daniel Fulton taking on Dave Fulton. Brothers, is that right?
That's right, yeah.
Daniel Fulton actually does 10 flat. I think he went 9.99, didn't he, earlier? Yep. First ever 9-second run.
Where's Dave? 9.47.
He's number 4 at the moment. Having a great weekend in his new car. He's also bang on in Supergas. Also gets nailed by his brother on the tree. Double 03.
Wow.
I know it's not a race, but have that. 9.47 with a 7. Stays number 4. Daniel stays number 12. Look at that, though. I mean, going into race day, 003 and a 10.03 on a 10 flat. He'll go a long way with that.
Both of them will. Wow, well done.
So, Stu Thompson taking on John Turner. Is John down here? He is down there, I think. There we go. Does 10.06, which means he'll run 10 flat. Johnny's number 25, safely qualified. However, we have one of our fellows on the outside looking in, coming round just next.
Yeah, Bob, Lee and Alfie Ratton are 3 outside at the moment.
Beautiful wheel stand from Kiwi.
Lovely.
He's well in with that number 20. Both of these two should qualify, no problem. 9.88. John Fish, I told you, John Turner breaks out. It's 10.04. I do think that car doesn't like him. You know, you would get that impression after a while, wouldn't you? So Brett Featherstone, who always has been number 1 qualifier because no one could be any better than perfect.
Right, Tom Kay. He's the one on the outside, the furthest.
Yeah, well, this time he dials a 10.39. Now, if it runs like it has done the last few runs, it'll be bang on. If it runs like it did yesterday, it'll be way too quick. That's the problem they've had, isn't it? So, yeah, Tom Kay's number 34 at the moment. He's also deep staged. Yeah. He'll still get a time, though, won't he?
Yeah.
Still gets green light as well.
04, that'll do.
.955 and 10.45 at the last chance. Tom Kay gets in the show at 26. Who's he bumped out, Cole?
I think it's... Oh, yeah, Nick Murtridge, yeah. So, Yeah, Nick Mugridge, Alfie Ratton, and Bob Molden, the three on the outside now.
Bob's sitting over there, looking as calm as he ever does. Chloe Wilkins and Bailey Ashdown, two good friends up here in the last qualifying session, going side by side. Chloe went 9.24. Actually, this time she does 9.23. So let's hope her dad's got the dial-in nailed. For Bailey Ashdown, she's number 3 with a 10.55. Looking for 10.52 this time. 9.18. New personal best, I think, for Chloe.
Yeah, well
that 10.54 though for Bailey on that 52. She's doing well. Keeps going like that. She'll be doing very, very well indeed on race day.
Tell you what, Dave Rudd's done a super job on that Banzai Cobra. It really does look good.
Do you know something? It's the same car, but yet it manages to look different. I think it's because it's got no scoop. But the paintwork, I think that's the big difference actually, because it hasn't got a scoop on it. But it just looks, it really does look completely different. It looks so, so nice. The fact all the roll cage, everything's anodised. He has made a really nice job of that.
Well done, Butch. And the team. Another PB for Chloe.
Chloe's in the 9.1s. Right, they're just checking in the Auto Glim lane after that last run.
That's a bit of a concern actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out.
The shutdown area as well now.
Yep, in sprinting for the tractor, so Bob Molden has to weight it a little bit more. Unfortunately, the shoes making an appearance as well. Who was last up that lane? I'm just trying to remember.
Bailey Ashdown.
That's it. I was going to say someone would be screaming at the monitor at home watching on the live stream. It was Bailey, you fool.
Okay, well, that's...
Yeah,
well,
hopefully
we're led
won't
to
be too
believe
long.
200 foot out into the shutdown area. Fingers crossed it's not too bad, but it's a sight we haven't seen very often this weekend, with the marshal standing astride, which is the signal to us that there is a deposit on the racetrack which needs to be cleared up. So might be down for a couple of moments, so gives us a chance to catch a breather and start getting our notes ready as well.
Shouldn't be too long though. I would only, looking at the way that they've gone,
Probably
only
the top end crew have disappeared.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Probably only a few minutes at the most, to be honest. But anyway, yeah, hand back to Nitro FM. Save our vocal cords as we have another day and a half to go. And yeah, over to you, Nitro FM.
All right.
Al Medley with the old timer going alongside Dave Rudd with the Banzai Cobra. Well done to the track crew once again for getting us
We
back.
told you that was going to be pretty quick, didn't we?
It was.
Do you remember the days gone by, like 40 years ago? You like loads of grease sweep and brooms for 2 hours. Oh.
Right, so Al safe number 10, Dave Rudd, well, he's 29th. Looking for a 9.90. Al 10.57.
Dave Rudd is number 29. Fairly safe, I'd say. Oh, 989 with a 1. And 1072 for Al Medley. I didn't see where he qualified after that because the screen cleared so quick.
Yeah. Right, Bob Molden, 9.38 is the dial-in this time round. No, I'm not going to say there's no way he's going to break out, but...
Well, if he
like every
runs
other
bang
run.
on, it'll be a new personal best.
Yeah.
If he breaks out, it'll be a new personal best. If he runs anything 9.3, it'll be a new personal best. This is a don't break out run, this one. I wonder if it'd even lift at the finish line this time, just in case. Because I think there's wriggle room, isn't there, just to make sure he makes the show. Top 16 are deadly close, but down the bottom of the order, it's a little bit more spaced out.
Well, nothing wrong with his lights. It's 0-4.
85 and 9.45.
And
Finally.
Bob's in the show.
Number 27 with a flair for the dramatic.
So
Yeah,
interestingly-
number 27 that was. I know. You can take the rest of... Oh, no, you can't take the rest of it. I've got one more Supergas run, I think.
Well, that's bumped Neil Watkins out.
Whoa. And still Nick Muggeridge and Alfie Ratton. We didn't see Alfie
for a
earlier
while.
on.
Dave Cherritt is on the bump. But here's Jeff Cowley. He's only 31st.
Yeah, wants to make it a bit safer than that. Dials 930. Mason Griffiths with the appliance. I'm not sure that's going to be a 9:30 for Jeff Cowley. He's had to back off. 9:18 and 9:67. No help for either. Mason stays 8. Jeff stays 31. So, a fantastic debut weekend for Warren Watts with the Camaro in the Auto Glimlane. Looking for a 9.10, he's run 9.12 so far. Very, very well done indeed. It's one thing to buy a proven car, it's a completely different thing to actually race it, isn't it? Never that straightforward.
Very well indeed.
Yeah, John Bean with a shotgun Mustang. John is already number 17, this time looking for 9.53. I love the number plate on that car.
Yeah.
V8 Pony.
If you remember, this is the first car that Team Extreme ever had.
Say that again, sorry?
That was the first car from Team Extreme, if you remember,
Was
back
that
in
right?
the day. Yeah. It was a Raging Bull.
9.05 for Warren Watts, too quick. 9.54, those nice move for John Bean. Goes up to number 7, only 100th of a second off. Congratulations.
Yeah, John, very, very proud of that Mustang. He's got another Mustang as well. I don't know if you've seen it, his orange one.
Yeah.
Somewhere north of 700-800 horsepower, just a normal road car. Well, not normal at that sort of power, but yeah, he's a bit of a Mustang nut. Is our John. Right, Lee Huxley, number 19. Not normally see him that far out, but then he only got in the show on his last run.
Pressure on this one is Dave Cherrett. He's 32, and Nick Muggeridge is in the water box behind him. He wants to put himself a lot safer than the number 32 spot as Dave Cherrett. Dials a 10 flat this time. Lee's still down at number 19 though. Goes 9.61 and 10.14 for Dave. Wow. So, Dave Cherrett at the top end is on the bump.
And he's 1400s off.
The car on the start line, Nick Muggeridge, is number 34. If Nick Muggeridge can go within a tenth of 11.98, which is on the board in the Auto Glimlane, he'll be racing tomorrow, and unbelievably Dave Cherrett won't. Will Clark in the Kestrel Lane, he's nice and safe.
Cracking light for Nick, 0.06. It's all about the ET.
Will goes 9.93 and 11.98. Nick Muggeridge goes into number 5, and he will bump out Dave Cherrett.
I don't know if Matt Seamarks can hear or see or anything.
I think he can.
He's number 5.
I think there's two stories there. One, he's number 5, but most amazingly, Dave Cherrett is a DNQ in Pro ET. That's mental. Who else is on the outside now, Colin?
That's put Jeff Cowley on the bump now.
Yeah, but Jeff's already run. Who? Anyone else that we haven't seen yet? Neil Watkins we haven't seen yet, or Alfie Ratton. I don't know whether... Oh, Neil's just waiting around the back of the tower, so it is Jeff Cowley on the bump at the moment. God, blimey. On the start line now, we have Dan Holloway with the Rattler going for the centre line. Again and again and again. Goes 9.02. Breakout. Lee Morris, though, goes 10.10. Breaks out by a measly 100th. Dan Holloway so close to the 8s. Yeah, I don't know about you, but I'm not sure what's the biggest story in that one. The fact that Dave Cherrett's out, or the fact that Nick Murray... I think the fact Dave Cherrett's out, actually, because that's a right shock, that is. Okay, Pete Dodd, number 25. Mark Huxley, number 2. No danger for either of these. Pete Dodd looking for 9.18 in the Metamorphosis Camaro. Kestrel Lane. Mark Huxley can do 2 Reborn.
So the class sponsor, Modgestang, Mike Lacey, he's down on the start line. watching his former ride go down the track. Expertly handled now by Pidcock.
Oh, 9:17 with a 6.
And a 400s breakout for Mark Huxley.
That's right.
Marie Mills and Amy Watkins.
Marie having a great first weekend in the class, currently number 17. Yeah, Marie's first weekend. There's a number of first timers, and one of the old timers. You won't mind me calling him that, I hope. Dave Cherrett. Dave's not double entered either, is he? No. That's it.
Well,
I'll get over it
for
eventually.
breakages and things.
Well, Marie trying to nail a perfect reaction time. Goes 016 red.
Amy's going to get there first. Gets a 9.54 with a 2. Moves up from 13 to 7. Nice move. Marie goes 10.40. 500's too quick to a 45 darling. Right. Last chance saloon then. Come on, Neil.
Last car as well,
Is
actually.
it? Oh.
Yes. Last car in Pro ET. So, the way it goes. Jeff Cowley is on the bump. If Neil, how far is he off? Very, very quickly. Let's see how close Neil Watkins
I
has
think
to
he's
run.
been breakout central as Neil.
He's looking for 11:30. Right, so Jeff Cowley is 0.10 off.
Yeah.
There we go. So anything 11:40 to be safe, 11:39 or better.
Off he goes.
Right then.
Anything 11.3 will do. That's the basics of it.
11:3 something he's in.
11.25. Oh.
He breaks out. Unbelievable. So that makes it number 2 alternate, is that right?
Yeah. I think that's his quickest ever run in the truck. In these conditions, this heat, wow.
It's actually quite cool outside. I think we're
Oh,
a bit...
I know,
yeah,
even
yeah.
so, that's... just didn't expect that.
So the way it works is both Neil Watkins and Dave Cherrett. Who was the other? Alfie Ratton, wasn't it? Okay. But if we have a breakage, the first one to go in would be Dave Cherrett.
Yeah.
If we have 2 breakages, then we have Neil Watkins will get his chance to race tomorrow. As it stands at the moment, though, Dave Cherrett is the DNQ for race day. Staggering.
Tough crowd.
Well, when you consider how long Dave Cherrett's been at it, how successful he's been for so long.
Well, let's not forget Neil Watkins. You know, he's Nostalgia Superstock champion from a couple of years ago with the Lifetime series. He knows what he's doing. It's
I think
a great team.
to be completely fair, though, I think that both of them would say the same thing. We can't get within the 10th of our dial.
Yeah.
Anyway, John Atkinson, Ron Bartlett. Ron looking for a decent straight run that doesn't go forwards instead of up. Here we go.
Yeah, both have been lifting the fronts up this weekend.
There you go. That's what Ron's car normally does. Pretty breakout now. 8.49 and 8.24. This has got something to tune from. John Atkinson stays put. Ron Bartlett up to number 18. Finally, a nice, strong, straight run. I don't know what they changed, but that just launched flat like it always did.
Super Pro ET then for the Pete Nee Memorial Trophy.
Steve Johnson, one chap I'd love to see getting a good strong run all the way down. See Lee Darby as well. Lee Darby was looking for
he
carb
was
earlier.
after water pump, wasn't he?
That's right. Was it water pump or carb?
Yeah, water pump.
Okay.
Electric water pump.
So Barry Giles with a more modern design of dragster. Again, unbelievably, the oldest of these cars is by far the rear engine car. It's just the car in the other lane has been built to nostalgia specs, shall we say. That's Steve Johnson. Supercharged big block Chevy in there. Finally got off the start line nice and smooth. Car went for a bit of a wander about 3:30 yesterday, so clicked it off. So far he's run, I think it was an 8-second run, that one. He's run in the 7s before, looking to improve on that. Barry Giles Dials are 7.37. As always, the Giles and Hartley team a complete credit to their class. They are defending Super Pro champions, and for good reason. Very, very good at what they do. Look at how immaculately turned out they are as well. Well, Steve Johnson pedals it. Could this be the run that Steve Johnson's looking for? 7 flat. 6.99, 198 miles an hour. No shoot in the shutdown area for Steve. That's probably a bit lively. 7.37 for Barry Giles. Goes up to number 4. Is Steve Johnson going to make the turn off? I don't think he cares at the moment. Probably too busy celebrating. Oh, look at that. That has been a long, long, long time coming. That one. Yep, he's making the turn off.
Steve's made the turn, no problem at all. But Barry Giles, 7.37 on his 7.37 dial.
Goes to 4.
Goes from 7 to 4.
Steve Johnson breaks out, but I don't think they give him monkeys about that one.
Well, I've just seen Sid.
Yeah.
Oh.
Congratulations, fellas. Well done. That is the longest time coming, that run. Well done, everybody. Outstanding. Into the 6s for Steve Johnson. He's been there before with his old rear-engine car, but not with that one. Also, big well done to the Giles and Hartley teams. Cracking run. In fact, look at it another way. Steve Johnson was 7th thou away from number 1.
Well, the top 6 are all run on their number.
So, Lee Derby, DKM Construction, pickup truck. Not entirely sure what Ian was checking on in the escape hatch. Lee Derby looking to go 8.25. Vents the nitrous. Taking on Callum Swinchat, deadly consistent whether he's running in Wild Bunch or Super Pro.
So now the nitrous is purged. Lee Derby currently number 22, Callum Swinchuk currently number 14. Oh, what a shame for Lee to stroll through the beams.
Well, yeah, Lee still qualified, but a bit of a misstep on the start line there, unfortunately. So, Callum takes it through to an 8.92. That keeps him number 14. Lee Derby with 11.10 and 144.
Good to see Jack back on track for this one. Towed back to the pits earlier on.
Also, in the Autoglim lane for the first time in memory. Almost every run he makes is over the other side, isn't it? So hopefully he's not magnetised to the left-hand wall again. So Phil Topping with the supercharged Corvette. After 8.75, Jack Brewster still looking for that 7.20. The last run he made down the track last year was quicker than that. So 2 blown cars coming at you this time. If all goes well for Jack Brewster, that will be a 7-second race car. He'll probably be crossing his fingers and toes when he pulls the chute through the finish line though. Well, shakes the tyres and goes right this time, would you believe? Topping goes 8.73. Too quick by a couple of hundred. Jack Brewster stays at number 25. Andy Hadfield burns out with Twister, the Model T in the Auto Glim Lane. Andy uses and abuses this car constantly, actually. He comes to loads of events here at Sandy Pod, also races at Melbourne Raceway, and he also drives it on the street. This is a street-driven competition altered, as it says on the side of his trailer. His personal best is a 7:51, I think, something like that, around about 180 miles an hour. Always looking to go quicker, as is every drag racer. He is the head honcho of the Supercharged Outlaws. Not sure where their next outing is. I think it's
Nostalgia Drags.
Nostalgia Drags in a few weeks' time. Great bunch of racers. Any car you have that's got a blower on it, go speak to Andy. Get in there with Supercharged Outlaws. Lots of fun racing. Laid-back way of doing things. And they all enjoy themselves tremendously. First time Andy's ever entered one of the big MSA events.
Bizarrely, could come next weekend. It's the Ford show.
Is that right? Or is that for them?
No, well, it's Ford Model T, isn't it?
Oh, okay. Against Dave Russell. Dave, that was 876. Andy, 784. 837, 165 for Andy. 872 breakout by a few hundred. Andy with a few stabs at the throttle off the start line. Still great to see the Supercharged Outlaw Governor here in competition in Super Pro. He's in the show. So, Pell Norman. In the Kestrel Lane with the Shogun. This car is, I think, the Triggers broom of all Triggers brooms. I first saw it in the 80s when it was like a 13-second street car at Long Marston. Now chopped 6 seconds off the elapsed time, down to 7.70. And as you said earlier, Colin, straighter and more well-behaved than I think it's ever been, which is one thing you can never say about Pell. Up against Brian Pateman. Brian looking to go 885 with the Pontiac.
Beautiful launch yet again for Pell.
770 with a 9. Well, he was already number 2. That just backs it up. Brian Pateman, though, goes up to number 16 with an 890 on an 885. 500 a second off, and he's only number 16. Aaron Fenton, Pete Walters, 2 Supercharged Dragsters up next.
Teammates as well, actually, both under the Pete Walters race design. Pete Don't forget, Pete and Aaron both come from Junior Dragster as well.
It shows. I'll tell you what, now Aaron's looks like he's got to grips with his car. He's going to be killer in this class. Like Super Pro needed some more killer kids, so to speak, as they should be known, I think. Pete Walters has been running quicker and quicker. He's been down in the 7.4s this weekend. Aaron, 7.0s on a number of occasions. Dialing for Aaron looks like a 699, actually, I think.
It is.
Not sure what Pete's is. Can't quite see it from here. 750. Well, if Aaron breaks out, actually looking at it, Aaron's got a lot of good help down there. There's Christian out there. Christian Carlo helping him out.
Well, he knows blown cars very well indeed, looking after Nick Good.
Exactly. Talking to Nick, first time in ever.
However many years.
Yeah.
Hope you're keeping well, Nick, and of course Dave Catton and the rest of the gang.
Yeah, maybe suffering from lack of parts like the rest of the world, unfortunately. So, Pete Walters and Aaron Fenton. 0-1 light for Aaron. Slight red for Pete. Well, that was a belt going off the dragster in the Auto Glim Lane. 7:31. He breaks out again. .46. I did think that was a belt that came off Aaron's car. Certainly looked like it. Something was amiss through the finish line. Yeah, looks like the crew are on it. Ian Brown going to be taking on Scott Hauser. With the quickest dial we've ever seen, I think, like you said, Colin, for Scott Hauser. 7.32.
Yep, said blower belt retrieved.
It was the belt that let go, was it? Yeah. Do you know, those blower belts, I kept one off my car, the top fuel blower belt. And I was going to cut it up to give as souvenirs to...
Good luck doing that.
Exactly. It's just, how they break, I have no idea.
Yeah.
The force must be phenomenal.
Well, they've got Kevlar in them, haven't they?
It's all kind. It's like
whatever
cross
it
threads.
is.
It's all sorts of. I couldn't get through it. It's still hanging up in my garage. So Ian Brown, 7.73 is the number he's looking for with the Camaro. So Scotty looking for 7.32, as we said, Cole. Swiss is dialed.
Never dialed that. Carrying the front wheels as well.
Wheels up launch for Scott.
Look at the reaction time. 0.8 for Ian Brown, but it is red, unfortunately.
2 thou, too quick for Scotty. 7.31 with an 8. Damn and blast, says Dan. Ian Brown is still number 20. 7.83 on a 7.73. No improvement.
Yeah, so Scotty just dialed 7.32. He's never dialed that low. And then he breaks out.
And he breaks out anyway.
Wow.
Yeah, Jeff's one of those who makes the last minute adjustments sometimes before the car goes into stage, actually. He's got the dialing board on the back of the car.
Well, we're running out of cars to take away the number 1 from John Tebbelan. The Crew Killer Pop is your number 1 qualifier at the moment. Can Joe Kelly do it? Can Ashley Bell do it? .0018 red for Ashley Bell. Joe Kelly goes 7.76 on a 74. He stays in 13. Ashley Bell again 200 off.
Stays number 13. Ashley Bell up to 9.
Mark Turner and Colin Morris.
So Colin managed to dust the car off. Get it out the garage for the first time in 2.5 years, I think.
And Christine Colin Morris, I'll do this shout. I did it yesterday, I'll do it again today. A big hi to the class of 72. Tuned in from the other side of the world, basically.
They might be in bed now.
Yeah, but they do watch
it,
this.
Of course, they watch it back, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, find where the car ran. Mark Turner vents the nitrous on the Supra in the Kestrel lane. 8.42. Colin Morris looking for 8.99. Colin goes red by 06. Mark's already gone past him, actually. 8.43 with a 6. Moves up 1 spot to 9. 9.08. A little bit further off for Colin Morris, unfortunately. That'll be
John
JT.
Tebben and Burnout, yeah.
Yeah, as you can tell, from our vantage point, you always know it's JT. A, because of the noise. B, because there's a skew-whiff little Union Jack that appears underneath the tower. Because he never comes out of Burnout straight, does he?
No.
Ever. Ever.
And also the duration of the Burnout as well.
Yeah,
if it keeps going, up, yeah, that's John.
Even if you couldn't hear anything, you know when the car comes out at an angle, it's him. So a few more cars to go in Super Pro. Looks like we also have Top Fuel Dragster down ready to go as well, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're out there wandering around, now is a good time to get back to your viewing position. We've got Junior Dragsters. We've also got Pro ET to finish. Junior Dragster, and I can see Ida Zetterstrom getting ready with the Top Fuel car.
Well, they're scheduled for 5:20, so they're not far away.
Yeah, not far off at all. I can see Runa looking bored, which means I know they're going to run soon.
So JT is your number 1 qualifier. Can he hang on to that? Billy Gain going to try and run 8:55, take it away.
Real wheel start that was. Look at the 60 foot.
Yeah.
Look at the 60 foot. Right, the reaction time was not 0.69. The 60 foot was not 0.66. Yeah. It was a rear wheel start, fellas. That's why. He actually moved and tripped the beams with the rear wheels. That's what happened there. He'll be excited for a second.
So Mark Bailey alongside the governor. Paul Marsden. So Mark Darling in 871, Paul Darling in 889, 873, 896. So Mark Bailey stays 3. So we move on to Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster, their final qualifying session. Number 1 at the moment, Mackenzie Love, I think, from... indeed he is, yeah. Number 2, Luke Mugridge. Number 3, Katie Ellis coming into this session. Number 4, Jacqueline Bartlett. Number 5, Harry Redshaw. Number 6, Purdy Hadfield. That's your top 6. 26 cars have put qualifying runs in.
And this is their last session.
First up then, Teddy Howe from Rushden. He's the number 20 spot. Harry Redshaw, the defending Lucas Oil's junior champion with the Odyssey battery car. He's currently qualified number 5.
Is this Teddy Howe's first race?
This is his debut event. Yep.
Excellent.
Junior stock. Great looking scheme of the car as well. So 0.05 required to get on to the front page, to the top 16 if you like. Unfortunately, yeah, Teddy left before the tree activated then. 0.9 for Harry, no help for him. They stay put. Number 1 qualifier after the first session was this young man, Freddie Taylor. Slipped back to number 7 now. Daniel Weir. He is with the Flow Injectors Dragster. He's in the Auto Glim Lane. He's currently number 21. 0-6, but 0-3 for Daniel Weir. That's going to move him onto the front page, definitely.
That'll help a lot.
It moves into number 12. Good job.
Also, look at the number, 793 and a 92 actually for Freddie Taylor.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive in itself.
Lara Bartlett and Luke Fulton. Lara residing in the number 14 spot with the 041. Luke Fulton, he's number 9020. I can't believe Dickie Fulton's still got a fleece on. It's a gorgeous day out there.
It's a bit. We're a bit privileged, mate. We're sitting in a bit of a
everybody
greenhouse.
else in t-shirts.
Yeah. Maybe she hasn't sunburned herself enough, you see. That's probably what it is. That keeps you warm.
So, Lara and Luke.
Nice.
0-2 again for Luke.
I don't think that's going to improve him,
No,
actually.
it's not. 0-2-0 before.
Another good run, though.
No improvement for Lara. Unfortunately, red lights. With a 0-3 red. All right, next up. Ada Cassisi. Going alongside which one is it? Jake Cooper. So Ada number 16, Jake in the number 20 spot.
Ada been very, very consistent in with 0 lights today and yesterday as well. Come on, Jake, hurry up. Mum's giving you a push. Okay, Steve gives Ada the thumbs up.
Is it moving? Yeah, it is moving. I
Barely.
thought Jake had a problem there. But yeah, now set to go. Nicely done. 0-2-8
Whoa.
for Jake Cooper.
After all that, that's going to help.
Yeah, number 11.
On the front page.
Yeah, drops Ada off the front page. So 0-4-2 now to get on to the top 16.
Just to let you know, I wasn't far off. Ida Zetterstrom is getting suited up with the top fuel car. Putting a crash helmet and a gear on, getting ready to step in. So we line up the next pair, which is Lola Bell Kent taking on Jacqueline Bartlett. Jacqueline, I think, is the highest qualified of the Bartlett sisters.
Yeah, 0-1-4. She's in the number 4 spot at the moment. Lola Bell Kent, 23. Grandad Tony checking things out on the back of the car. For Jacqueline, 0.21 for Lola Bell. Well, we know Jacqueline's already been 0-1, but nevertheless, some 0 lights coming in on regular occurrences now for Jacqueline. So setting herself up well for eliminations.
Yeah, so Jessica Bishop and Katie Ellis next. Katie's still, I thought she was number 1, she's number 3.
Number 3. Yeah, number 2 is young Luke Mugridge. Number 1, Mackenzie Love. Jessica Bishop then, she's in the number 10 spot. Tree counts them down and no improvements for either. They both go red. Still get people jump in front of them, but no improvement on their own positions through their own work. Right, Harry Peters. He is in the Autoglim lane going alongside Liam McDonald. Great to see the McDonald family back after 2.5 years.
Yeah, great return for Liam. And the whole family, actually. It's almost like he's never been away. What was that you were talking about, Cole, with regards to ferries?
Yeah, well, the first ferry they were due to go on was cancelled.
For this weekend, obviously, yeah.
So they then had to get a different ferry, and that was delayed. And I don't know if they got on the second ferry, if it was the third ferry they had to get on. But they made it over eventually. And thank goodness for that.
So Liam's 14 at the moment. Harry is 25. I said this the other day. It's going to be the only Friday of the year they're not going to have to bunk off school, I think, to come racing.
Well, let's see if Liam can move on up. He's capable of it. But a different car to what he normally runs. 039. He's already done 037. So again, another 0 light. Oh, put him in good position for eliminations. No help for Harry Peters either, so Liam stays 14. Harry stays number 25. All right, Grace Smith with the Boost Monkey Dragster, currently number 22, and Neve Deavy, the problem child, currently number 24. So Grace goes into pre-stage, which is the top set of bulbs, as does Neve. They roll a bit further forward, about 8 inches, and they go into stage. And off they both go. .17 for Grace, .12 for Neve. And Neve moves up a spot with that one, 24 to 23. Purdy Hadfield and Damien Redshaw. Damien currently number 12, Purdy number 6. All right, so Thomas bringing Purdy forward. Damien doing his own thing. Tree counts them down. Oh, it's a red light for Birdie, a 0-3 red, and it's a .17 for Damien, so no help for either of those two. Purdy's going to stay 6 for the time being. Damien's going to stay number 12.
So, Andy's T-shirt now is pertinent to his daughter as opposed to him. It's always good to see the Hadfields. Yeah, that's Purdy now. It's for him.
Get rid of the keys.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, you forgot the S. It needs an S on it.
Yeah.
Mackenzie Love and Kai Cooper up next. Mackenzie is your number 1 qualifier in Junior Dragster at the moment.
Trying to chop the tree down once again, but this time goes red.
Kai goes as 07, which is respectable. Will it change? No, stays 20.
That is a very tough crowd at Junior Dragster, to be fair.
One thing I'm looking around the tower I'm impressed about is we've actually got Suzanne's crew back down here after that. They must have faced a fair amount of work after that. So Harley Corsell, Ellie Brown. How much longer? Harley can't have much longer left to go, actually, in Junior Dragster.
is it the penultimate season or is it his last? I can't remember. I think it's his penultimate. It depends when his birthday falls, obviously. 0-2-0-1.
Might help, actually. It does, actually.
Yeah.
Turks moves him up. Eddie Brown with his 09. Yeah, Harley actually moves into the top 10. Number 9 qualifier after that for Harley. No help, unfortunately, that time round for Eddie.
Yeah, just nips in front of Luke Fulton there.
Teddy Sullivan with the Bulldog, taking on Chevy Checkit.
Well, you need a 0-4-1 to get to the top 16 now.
Hope that Emma and Letty are watching up there in the grandstand or somewhere similar. I'm sure they are. So Teddy has got the biggest potential move to make because he's number 26 at the moment.
It's gone deep. 0-1-9 for Chevy Checkit.
That'll help a lot.
Done nicely. 0-9-0. That's going to move to number 7.
Well done, Chevy. And the whole family. Our screen is not going to update because unfortunately Teddy Sullivan didn't break the beams at the top end. Okay, we have long, loud cars coming around underneath the tower, and not just the juniors out there on the start line. How cool is this, though? Because Ida Zetterström's coming around in Rooney Field's top fuel car for a bird's eye view of what she used to drive. Isn't that amazing? And all the kids are going to be collected at the top end. They're going to see her go flying past. Luke Muggeridge, unfortunately, I think he's lost fire.
Well, Luke, number 2 with a 006 light. Daniel Todd is your number 9 qualifier with a .019. So Luke's in pre-stage, as is Daniel now. Luke goes into stage, Daniel goes into stage, goes deep. Lights go green, 0-5 for Luke, .14 for Daniel. The field is set. And your number 1 qualifier for Junior Dragster for the Festival of Power, Mackenzie Love. Congratulations. Right, Top Fuel Dragster up next.
So, up next we have FIA Top Fuel Dragster side by side. I would say Scandinavian ladies, however, because Åland is technically in Finland. Finland isn't part of Scandinavia, part of the Nordic countries, but it's not in Scandinavia. So I've been pulled up on that numerous times, so I'm not going to forget. Don't worry. Anyway, Ida Zetterström with the Strand AX Runefjeld Top Fuel Dragster. Going to be taking on Suzanne Callin. After that run Suzanne had earlier, I must admit, I thought they'd be going through broken engine bits. However, Suzanne is back down here, ready to go. I don't see Antti Horto this time, though, unfortunately. We've still got jet cars right behind them. Loads of sportsmen qualifying to go as well. And they are set and in place. Both of these two ran really well. I think the quickest ET so far does indeed go to Suzanne with a 4.22. That was clicking it off before the finish line and hurting itself almost all the way down as well. The big orange blocks are out 1,000 foot towards the finish line. We are just waiting for the signal to fire them up. Side by side, 11,000 horsepower, 300 mile an hour Top Fuel Dragsters. Let's hope Runa has given them the thumbs up to go all the way through this time if everything goes to plan. So it looks like everybody's just about ready to go. Paul is about to give them the thumbs up. I must have nodded invisibly, but that's cool. Thank you. Metallica need to change that song to quench my blood with nitromethane. Forget gasoline. Sorry, no offence to anyone who runs gasoline. As the saying goes, gasoline is for washing parts in, alcohol is for drinking, nitro is for racing. So, we have side-by-side Top Fuel cars one more time. Suzanne, like I said, has been the quickest so far, but that's mainly because she's had her foot in it further than anyone else. 4:22 earlier on today. But that was with the engine coming apart, unfortunately. Ida Zetterstrom behaved herself and clicked it off when she was supposed to. Let's see how far this time Runa says they can take it. Even if they run to half track, they'll still run a 3-second run to 1,000 foot. Getting ready for the start of the FIA season, just over a month away at the end of May for the main event. We hope all of our friends from around Europe and around the world will be back to see us once again. We'll certainly be here, won't we?
Oh, yes. Really looking forward to the FIA Tour this year, but also looking forward to seeing what these two can perform in front of us right now. Suzanne Kalin and Ida Zetterstrom.
So both going to nudge into pre-stage, take their foot off the clutch, turn both pumps on, hold on for dear life on the brake pedal, and then mash that right foot. Wow, Ida on a flyer, 3.83, only 264 miles an hour. She still clicked that off. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the quickest ever 8th mile elapsed time in Europe. 3:01. 281 miles an hour to the 8th mile. Suzanne with a 4:32. Colin shaking his head.
I'm blown away by that. It was incredible. The short numbers. 0.849 for Suzanne, 0.839 for Ida. 8th. 3:23 at 2:30 for Suzanne, but look at those numbers for Ida. 3:01, 281 miles an hour.
Raise the roof for that team going up to get her, ladies and gentlemen. That is what she came all the way from Orland to do, and it's also what Runa has been planning all winter.
Just trying to compute that, ladies and gentlemen.
3:01 to half track
to 281 miles an hour in 3 seconds.
Yep, 3:01. That is a nailed on 3.7 second Top Fuel run if she legs it out the back door. She did lift quite early. The thing is, the speed drops off very quickly, but not so much the ET. So 3:83 is still an unbelievably stout run. It's her quickest run ever. That might even be her fastest speed ever, actually. However, she was going 15, 17 miles an hour faster at the 8th mile than she was at the finish line. So was that worth waiting for, everybody on the bank and everybody in the grandstands? I certainly hope it was.
Wow.
Superb effort. I did actually know something. I did say to Runa last year, because bear in mind these are show runs. They're not competing yet, right? They're not qualifying yet. This is exhibition. Yeah. I said to him, being completely straightforward about it, why do you run the cars so hard for exhibition? And he said, it's much easier to run them hard than it is to turn them down. Much easier. He said, turning them down, you break more stuff. But there we go. Ida Zetterstrom is going to be one happy young lady after that one, as are her crew. I do hope Anita, Stig, everybody else at home watching around Europe, and maybe even in India as well, out there in Switzerland. Fingers crossed we see you all next month. I really, really, really hope so. We're all ready and waiting. The track's good. Going to be fun.
And not only that, no issues at the top end. Both cars gone round the corner. The track's clear. Brilliant.
Just like that. And we have jet cars underneath the tower again. Who have we got this time? Let's have a quick look. We have Roger Goring, I think. Yep, thank you. Oh, it's all right. I forgot the screen had been fixed, so I should have looked at the screen. Sorry, thank you very much. Yeah, Roger Goring underneath us with Firestorm. We've got Martin Hill and Julian Webb coming around. I think they're side by side, and then we're cracking on with our sportsman qualifying. We've got the last session for Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator before they get out on their cruise.
Oh yeah, look forward to that actually. As the Top Speed Automotive, Billy and Jamie here, and they're going to be leading the cruise with the 34 Ford Coupe, which has actually run 10s on the quarter mile. But yeah, it's a fantastic car built by Nick Williams, now owned by Billy of Top Speed Automotive.
As someone who knows as well, who's got access to figures, I know they've run 3.7s in Australia. I'm not entirely sure if that's the quickest ever 8 mile outside the US. It could be. It could be. And it's only in testing in April. So Roger Goring with the Jet Funny car, Firestorm. I think Roger's only made one full quarter mile run, isn't he? I think every time I've seen him, he's been match racing against Martin. Yeah.
Oh, he had a match race with Julian as well, don't forget.
Oh yeah, of course.
But Jet's big part of the Festival of Power here at Sandspot. Look at the crowd, especially on the banking, staying here to watch all of this. Don't blame you. What? That's warm.
Everybody over there by the fence by Nitro FM barbecuing themselves. So, into stage and off he goes. Gets very quiet on the second, doesn't it? 6:09 at 260 miles an hour. Well done, Helen. Well done, Roger. Fabulous stuff.
That was really good, and so quick into stage as well. And Ian gave a very quick green as well, so not hanging about. 6:09 260.68. Give him a round of applause, folks, as Helen and the gang go to collect Roger from the top end.
More jets, and then potentially 6-second streetcars up next. Or car, I should say. So well done to Roger and the team. 6-0 is a really, really nice run. So Martin and Julian. One more time over 1,000 foot. Safety reasons, in case anyone wants to ask the question, is why they're not match racing over the full quarter mile. So they don't get as much speed, so they click them off a little bit early. I'm just going to check on what's in the lanes quickly.
Yeah, okay, well, it should be chock-a-block round there, that's for sure. So just to give everybody an idea of what is left to come, not quite sure what order, because obviously now I've just gone to have a quick look. But after the Jets, don't forget, we've still got Comp Eliminator Pro Modified Nostalgia Funny Car Top Fuel Bike to put in their final runs of the day. Also Fuel Funny Car. We've also got final round qualifying Street Eliminator Super Street Bike, Super Comp and Funny Bike, Comp Bike Supercars Outlaw Anglia, VW Pro and Sportsman, Sportsman ET, 850 and 950 bike, Junior Drag Bike, and then I believe Street Eliminator Cruise to go out as well. So still plenty to come here. Day 2 of 3, the Festival of Power, our traditional season opener here at Sandspot Raceway, and goodness me, perfect weather this weekend. What a fantastic Easter this has turned into. So as we get the Jets ready below us, Julian Webb with Split Second. The Jet Dragster is in the Auto Glim lane. And of course Martin Hill with Fire Force 5. Split Second powered. That's a quick look actually. Yeah, £5,500 worth of thrust, which equates to about 8,000 horsepower. Martin Hill has a Pratt & Whitney J60 jet engine. It's the same engine that's in Fire Force 3, the funny car, but obviously this is a more aerodynamic chassis, slightly lighter in weight despite the extra length of the chassis, and it just makes this car quicker. Brilliant flame and afterburner show from Split Second and from Fire Force 5 as the Jets move forward. The pops and bangs are certainly going to get louder now.
I love the way that Richie was actually waving off what Julian was doing. Did you notice that? Wow, Martin long gone to a 463 at 222. Julian goes 606 at 152. Great show all round. Everybody up in VIP seems absolutely overjoyed with that, as I'm sure they are with the new sunburnt legs. Sorry, jet burnt legs. There we go.
Brilliant entertainment once again from the Jets today. Right, so next up, we probably just need to look around the corner. We think it is Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. I'll stand corrected if not, but yeah, it looks like they're the next ones in the lane. This will be their last qualifier before they go out on the cruise a little bit later on this evening. They have to prove their roadworthiness as the two crews go to collect their respective jet pilots from the top end. Julian Webb's team for Split Second and Martin Hill's team for Fire Force number 5.
So just to let everybody know out there, the race director's just popped in to tell us. It's okay, we've got Street Limit to go, like you said, Colin. Got a couple of the bike classes. Super Street Bike I've just seen turning up, but then we're going back into running Comp, Pro Modified and everything else again as well.
Right.
And we are also due to, obviously we've seen Top Fuel Dragster, but we're due to have Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car again as well. Also due to have Fuel Funny Car too. That's supposed to be around about now. It's not far away at all.
Right.
Okay,
excellent.
so all of you race fans out there that don't fancy sitting in the big queue to get out, I suggest you stay put and watch some of the best racing on the planet. That's a great option to have, isn't it?
What are you going to do if you leave here? Just go to a hotel, go home. What's the point? Stay.
Yeah, stick around. We've got loads to come. Loads. Still got the rest of the sportsman qualifying to go, but we also have the second session for the Nostalgia Nitro Funny Cars and the Big Show Nitro Funny Cars to come as well. So yeah, if you can stick around, it'll be worth it.
Well, there's been stories in every single class of racing this weekend, and there are over 300 teams taking memories away from this weekend of what they did right, what they did wrong, what the bike didn't do that it should have done, what the car did that it's never done before. But every single one of them will have a story to tell their friends, their relatives, you name it.
A lot of them will relive it on.
And then they'll all go home and they'll look at the live feed and see what we said about them.
And we've had it.
And the clipped ears will be sent via email, or if we're unfortunate enough, in person.
Yeah, they just have to wait till the next time.
Yeah.
Hopefully they've calmed down by
Well, there's that frustrated spectator I told you about earlier on, Joe Stevens. Commiserations, he hasn't got the bits to get the car back on track this weekend, but good to see he's still supporting the class and crewing with Ash Cooper this weekend.
Well, Ash normally helps him out, so he's pretty much just returning the favour, to be honest.
So, Top Speed Automotive, Street Eliminator, the street legal drag racers. After this, they'll get set and go out on a cruise for about 26 miles around the Northamptonshire countryside. They go to Wellingborough, park up in one of the industrial unit parks, and they all gather together and they do what's called a hot start. So basically switch the engine off and have to start up again within 2 minutes. They go to the local petrol station and put some when I say some, it's a required amount of fuel into the fuel tank. I don't think we've got any diesels running in Street Eliminator, otherwise that could be a little bit of an issue these days for trying to find it. But luckily they're all on unleaded or V-Power or Ultimate, whichever they run. So Paul Morton and Ash Cooper.
Wow, first time it hasn't coughed at a gear change. This could be his quickest run of the weekend by a long way. Oh, there we go. I spoke too soon. Coughs just at the finish line. Still goes 10.78, 109. Look at that for Ash Cooper, though. 9.61.
Yeah.
140. You did say that. Sorry.
Yeah, he has been 9.5, so...
unreal.
9.61, no surprise.
145 mile an hour. Notice you haven't seen Mark Sheridan today. Yet, anyway.
Andy Bond, your number one qualifier, 7.31 at over 200 miles an hour. And he really does do a huge amount of street miles in this.
Does a fair amount up here as well.
Yeah. Total flat launch car, just handles so well. Undramatic yet devastatingly quick. Building up the boost, gonna bump it into stage. The lights go green. No issues at all. Smooth as silk, straight as an arrow. Be in the sevens again. 7.56, 203 miles an hour.
Street cars. Not what they used to be. Which is a good thing. That's even outrageous for a 56 Chevy, isn't it?
It is. Just looks so effortless as well. It's incredible.
Tommy Crew out checking in the Kestrel lane.
Yeah, the beams seem to trickle a little bit. I was just checking the beams.
It might have been Paul Morton's car, you never know.
Yeah, I've seen that on a couple though. Elliot Day, if you remember, had that. He was doing the same thing earlier on. Just coincidentally, it was two street cars.
Nick Hale on his own. Best ET of the weekend so far has been a 10.53. $10.52.
Finds 100th.
Certainly consistent. Yeah, so like Colin said, after they've made these runs, they will be off around the local town.
Well, there's Elliot Day. Currently your number 8 qualifier with a 10.34. Look at that. Is that right?
Could be. It's probably his number twice.
It could be, yes, you're right. Yeah, so he's actually in the number 7 spot, is Elliot.
10.34, he's been down into the 9s.
The teenager. 17 years old is Elliot.
And a car he built with his dad.
Yeah, and awarded the most promising newcomer award at the SPRC Awards night.
Certainly the most polite.
Yeah.
Meaningful.
Again, arrow straight. 983, that'll do nicely. 139 miles an hour. Solidifies his number 7 position. Dave Day happy with that one. Well done.
Looks like the lights in the Kestrel Lane are A-OK.
Well, we see Nick Hale go through. This is Nigel Hale. The C30 Chevy truck.
The only truck you'll ever see that's full size and that big that shakes the tyres all the time. Not that time.
$11.28, 121 miles an hour. James Murray with the Cortina.
Mark Sheridan has made it this time.
So can James dip into the 11s? Currently on a 12.17. Proper sleeper, that car. Oh, he's in there. 11.93 at 119 miles an hour. Very good run indeed for James. His best of the weekend. Well done, that man.
So Mark Sheridan with everybody's favourite Cuda. This car is an internet sensation, and for good reason. Engineered by the Robinson family with a twin turbo Noonan Hemi under the hood. All the potential to run incredibly quick.
Sure shifted there, you can hear that.
Going to be his quickest run to date, though.
It certainly is.
881, 141 miles an hour. Today's number 5, actually. He has run quicker in that car than that, hasn't he? In the previous
incarnation of it, yeah. As with most of us, every run is a test run. Sometimes they're in competition. Talk about internet sensations.
Sorry, just
Tony
quick look
Higgs
at
is-
Al-Mac. Look. He leaves the sunroof open, then winds it shut after the burnout to let the smoke out. Sorry. But it's a windy one. Look, he will shut it in just a second. He's just trying to let as much smoke out as possible. There you go.
You
look.
can see him do it now.
Yeah, exactly.
Brilliant.
I'm sure that's what Volvo designed it for about 40 years ago, isn't it? Or thereabouts, anyway.
So it's not a sunroof, it's a chimney, is that what you said?
Yeah, that's the one. Tony Higgs, quickest so far this weekend, 8.25. That car does have a 7 in it. Wow, look at that launch from Tony Higgs. That really hooks and goes. No wheel stands at all. Al-Mac's going to get there first with a 7.59.
Wow.
New personal bests in both lanes, actually. 7.59 at 182 for Al-Mac. 8.12 at 169 for Tony Higgs. They're going to be overjoyed.
For the pair of outstanding
street cars. Look at that Tony Higgs, though. He's been over 170 before, though, hasn't he, actually?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, he has, but not 8.12.
Did you notice the way the car left? It actually, the back end went upwards. It didn't go, it didn't squat down, and that's the difference. 121 to 60 foot, 117 in the other lane that time for Al-Mac. That is a terrific number for that Volvo. 7.59 at 182. And another man who's had a very, very good day so far. Al Williamson with the Howling Hauler. What did he run earlier, Colin? 8.29.
Yeah.
He's been close to the 7s before, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been 8.1.
I seem to remember one of the reasons he thought he could go quicker is because he didn't have his foot all the way down. Do you remember?
Yes.
Bizarrely. Super Street Bike on. Back of the tower.
Oh, this is looking good as well.
Yeah, there was a pedal off
There
the
was
line
a tiny pedal. 8.27. It's his quickest of the weekend, 167 miles an hour.
They still look thrilled. It doesn't
They're
make
back.
any difference. There we go. 132 to 60 foot. I think he'd pedalled it by then, actually.
He did, yeah.
Nicely done, sir. Well done. It's always nice when someone spends that much time, effort, money, all the rest of it rebuilding and goes like that. So, Super Street Bike will be your next class round.
Great session for Street Eliminator there.
That was really good.
A load of them putting in their best runs.
It's just prime go fast weather. The air's cooling off. I only know this because of you, by the way. The air's cooling off. The air's cooling off. And the track's still nice and warm, so it's prime go fast time.
So what are we going to see in the next class?
Well, Super Street Bike earlier on, after the build-up, both Steve Venables and Daniel Lentz didn't make it down the racetrack, unfortunately. Some of the other riders did in very, very good fashion indeed. They're going to be the first pair out once again. Oh no, they're not, beg your pardon. There's already a pair under the tower. So, someone is not going to be around to race tomorrow. We have a 9 and 10 qualifier. There's an 8-bike field, 7.88. Both these two are in at the moment. Dave Smith, 7.27. Ross Morrison, 7.28. What a tough crowd. My goodness me. Number 7 with a 7.28. That's Ross in the Auto Glim Lane. Dave Smith, Kestrel side of the racetrack. Good looking launch for Ross.
Oh, he's sitting up though.
Yeah, not a good finish. 7.46 and 2.03 for Dave Smith. Only 1.37 to 60 foot told the story for Dave Smith. Didn't really launch as well as he'd have liked.
Yeah, it would have been a good one for Ross. Don't forget he was the one that hit the blocks on the previous round for Street Eliminator, Super Street Bike.
Yeah,
All right, here we go then. Hold on tight. Number 1 and number 2, Daniel from Hungary. 6.776 at 220 miles an hour. He's your number 1 qualifier. Steve Venables, 6.98 is the number 2 spot. But I know Ven will be turning everything up, trying to match him.
Daniel hasn't backed it up yet, for the record.
He hasn't done the ET.
He's backed the 220, hasn't done the ET. If both these two leave and get past 60 with a front wheel down, with no wheels up, oh, this is going to be huge. Steve Venables actually dropping off a bit. What's Daniel going to do? 6.78. There's your new ET record 678 220.37.
Wow.
That makes the new record 6.7 seconds. Steve Venables, a very uncharacteristic 126 to 60. I can only think something didn't work as it was supposed to. Run 7.17 at 214, and he gets gapped by the Hungarian guy in the other lane. Well, the official Europe quickest bike in Super Street belongs to Hungary.
Quickest and fastest. Congratulations.
Jake Michelle, Steve Wood.
Well, now it's time to knock a 6 out, Jake. He's done 7.00 with a 4 so far this weekend.
Every run's been arrow straight, flat as a pancake.
Notice Steve Wood actually got the new leathers on this time round. I've actually spotted them at last.
Well done. Well, Steve's one of those that's not in the show at the moment. I think he's going to need a PB to get in.
Jake, 121 to 60 foot. Arrow straight. This could be it. Oh, 7.04, 194. And 8.34. Quickest run of the weekend for Steve Wood. He moves up to number 9.
Well, yeah, he's not qualified. I think it's Margot Schmidt, actually, who may be coming up next is the other one on the outside at the moment. There she is. So Margot Schmidt in the Kestrel lane. I did actually think she was entered to run in comp. But she's number 10, run a best of 8.50. She's very, very well capable of running quicker than the 7.88 you see on the board at the top end for the bump spot. As is Al Morrison Jr., who, unusually for him, only number 4 at the moment.
120 to the 60.
Al Morrison's off it, I think.
Yeah, only 135 at the stripe tells the story.
Unfortunate for Margot Schmidt, after all the effort coming over, 8.47 at 1:59 will not improve enough to be around as part of the show in Super Street Bike.
On to Super Comp. Be faster, or be faster. Many thanks indeed to them for their continued support. First up, your number 1 qualifier in the Super Cup is Alan Schofield. Going alongside Steve Field with the Black Pig 2, the Slingshot. Currently in the number 6 spot. Steve unfortunately towed back to the pits on his last qualifying attempt, but making it to the track this time round. Lights good.
Steve's scrubbing
off a load of speed over there.
Still wiggling around. Still wiggling around through the top end. Still goes 8.69. Even with all that tail wagging, he's still well under the number.
I do believe we've got Funny Bike after this.
Yeah, we've got Nostalgia Nitro Funny Cars not far away as well as Big Show Funny Cars. So, Paul Hudson.
Go on. Just a key piece of information. Just got this from Andy Bond. Thanks ever so much indeed for this one. Street Eliminator are now on a small tyre. They are on 295 tyres, not 315s or 325s that were on before. 20% less tread than before, hence the slightly slower speeds. Didn't know that. Thanks, Andy Bond, for giving me the information.
Well, it doesn't seem to hurt. No. So, Darryl Howes and Paul Hudson. Darryl is way off in the distance. 8.83, pretty close. 9.81, nearly a second too slow, actually.
Yeah.
Paul Hudson, no help for either. This is their last qualifying run before we pair them up.
Right, a big shout out once again to Ian Pugh Now he's actually down on the start line this time with FixAuto.com, Martin Kirbishley sponsor. So come to see it from trackside. So Martin Kirbishley, don't break out by half a second this time. We know the car can go quick. We have to prove it. Try and get one on the right side.
There's the throttle stop, and there it is back in again.
Steve Hudson and Martin Kirbishley, 890. But Martin Kirbishley moves up 7-3. A nice move for him, just 400ths off. Steve Hudson breaks out, goes 886. But Martin Kirbishley from Fix Auto goes into number 3 with an 894. Well, we certainly hope Ian is enjoying his time here. Ian Pugh, certainly worth the trip today. Number 5 qualifier is Leah Kellett with the Dolly Daydream Dragster.
Most unlike the Kelletts to be down in number 5. 8 cars qualified here for Super Comp.
Well, she needs to find 300ths to improve her position. Look at that, 1/10,000th of a difference between 3rd and 4th there. So what's Leia got for us then? It's a 05 light. That is good for racing. It's all about the qualifying number. 893 with a 3. She moves up to the number 3 spot with that one. Well,
like
Leia?
Yeah, 1/10,000th is the difference between one mouthful of cereal, I think, in the morning.
Well, there's 4 10,000ths between 3rd and 2nd now. Ridiculously tight.
Okay, so Richard Tunstall. Weird Ted Stoy, the Roadster. Running both Super Gas and Super Comp. Actually, John Teppenham coming round. Is he running in Super Comp as well? Because I know he sometimes does.
Might be a late entry, you never know.
He might need to completely finish off a set of tyres.
Well, that makes it awkward if he does run in Super Comp because we've got an 8-car field. He makes it 9. That's a lovely launch there from Rich. Pedal to the metal all the way through to an 882, 144.
Too quick? I'm not sure.
Yeah, too quick. I don't think he's too worried about that. That was hooked and gone.
Must be a rerun for some reason. Either that or we haven't created enough clouds today.
It's got to be a rerun then.
I'm going with clouds. And we got Funny Bike up next as well. See Stu Crane pacing around. Roger Moore. So 897 for John Teppenham. He's already number 1 qualifier.
Can't be taken away from him either.
It's going to be very hard to improve on as well.
$897 again. He's just rubbing it in now.
Way to back up that number 1 spot. Well done, JT. I think you might end up with a buy in round 1 actually. So, Funny Bikes.
Only 2 of them I can see behind.
And Stu Crane.
And oh yes. Is there any below us? That's the that was the question. We know Louis Davis isn't coming down because obviously they're rebuilding the bike for eliminations tomorrow. Roger Moore and Dave Peters.
Yeah, I don't think there is anyone underneath this Cole. I think it will be these two first.
Yep.
No Lorcan and Parnell either, unfortunately.
Well, we had 6 of them put numbers on the board. 3 of them are visible. When I say 3 of them are visible, 3 of the bikes are here. The glue bird's going out. Well, I wonder what the pause was. I'll tell you what, then gives us a chance to rest the vocal cords just for a quick moment. Nitro FM 96.2, if you can take it away for a short while. We will be back with the Last Chance Saloon, the last qualifying session here at the Festival of Power. So here we go then, it is the last session of Funny Bike here at the Festival of Power. Class sponsored by Leeks Landscapes, many thanks to Dieter Dale and of course everybody at Leeks Landscapes. Well, it's going to be Dave Peters with the Ricklewood Express and going alongside the Box of Frogs Racing of Roger Moore. So Rog currently number 4 on a 792. Rog number 4 on a 771. The 792 belongs to Dave Peters in number 5. Dave Peters ain't going to get any numbers. He left before the tree was activated, and Rog getting very close to the blocks. In fact, yeah, over the go. Well, he'd already been quicker than 8:30, so no improvement for either of them.
That should be a very easy replace, that one.
Yep.
Good to see Kev Slyfield back down for the last session of Pro Mod.
Well, just looking at Tony there, he looks exhausted. A long old day, a long old weekend. And a warm one. Yeah. All right.
Stu Crane then, the last bike in this session before we move into Comp Eliminator. We're just going forward.
6:48. Stu's number.
Pretty stout. I think he's been slightly quicker than that before. So can he improve on a 6:48? We're about to find out. Like an absolute bullet. Stu Crane. That's quicker. That 6:40 is quickest ever run. 212 miles an hour. There's a lot of smoke going on in the shutdown area. He's still upright.
Yeah,
he's absolutely
he's fine.
Yeah, that's his quickest run ever. That's knocking on the door of Europe's quickest. I think Rikard Gustafsson's been down in the 6.3s. He's nearly there. And the reason I said that was quicker was because I saw the 8 mile ET pop up and it was a 4:12 at 174. He's going to terrorise all those top fuel bikes this summer. Okay, Rob Smallworth and Alex
Lizarak.
Thank you. I took a breath before I said that for a reason.
Could be wrong, but 9:09 from Alex on his last run. Outstanding, outstanding.
impressive elapsed time, especially out of a 3-litre turbo VW van, to say the least. Or cab, I beg your pardon. I bet he'd like the ET that's still on the board up there. Look, 642.12. 9.50 on the board is his index. He's trying to go as quick as he can underneath that. He's already been, like you said, Colin, 9.09. He's qualified number 5 in his first ever full-on event in comp. Taking on Rob Smallworth with the Dirty Dog 55 super modified car. 799 is still the Supermod index, even though Fred Hone has tried to shift it a number of times.
Yeah, that's it.
It's still there. Alex with a rolling start, actually, by the looks of that. Robbie's long gone to a 7.56, quickest run of the weekend for him. Alex goes 9.19. Look at the speed though, 152.
Impressive.
So Rob actually moves up into number 5 spot, bumps Alex down 1. Yeah, that was a bit of a rolling start actually. 1.44 60 foot is not indicative of what that can do. That is going to be an 8-second truck. Sorry, beg your pardon, truck, cab, very soon. Spence Tran, Kev Perkins. Your next pair. Spence with beautiful blue.
Well, he wants that number 1 spot back off Dan Williams.
He's got to go some to do it, isn't he? He's got to run in the 10.8s, I think, to do that. Kev Perkins from Basildon. Earlier on today, his first full run of the season, 7.56. Another one of those super mod cars. Actually, Rob Smallworth went 7.56 as well.
Well, there is a 50 quid bonus for your number 1 qualifier. Part of the contingency sponsor from Williams Brothers Speed Shop. Oh, 002 light for Spencer.
Yeah, Perkins looks like he meant it that time. 7.92 actually, 176. 10.93 for Spence.
No,
forget that.
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah, if you look at the numbers, we've got a minus. Yeah, anyway,
that's all right.
So it's all right. Nick Williams, still a great run for Spence. I think that's still his quickest run of the weekend. Actually, it is 10.93 with the 1. He's in number 2. So Nick Williams is 7 with the Camaro in the Kestrel Lane. Dan Williams is number 1, 9.85. Now you're fully clued up on how that compares to the rest of the world.
It's good. It's very good. So Trackworks Comp Eliminator, Dan Williams goes 9.95. He's got another one for the 9.85. His best of the weekend, 11.06. But he stays in number 6.
Check Dan's speed.
Yeah. Oh, they all know what they're doing.
Of course they do. We know what they're doing too.
Yeah.
So Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster. His 780 is his index, his best run of the weekend. That's normally a nailed-on 7-second car.
Oh,
more problems.
More problems. What they did, they shared all the flex plate bolts on their previous run, so they've now got some titanium ones. But maybe there's another issue now.
Oh goodness me! One long weekend for that team.
Yeah.
Well, they're in the show. They are number 10. However, dearie me. Oh, hang on. Up against Dave Smith. Or Dave Suicide Smith, as it says on the side of the car. Not sure I'd nickname myself that, driving a door car. But there we go. Well,
Jenkins. Despite all his issues, Dave Smith set a PB with that combination, 768 on his run earlier.
Yeah, this car has always been ill handling, shall we say, when it was with its previous owner. And the first couple of events Dave ran, it was as well. But I think they've done a lot of work to it. I know they're sure they got it baselined. And hopefully it'll be going from A to B with no issues again. 768 he ran earlier. Thing is, with the car going straight, they can start turning. I said that too soon, didn't I? They can start turning the engine up. 796 at 175, runs good speed. It gets a wiggle on at about 3:30 almost every time, that car.
Well, I know a young man that is tuned in watching all of this is Jordan Payne. We know he's studying for his dissertation at the moment. Jordan, all the best, mate. We look forward to seeing you on your return to Santa Pod, whenever that is. I know you're saying you're taking the season out. Well, we might see him at some stage, and we certainly hope we do. But Jordan and the whole of the Sticky Situation team missing you guys this weekend in the Comp Eliminator. Runner-up in the championship last year with that beautiful Corvette. So the Chaos Brothers, Robin Orthodoxou behind the wheel of the Altered. 6.999 is where they've been today. As you said, down Noah Lane, unfortunately. Check in with them a bit later on.
Look at that go.
That car is sorted at the moment.
103 to 60. And a 6.90. Look at that number. 193 miles an hour. Personal best, I think that is for Robin Orthodoxou. He's still number 4 qualifier, but 0.55 under his index. They are ecstatic with that one.
Outstanding again.
So we got Pro Mod and Nitro Funny Cars up next. So missing in action for the whole of the day today was Kev Slyfield. I think he's actually only put in 2 runs so far this week.
I think you're right. One of them he was shut off because of the errant part that we don't think was his. I still haven't found out on that yet.
I know. 6.35 was a pedalling run from yesterday. If this car launches, makes it past 60 foot with no tyre shake, it is another 5-second race car. All being well. Kev wearing the number 1 proudly on the front of the car from last season's campaign. He is UK Pro Modified Champion. They worked so hard, it was unbelievable. Thumbs up from the team on the start line. So the number 1 spot is currently 5.94. If Kev comes close to his personal best, he can beat that. Just depends how hard he wants to stand on it in this last qualifying session. Also, because the odd lot field, number 1 qualifier is going to get a bye in the morning. But it won't be Kev, unfortunately.
He thought about it.
Yeah, 60 foot was 0.995. They were going for it. Trickles through with 11.20. He'll start from at least the number 5 qualifier position. At the moment, that means he'd race the number 4 man, which would be Jean Delemont, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
So, fired and ready is Wayne Nicholson. Please keep your fingers crossed from the Lucky Devil team from Yorkshire. We've had 1 5-second team from Yorkshire today on 2 wheels. I think Wayne would be doing handstands if there were 2.
Well, Graham Beckford was quick to pounce on that fact. Good afternoon to you, Graham. I hope you're keeping well, mate. Look forward to seeing you.
Short burnout for Wayne. So the new supercharger combination has thrown them a bit of a curve, especially getting the car off the line. If he can make it as far as 60 foot with little or no shake, I'm sure Wayne will run it all the way through.
Well, that's just they're backing him up with radio communication now, actually, instead of...
Well, no, we call it remote control.
Right, well, okay, yeah. There is that.
But it is actually technically that, isn't it? So Wayne's best run is a way off form for him, 11.69. His personal best is 6.14. Anything close to that at the moment, and they will be overjoyed. I think this will be the 6th run, maybe even the 7th. I know he made a run or two on test day as well. But just trying to iron the wrinkles out with the new combination. Wayne Nicholson, Lucky Devil, from up there in Yorkshire. Keep your fingers crossed. Well, that was a lot more like it. 0.995 to 60 foot. He'd still shook. I'm not sure why Wayne clicked it off, actually. Maybe that was the plan, but trickles through this time too. Oh, that was Kev's run. Oh, sorry, I apologise. Left before the tree was activated. Thank you, Simon. Sorry, it didn't clear. Still a pretty good looking launch until the tyres rattle. He'll be in round 1 eliminations to Robert, not with the run that he wanted, unfortunately. Nick Davies, Jean Deulemont, your next pair. Final pair's going to be fun. Turbo and nitrous car out there. Laying down some more rubber, like the racetrack needs it. We have the Thermareg team as well. Kevin Chapman with the Nitro Funny Car, as well as Gladiator round the back of the tower. So don't go anywhere at all. We've also got Nostalgia Nitro Funny Cars as well, not far away. So Nick Davies, best this weekend, 6.14. That car has 5.8 second potential. Not sure whether Rob Loring is actually creeping up on it or there's something amiss, because the car's been sort of like 1.14, 1.15, 60 foots, where it normally be down in the 1.0s at least. Jean Deulemont's had a couple of decent runs, but not nearly as quick as he'd like. He's about 3/10 off the pace of where he'd like to be. He's run 6.0s numerous times with the Bad Apple Camaro in the Kestrel lane. Jean definitely gets the long distance award in Pro Mod this weekend. He lives in a place called, if you're at home watching on the internet, Google where Tarnos is, Tarnos. Basically, it's southwest France. When I say southwest France, it's virtually Spain. It's about 3 kilometres from the Spanish border, right down there in the south of France. And he comes all the way here to race with us. So here we go then, France versus the UK. Well, Nick Davies now off and running. 6.12 at 2.36, much more like it for Jean as well. 6.20 at only 2.11. But Nick Davies is 60 foot, 1.16. That is at least 1500ths slower. It doesn't seem to leave with any boost. Have you noticed?
Yeah.
I think that's what
Takes
it is.
him a while to build the boost up, actually.
Well, if you look at the 8th mile numbers as well, Jean Deulemont was there in 4.05. Nick, 4.09. Yet Nick got there first. I think John clicked it slightly earlier as well.
Yeah, speed at the stripe, 2.11 compared to 2.36. Very interesting.
Oh, we're just doing a bit of a track check. Both cars were fired and just coming round. Yeah, that's in Nick Davies' lane, just to make sure. Obviously, radio from the top end. Dave is jogging towards the shoe. And Ian is jogging towards the tractor.
(6:20) on a glorious Saturday afternoon here at Santa Pod Raceway. Where else would you want to be this Easter? No, I can't think of anywhere else either. So yeah, the shoe going out just to do a little bit of a clean up. We don't actually know what is out there, but nonetheless we still want to give all of these guys and girls the perfect racetrack. So whilst having a look at that, tell you what, Nitro FM 96.2, if you can just take it over for a moment whilst our track crew do their thing out there And we'll take it back with a continuation of the final session of Pro Mod qualifying here at the Festival of Power.
just walk by. There goes a sight from my soul. There goes a sight, there goes a soul. Now there goes a sight from my there goes a sight. There goes a sight, there goes a sight. Now there goes a sight from my soul. Yeah.
Well done to our track crew once again for getting us ready to go for the continuation of Pro Mod qualifying, the last session. Going to be Andy Robinson on his own. Oh no, it's going to be a pairing. I do apologise. Andy Robinson and of course Michel Turenne. Number 1 and number 2 on the qualified order. Which way round are they going to be? Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator Cruise. You see the 34 going behind. Tower, and there, yeah, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator Cruise leaving. As the burnouts complete, and if you look over the banking towards the road, you will see the Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator Cruise heading out into the Northamptonshire countryside. Trigger's Broom just gone by the back of the tower. In fact, there's quite a few of them to go past actually, so good luck guys. Look forward to seeing you all come back.
Yeah, Elliot's going for his only ride.
Yeah, he can't drive. Dave Day's got to be behind the wheel.
So this is the fight for the number 1 spot in Motorsport UK Pro Mod. Due to the fact we have 7 cars, someone will get a bye run in round 1. That's whoever is number 1 qualifier. Currently that's Michel Turenne with the 594. However, after both their runs earlier today, Michel is going to be looking to go quicker. Andy, Luke and the team are trying to find the sweet spot, get the anger management Camaro off the start line. If Andy does manage to get past 60 foot with no shake, there's a very good chance number 1 will be going to the UK. However, Michel is going to do his very best to not let that happen. All of you guys out there in the Netherlands, I hope you're watching and enjoying this. This is the kind of stuff we sit there dreaming about all winter, you know. Beautiful cloudless evening here in England. Fantastic racetrack. Everyone's still in t-shirts. And 2 of Europe's best pro mods pulling into pre-stage. Andy Robinson, Autoglym Lane. Michel Turenne for the Netherlands, Kestrel Lane. Well, they both didn't make it past 60 foot. 0.97 to 60 for Michel Turenne. Shook from there on. Andy was a 0.99, but just too much tyre shake, unfortunately.
Well, they were certainly trying. There's no doubting that whatsoever. They both wanted that number 1.
So your pairings in round 1 Pro Mod, I can now tell you, as the screen refreshes itself, I'll give it a go from memory. It will be Michel Turenne on a bye run. Number 2 is Andy Robinson. He will be up against Wayne Nicholson. Thank you very much indeed, Cole. Number 3, off the top of my head, I think is Nick Davis. I think he's going to be up against Annie Wallace. And it will be number 4 qualifier is Jean Doulemont with the nitrous car, going to be taking on
Kev Slyfield.
Thank you very much indeed. There we go. So you can remember it just as well as me.
Thank you very much.
If not better.
Do you know what?
Probably.
I even did that without notes, which is
good.
very unusual because I normally have to write everything down. Right, Top Fuel bike.
Final session. We have 2 bikes again. Hopefully everything all right with both of the machines. Rene van der Berg looking to get into 6.1s. He's been 6.2 a couple of times. He's been 6.3 once. Can he make it that little bit quicker? Yeah, look at this. Look. This is what I get. Look at that. All sitting outside having a curry.
Shame.
Oh well, never mind. So, Rene van der Berg. So Rene is currently number 3 qualifier as it stands at the moment. He'd have a date with the man right behind him, Al Smith. 6.23 with a 5. Can he nudge it that little bit closer to the 6.1s, maybe the 6.0s, possibly the 5s. start seeing header flames as well. That'd be a treat. Oh, look at that beautiful riding from Rene. 6:32, big speed. 2:28. 108 to 60 foot, 421 at 182, just a tick slower at every incremental down. However, the speed was better than ever.
But he's got a bike that's doing it every single
He's
run.
having a lot of fun. He's having a lot of fun. It's not quite as quick as he wanted. Now, the thing is, normally when someone gets close on their first couple of runs, you think, okay, little tweak, that'll be it. I did think that was quicker than that, to be honest with you.
He looked it.
Looked great. There's Al McSweeney going out the cruise with the Evolution.
Well, they're a little bit late leaving, some of them.
So, Rocket with Al Smith. Al's run a PB of 6:01. This weekend he runs 6.12. There is nobody that bosses a bike down the racetrack quite like Al.
Literally, as soon as he launches, he shifts his body weight on the bike.
Over it to keep it straight. He also puts his head straight down, if you watch. Interesting riding style. Whoop, something actually let go of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see a bolt rolling along. Still a good launch, 102 to 60 foot. 12:48. No improvement for either of them. Still cool to see them. Right, folks, Nitro Funny Cars in the gathering dusk here at Santa Pod Raceway. We've got Kevin Chapman rolling round underneath the tower. Now, I just need to work this out. I'm just trying to figure it out. Kevin's put in a run, got an ET. So has...
Yeah, the Thermareg car. Oh, no, Steve Ashton.
Steve Ashton, I don't think has, because he rolled the lights yesterday and he banged the blower earlier on today.
Yeah.
Not sure how that's going to work out anyway. They may all just go into eliminations too, but we'll have to wait and see. So, Kevin Chapman with new crew chief on board for this year, Wayne Dupuis from the US. Good to see Wayne back over here. Last time we saw him was a while ago, about 15 odd years ago, something like that, 14 years ago maybe, for Urs Urbacher, when Urs was over here running the full European tour. So they all had checkout runs yesterday. Kevin was one of those. This will be his second run of the year. Running to 1,000 foot, you can see the big orange blocks going out there towards the finish line. Oh, Dave Bryan is actually down here with his shirt on, which hopefully is a good sign.
Yeah, the rest of the Undertaker team making an appearance. That's good.
Yeah, no one's pushing the car though.
Well, they got a tow vehicle for that, hopefully.
The one thing I'm going to say out loud as well is when this car comes out on the racetrack, you guys, if anybody you follow NHRA racing in the US, this body and the car itself is noticeably different from the way that they run them in the US these days. Now, this was an up-to-date US body around about 10 years ago, something like that. It's still good for very, very quick ETs and speeds. However, the way they run the cars in the States now, because of the aerodynamics, or the updated aerodynamics, they run virtually no rear wing on the back of them anymore. I don't know if you noticed this, Colin, when you've been watching them.
I must admit, no.
You know, if anybody's, you'll see what I mean. If anybody out there is watching live on the internet at home, which I'm sure quite a few thousand of you are, if you Google pictures of, let's just say, John Force's up-to-date funny car, or whoever it might be, who runs a Mustang these days, Bob Tasker, you check out the up-to-date bodies. They don't have the big rear decks on the back anymore. They've still got the big side spoilers, but they've run virtually no rear wing, and a lot of that is to reduce drag. So Wayne Dupuis just get the fuel pressure right. Wayne's got a lot of experience of tuning fuel motors. He used to tune Joe Martin's top fuel car. And many others. Do you see what I mean about the big rear deck look? If you look at the way it shoots up at the back, they don't have that. on the US Stars now. They still have that lovely noise though. So far Kevin Chapman has put in 1 run. Now, I'm not sure how far this is going to be. I think his run last night went pretty much okay. So hopefully this will be a bit further down the racetrack. And also see the West End funny car out the back. Gladiator coming round. So you're going to get to see full-on bunny ears. Flames out both sides of that nitro burning V8. Around about 11,000 horsepower are about to leave the start line. Good luck to Kevin, good luck to the team. It is a new combination, new crew chief. Let's see what they can do. Well, a little bit of tyre shake out there. Not quite sure that was planned. It did leave like a bandit. 0.91 to 60 foot. Pretty stout indeed. But just ran up on the tyre and ran over it as well. Just a little bit too much tyre shake for Kevin to bear, and he had to back out of it. Still a nice launch all the same. And the crew still look pretty happy with that. Was quicker than his run yesterday. By some margin, actually. Yeah, we have all 3 Nitro Funny Cars down here. So whatever the issue was, it went pop with Steve Ashdown was, I'm not going to say it was easily fixable. Nothing's ever easily fixable. So give Kevin Chapman's team a round of applause, please. Everybody up there in the grandstands and on the banking. They'll be back tomorrow in eliminations. I think Kevin actually won the Euro Funny Car Championship in his debut season a few years ago.
So for Mark and Jackie Hawkins, Hawk Racing is Jason Phelps, the Gladiator.
With the Camry body on there. Again, if you look, got the big rear deck on the back of it. Jackie Hawkins looking excited with life, even though we're excited to see you.
Jackie and I had a real good catch-up. I think it was last year. Because they live in one of the most beautiful towns in the UK, Aldborough in Suffolk. And it's where I used to spend a lot of my childhood holidays there. Yeah. And it is a lovely town. It's stuck in time warp.
Okay.
And it's totally unspoiled. There's no like modern developments there or anything. It's just a most beautiful place. Mark and Jackie Hawkins very fortunate to live there.
That's quite a big throttle stop as well for Jason. Certainly clearing out the ear holes of everyone sitting up here on VIP. Is this your phone, by the way?
Yes.
Oh, so I just wondered why.
Yeah, as soon as you pick it up, you can tell it was mine.
Oh, sorry, yeah, that's a very good point, yeah. Well, unless someone else would be sad enough to never mind. Just kidding. So, Jason Phelps put in a real good check-out pass yesterday. A couple 100 foot out. Everything checked over and A-OK. Unfortunately, earlier on, struck the tyres at the hit of the throttle. So, as with Monday Fuel Funny Cars, lots of stuff going on under the hood. The crew lift it up, they take off the rev counter, which is in place to make sure everything's okay when they fire the car up. Crew do their last checks. I don't think they take the throttle stop off until the body comes down. The guy up front nervously places it over there. Actually, they have taken the throttle stop off already, I beg your pardon. So Mark Hawkins brings his car into stage. Jason actually pointing to the left. I'm sure a bit of right hand down can cure that. Here we go. Well, 630, 145 miles an hour. It seemed a little dead, to be honest with you. It's almost like drove through the clutch a bit, almost like the clutch didn't activate properly. But still, all good. Looks in one piece. And we have 2 more funny cars coming up. Hope to be side by side this time. It is Steve Ashdown with the Undertaker. The body repaired, everything back in place after the pop on the burnout earlier on. I'm sure the throttle stop welded in place this time. It's a very simple little device that, yeah.
Very good to see the burst panel did its job actually on the front of the body there.
Yeah, they have actually. If the number of the bodies in the States now, they actually have a burst panel that opens outwards, as well as that one that, you know, like the cough panel, if you like, at the front. So this is Steve Ashdown. Loves driving this car. Really, really loves driving this car. And he's going up against the current #1 qualifier so far this weekend. Going to be Kevin Kent for GSI Insurance, Southern RV Hire, with the new to him Chevy Monte Carlo. Actually, if you look at the body, there's no scars whatsoever from doinking the blocks. So it might have just been the headers. But,
yeah, could be right.
Could well be. Might just be the headers that blew the blocks over. I'm sure Kevin, the team, are looking for a repeat of that run they had earlier on. Also for him, after the last couple of years of trying as hard as he can, must be so nice to go through the finish line, pull the chutes, and have a race car again. We've still got nostalgia funny cars coming up behind these. That's a big throttle stop if ever I saw one.
That's what it should have done last time.
That's a working throttle stop if ever I saw one. So Steve Ashdown has made 2 attempts. He's made every qualifying session actually. However, so far he hasn't got any laps time. Kevin Kent has. He's current #1 qualifier with a 4.46 to 1,000 foot. Also, good time to say hi to John Smith, who I think was due to be here this weekend, but unfortunately his father-in-law, Virgil Hartman, passed away. Our thoughts are with you, Rhonda, and the whole family, John. We hope to see you back here at some point during the season. So, very, very sorry to Rhonda and to you, John, and to the whole Hartman family. How did Lee end up on bodylifting duties of all things? Sorry, Lee. So, checking everything out. Thumbs up from the team. Lee puts the body down. Here we go. So, Kevin Kent for GSI Insurance and Southern RV Hire. Brand new Monte Carlo to him in the Kestrel lane. Dave Bryan says, let's go, Steve. Gives you the motion to roll it in. So, who's going to be #1 in Fuel Funny Car? Will it be Kevin or will it be Steve? Whoa. Big time tyre shake, both lanes. Salute Steve gets the time on the board, and it will be in the #3 spot. Kevin, though, that tyre shake past 60 foot was huge. 0.954 to 60. They were both loaded up and trying, but unfortunately just had a little bit too much for the racetrack. So the pairings, I think, are going to be Kevin Kent in the morning is going to be taking on whoever was number 4 because the screen's changed. Deary me.
Kevin Chapman.
I think it's Kevin Chapman. I think you're dead right. So battle of the Kevins, and on the other side we've got Steve Ashdown going to be taking on Jason Phelps. Great effort from the Undertaker team to get the car in one piece again, and the driver too, obviously. Back round here for that qualifying session. At least they've got a number on the board, which means they'll be in eliminations tomorrow. So, Nostalgia Nitro Funny Cars coming up next. Running over the quarter mile.
Looks like Jane Kay is going to be the first to come around the corner. Still got that stag party over there, look, with the... I don't know where the guy that's dressed as a dragster is, but some of the others are there. You can see the cone with the Union Jack, with the checkered flag sticking out.
Enjoyed themselves.
That's one of their stag party.
So I thought I'd just show you that, especially after what I was just talking about.
Good stuff. Happy birthday, Charlie, indeed. Also, might as well do some birthday shout-outs that we know about up here. Bob Sargent, a big fan of drag racing, has been coming up here for many, many, many years. I mean, we're talking like in the 1960s, Bob started to come up here. Moved down to sort of the Cornwall, Devon area a couple of years ago. Bob, I hope you're keeping well, mate. I might even be tuned in as well. But absolute top bloke, great friend to a lot of people. You know, he knew Bootsy very, very well. Great friends with Al O'Connor, people like that. So Bob Sargent, many happy returns indeed to you. Matt Bennett Syme, it's his birthday today. Another one of the drag racers. Jason Hill from Warp Speed, happy returns to you as well.
So we're just lining up the shoe on the start line. Hopefully it won't be too long. We've still got the Nostalgia Nitro Funny Cars to go, and we've still got all of our sportsmen qualifying to go. The time is nudging towards 7 PM. We've still got at least an hour to go. So thank you very much indeed for sticking with all of us. Oh yes, we do have the shoe
just
doing its thing. Yeah, we're going to... Go on, Colin, unless you have anything there.
No, I'm just trawling through social media just to see what other messages are coming through, see what else we can find. But everybody seems to be pretty good at the moment. Well, unfortunately, we won't be seeing Jasmine Cordell again in 850 bike this weekend. Got some gearbox issues. Oh, that's a great shame, Jazz, because getting it into the 8's very, very good indeed. But, just going to scan through the rest very, very quickly indeed. But whilst I catch up on that, I tell you what, Nitro FM going to take over the airwaves once again. But we'll be back as we continue with the qualifying here at the Festival of Power. It's going to be Nostalgia Funny Car up next, and of course a lot more of our sportsman classes still to come, including Supergas, Outlaw Anglia, VW Pro and VW Sportsman, Sportsman ET, Junior Drag Bike, and 850 and 950 bikes. So those are the classes still to come to finish off their qualifying, as then we get set to go into eliminations tomorrow. So that's it for the time being. Let the track crew do their thing. We'll be back with you in the not too distant future.
my soul. There goes a sight, there goes a sight. Now there goes a sight from my soul. There goes a sight from my soul. There goes a sight, there goes a sight. There goes a sight from my soul. I think it's all angels just walk by. 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 There goes a sight from my soul. There goes a sight, there goes a sight.
Oh dear, I just realised, sponsored by the Dark Revenger, who is... Well, I'm not going to say it again.
Well, we'll see if he comes around tomorrow.
So, Nostalgia Fuel Funny Car time. Hopefully one of Jane K's last licensing runs in Rob Elsham's Dirty Deeds. Camaro. As you rightly mentioned, Colin, everything turned way down for licensing, just to make sure Jane gets from A to B.
Yeah.
This is her fourth run of the weekend, I think. For this qualifying session, Jane rolls a long way up.
Yeah, I've noticed actually she does go a fair old distance on the burnout.
A lot of the time, I mean, you don't see it happen much these days, but in years gone by, conventional wisdom was when you're stopping the fuel car, do not stop it too quickly because the fuel will surge away from the pump. It will lean out and it will die. So then you won't get to run, obviously. So if you just roll to a gentle stop, the fuel can still keep coming down the fuel line because the fuel tank is in front of the pump, which obviously when you're going forward is no problem. So let's see how far Jane is going to take it this time. She's not steering it the way that they're telling her to steer it. She's going in a straight line. There we go. That's a bit better. I don't know whether that's because she can't see Mark backing her up.
Yeah.
Could be that.
Sometimes he's quite low down.
Yeah.
Really
you need to have your arms
high,
up in the air. That's the one. Down, which I'm sure will be fluid at the hit of the throttle. Rob says go get him. Hopefully this will be a full run for Jane. .749, 198 miles an hour for Jane with a shootout through the finish line. That'll do. That'll work. Big pedal around half track to straighten it out, but she had it under control. I think that's the next stage of the licensing complete, I should think, for Jane. They all look very, very happy down there. Still very sedate and pedestrian for a fuel funny car. However, it's all about getting Jane licensed in the car. So Ian's happy with that.
Lots of handshaking going on down there.
We have another fuel funny car. So Tony Betts hasn't made it to the start line yet. Well, he's made it over it, just not to it. With the Venom Fuel Funny car coming round now. Coming out alongside Mr. Tim Garlick. I love that car. That shakes the tower good and proper, doesn't it, Tim Garlick? Well, good news for Tony Betts. He's coming back this time. New engine. I think they rodded the engine at the end of last year, didn't they, on the last run? Not sure whether there's much other stuff new in the combination. Looking to get back towards the fives. He's run a PB of 6.0. Tim Garlick is currently number one qualifier with a 6.28. Lovely blue and yellow flags hanging off the back of the Apache. Crew reminded him to put it back in first gear again. They do have 2 speeds on these cars. They burn out in high gear so they don't over rev it. Which means the driver has to remember. Take the CO2 button out again before you go into stage. Leave in high gear, it goes flat as a pancake. So Tony Betts for his first run of the weekend. And Tim Garlick looking to improve on a 6.28. .622 at 2:30, an improvement. Well done to Tim Garlick. Tony Betts was hanging on out there. It was tyre shake that knocked him over towards the wall. Goes 829, 111 miles an hour. 106 to 60 foot for Tim, 410 at 183 to the 8. 409 for Tony Betts. He was pretty much matching him numbers-wise, was Tony Betts, but then look at that tyre shake.
Yeah.
Sent him way towards the wall.
Yeah, nothing between them up to 330. I mean, what, 300ths of a second? But I think the speed differential, well, look at it, the 8th, 183 for the Apache car, 128 for Tony. So, yeah, you could see that was the big difference between the two. Very much so. Right, on to Combike. Leo Lester on the Suzuki. He's currently in number 7 spot, 8:42. Graham Dance, a BTC Motor Machine, 7:54. Tony Betts' crew going to collect him, and of course the Apache crew going to collect him from the top end.
So yeah, Leo Lester's number 7. We do have a bump spot, 9:53. Graham Dance is 2.
One on the outside then.
Dave
Thomas, yeah.
Dave Thomas had a horrible. That's a 7-second bloke. He's had a horrible weekend. He's down there waiting to run.
Oh, Leo Lester goes up as well as forwards.
750. Look at the speed for Graham Dance. 197 miles an hour. Could be one of the fastest speeds he's ever run. Remember when Super Street bikes were trying to get into 7s? Actually, I remember when we were trying to get in the 8s, let alone 7s.
Yeah.
Now they're in the 6.7s.
Right, the man on the bump spot at the moment then, Aspen Lemogel from the Netherlands. He's currently on a 9:53, and it's Mick Wynyard, currently number 5 on an 8:07.
Maybe corrected if I'm wrong, but Richard Kipp. No, unfortunately, Richard just telling Aswin to to kill it. Unfortunately, something's still not quite right. So he's a sitting duck now if Dave Thomas can run quicker.
So the class supported by SuzukiPerformanceSpares.co.uk.
Vic Wynyards currently on 8:07. Runs an 8:01. Improves at 178 miles an hour. Looks like that's Len Paget and Chris Neary.
Well, both comfortably in the sevens.
Yeah, Len Paget. For the Bryce Locker. Looking at, he's currently run 7.66. And Chris Neary 7.83. Two very different ways of doing the same thing. The normally aspirated 4-cylinder stock type machine of Len Paget in the Auto Glenlane, taking on Chris Neary, who's got no wheelie bar and a street tyre. However, he does have a big old turbo on there. No improvement for Len, 775. Big speed again for Chris Neary, 781, 179. No improvement for either. Okay, this is basically go or get off the pot for Dave Thomas, this one. He needs to run quicker than 9:53 to be around to play tomorrow. This is a 7-second Super Street bike. He's done it plenty of times before, but can he do it now when it matters? Actually has the potential to go right up towards the top of the charts. Maybe not the top, but not far off. That's if everything works. Taking on Jordan Kenway, who's number 6. Best run for Jordan, 8:40. Dave Thomas needs to run 9:53.
I think he's done enough. No, he hasn't.
156 miles an hour. It was better. It looked better. But still not quite good enough. So Aston the Noble will be in the ladder for tomorrow, barring breakages, of course, for anybody and everybody. Okay, we save the quickest for last. Sean Buttigieg from Malta.
Oh, goodness me, what's he going to do this time?
Everybody from Malta tuned in. Let's see what your lad can do this time with the Outlaws Super Street bike. Already run 6.70. Absolutely monster run. Leaves the line like a bandit, this thing. A lot of times as well, spinning the rear tyre, isn't it? I remember when it took just a monster amount of power to try and get in the 7s, let alone the 6s.
Whoa. 118 to 60 foot.
That'll be a 6. It'll be a 6.99 at 208 miles an hour. I love the way that the crew look totally nonplussed with that. Supergas final session coming your way. We've got side-by-side roadsters next, actually, after these two. The 55 Chevy of Tim Moore from Basingstoke taking on Andy Dibley, who is currently number 1. We have 13 qualified cars in... go on, sorry.
And I know it's evening here, but we can actually say good afternoon to Tony Morris this time round instead of good evening. Tony Morris Carburettors, the class sponsor. Many thanks indeed. And also the UK arm, if you like, RDR, or Rough Diamond Racing, Dave Gibbons. Good afternoon to Dave. Number 1 qualifier is still Andy Dibley. He's got one of those Tony Morris carburettors on the car.
4 cars have run 9.90.
Whoa, Dibs is moving around a bit.
A lot at the finish line.
That was very unusual.
Well, they both backed out of it way before
by
the
a long
finish line.
way.
Yeah, track crew doing a bit of a check.
Oh, very bizarre. Being advised to shut off. They're not entirely happy out there. Not quite sure.
Yeah, doing a thorough check because very, very unusual for supergas cars to get loose. Even more unusual for two to get loose at once.
Well, it was the Outlaw Super Street bike and the one before. No issues there at all. $6.99. Very odd. So let's give a rundown of what's still to come at you. Obviously, we've got the continuation of Supergas. We've got Outlaw Anglia, VW Pro and VW Sportsman, Sportsman ET, Junior Drag Bike, 850 bike and 950 bike. They're the remaining classes to finish off qualifying here. Saturday, 16th of April, day 2 of 3 of the Festival of Power here at Santipod Raceway, the 2022 edition.
Looks like everyone's heading back over the wall. Yeah.
20 past 7 in the evening. Glorious day once again. Lovely sunset in the distance.
Where would you rather be, eh?
Nowhere.
Sorry?
Nowhere.
You'd rather
I'd rather be here.
I'm telling you why.
I'm in my happy place. Claire knows.
Sorry. Has Claire got a happy place? Just sorry, stupid question.
No,
but,
I mean, I think it's a good question. I've got 2 happy places here
and in the
my
car.
home.
Oh, I was going to say in the car then. Oh, Bruce will feel left out.
Yeah. Thanks, Oz. But no, it's one thing that. Well, Darryl, you know, you travel around a lot, but work for me was always travelling all over the place doing these events and that. But one thing that restrictions made me realise just how good home really is. And really do love the house we live in, and couldn't go away last year, so as you know, Andy Hadfield came round and installed air conditioning. So instead of spending the money on holiday,
it feel like you went on a winter holiday.
That's right, yeah.
Saying that though, I mean, I said this to you the other day that yes, I love my house, but I was sick of the sight of it. So I do like it very much. I spent a lot of time and money on it during lockdown, actually extending it, amongst other things. But yeah, it's very much so. Going to go and do a little bit of gluing up the top end. Nothing actually found to be on the racing surface, just maybe the track needs a little bit more on it, shall we say. 2 roadsters lined up. And even though they are identical bodies, you can see that there's subtle difference with the cage and the way the cars are built as well. So yeah, just the Bluebird going out doing its thing. Is the time? Wow, 20 past 7. Luke sent me the same message, Luke Stevenson, saying massive personal best on the 60 foot. Ran out of O2 about 450 foot, so the boost dropped off. French bottle on, and hopefully a PB of 9:37 at 1:46 to beat. I'm not sure we've seen the VWs again today, are we?
Yeah.
Oh, you are? Sorry, I beg your pardon. Sorry,
yeah, they're still on the run order, so yeah, we are due to see them again. Must admit, I like the new the colour schemes on these 2 roadsters. What are you doing?
One of the interesting things about these cars as well is because of how narrow the actual section where the driver sits is. What you end up with is the driver has to sit with their right foot, i.e. their throttle foot, the other side of the transmission tunnel. So they sit in a Y-shaped position, is the polite way of putting it.
Yeah.
Right, well, while the Bluebird does its thing, Nitro FM again, just for a couple of moments. It really, really won't be long, only a minute or 2. And we'll be back with you. Thank you very much indeed. So, after a quick bit of gluing, track's ready to go. John Giles taking on his good friend Mr. Fulton. So, John Giles currently number 9 with a 995. Simon Fulton in the Kestrel lane. Only run a best of 12.50 so far. The car obviously has way more in it than that. All right. So, trying to run 9.90. That's the number on the board at the finish line. Bragging rights on the line, go to John Giles. That's a bit quicker for Simon though. 10.04 for John, no improvement. 11.23 at 110 in. Simon Fulton's best run of the weekend so far.
Yeah, still having transmission issues, I believe.
Oh, is that what it
Simon
is?
Fulton. Yeah, well, don't forget you had to go back. Well, someone went back to base and picked up the spare trans out of the Falcon.
Well, it wasn't spare, was it really?
No, true.
You know what I mean. Okay, so good to see the Morris boys back again. They're running in the 90 class this time of 9.90. Here's John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda. Johnny goes 986. Johnny goes 9.97. Well done, John Turner. 136 miles an hour back in the 9s again. Bad news, still only number 10. However, I don't think he's going to care about that one, really, to be honest with you. 9.86 too quick for Colin Morris. Well done, John Turner. Treat your carbs to an extra bit of Strongbow tonight. Strong brew, yeah.
Yeah, either that.
I was going to say special brew, but that's probably a bit much for any carb, that is. Bob Malden and Dave Fulton. Bob in the Kestrel lane. He can relax now. He's qualified for Pro ET. Looking to have a busy race day tomorrow, though. Running both Supergas as well. .92 and a 9.0 with an 8. My goodness me, though. Nobody moved. Did you notice
That's how tight that was.
Yeah, Dave Fulton, 9.90 with a 4. Didn't improve. 9.92, very nice indeed for Bob Malden. He's number 5 with that one. Mark White, John Morton. John Morton's currently number 2. We have 4 cars that have run 9.90. Hard enough for one car to do it once, let alone 4 of them. John Morton. I just think the air and the altitude are kind of off the charts at the moment, aren't they?
Oh boy, lick your lips conditions really are. Track's still got heat in it. 0.2 from Mark White on the reaction times. Big trouble stop for Walt. 10.05, 10.17, no help breather. They stay put.
Andy Harrison, Supergas number 1 from last year.
And he is the last one to go in Tony Morris Carburettors Supergas. This is the last, well, 5th and last qualifying session for him.
Oh, got Outlaw Anglia coming around after them. And the first pair is a doozy. As you can probably hear in the whine of the blower in the background.
Well, Andy Harrison is number 4. He's already got 9.90, but his has got a 7 tagged on the end. 04 light. It's all about number at the stripe, and it is a 9.91 with a 0. Stays at number 4.
Still. That was worth staying in the grandstands on the bank for, wasn't it? Side-by-side Anglias. Side-by-side 190-mile-an-hour Anglias as well, I think. Colin Miller, John Webster. Both these two been absolutely on it this weekend. Colin Miller earlier on, I think was in the 7-1s, but had a lot of tyre shake. He's got down the racetrack every single run, but he's still suffering a bit with shake in Kestrel Lane. Been 7.05. If he hooks and goes with no shake, keep your fingers crossed for that magic 6-second run. Do you know what? The amount of nitrous that man gets through.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You've seen the amount of bottles he's bought for him.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I must apologise to Jeanette Webster. She did ask me earlier on to say a big shout out to Shelby Webster, who's tuned in via the web feed, and everybody at Scott's Veterinary Clinic in Bedford. But a bit late in the day to get that one out, but it's been one of those days.
So John having a great weekend, his best weekend ever with this car, running its quickest ever numbers, its highest ever speeds. Colin Miller is pretty much bang on his as well. Here we go. Whoa! John Webster with a great driving job to save it. 7.01 for Colin Miller. Oh, so close to that magic 6. They don't care. They're still happy about it. Big shake again. If they could just knock that shake off, it will be in the 60s. John Webster, if you look at the time, look, he got over towards the centre line. I think he had it up on 2 wheels at one point, maybe even one.
It was 101 to 62 again. Only 108 for Colin Miller, but
oh my goodness me! Look at the 330 number for John Webster was 500th of a second quicker than Colin Miller to 330, and he was sideways.
Yeah, but don't forget he knocked the block over.
Did he knock the block over?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I apologise. He was still 700s quicker to the 60 foot as well, though.
Yeah, but Colin knocked the 330 block over, so that would have affected the 330 number.
That is a personal best, though, for Colin Miller. ET was.
Yeah, can't deny that one at the stripe. No way. That is incredible. 7.01, 192.22.
Wayne Power, Kestrel Lane, Dougie McClure with the Slugcess. Pop from Wiz Beach in the Auto Glim Lane. 1060, 1063, no help for either. Ben Kennedy with Relentless.
Well done to Colin Miller's team going to collect him at the top end.
Whoa.
Well done, Barry.
Not very often you hear a tyre squeal, especially from someone swerving.
These are running in the 10.2s at the moment.
Nice launch for Ben Kennedy.
Yeah, cheeky wheels up, I think.
Could even be on his way to a 9, you never know. Oh, wow, only a little bit into the 9s. 967. 137 miles an hour, by far the quickest he's been. 10:38 lose out, or not lose out, it's only qualifying, but in the other lane for Barry Woodward. Well done to Ben Kennedy, terrific effort. They were overjoyed with that, I think. Last car is Rob Stone. We've got VW Sportsman and Pro. What else we got after that?
Sportsman ET, Junior Drag Bike, 850 and 950.
Rock and roll. So Rob Stone is currently number 4. Run a great 8.43. No Mick Payne in that qualifying session.
Or Mick Taylor even.
Or Mick Taylor. Well,
it's getting late.
Either of them actually. No,
Mick Payne didn't make it either.
No one called Mick in that session at all. No Micks were seen in this session of Outlaw Raglan.
No Mickey Taylor.
Yeah. Good looking run for Rob Stone. 8:48, 1:52 again. Nicely done.
Right, VW Pro. Paul Jackson with a little pirate. Going alongside Jacob Bailey with the Jet R. I had to put the R on the end, as got the pirate in the other lane. So Paul Jackson currently number 12, Jacob currently number 4. The dial-ins 990 for Paul, 999 for Jacob. $9.94 for Jacob Bailey breaks out. I think you mind too much. 10.28, 133 for Paul
run.
Jackson. He moves up from 12 to 9. Jacob stays 4. Top Fuel Carl. He's number 5. Phil Blogg with the caddy number 6. Darling's end 12.55 for Phil. Carl 10.50. Carl 12.46 for Phil. Phil breaks out.
Wow.
Carl moves up from 5 to 3.
Nicely done. Dave Crowhurst taking on Luke Stevenson. Luke's said that 60 foot of 1.26 was his PB by a huge margin. The CO2 bottle ran out, so the boost didn't come in all the way through. He's got a PB of 9.3 that he's going to try and beat. Dials in 9.01.
Wow.
In the dragster. If he beats that, he'll be well happy. Also, I'm sure wants to say a huge thanks to the team, all joking aside, because they've worked their tails off again all weekend.
Cheeky wheelie as well there for Luke.
And a 129 to the 8th. It was pretty much on par with before. Dave Crowhurst going for a big wander around. 9.59 at 137 for Luke. And a 9.97 for Dave Crowhurst. No improvement for either.
Well done, Luke. Next up then, Noel with the Golf. Jonathan with the Cupra. Noel Sosso with a 12.99 dial-in. Currently number 12 spot. Jonathan Newell with the Cupra R. Looking for 12 flat. Ooh, 12.02. Jonathan Newell stays 4. Wow. Only 0.02 of a second off. Right, so number 1 and number 2 coming into this session then. Graham Fairhead, he is your number 1 man with the Misfit, the Type 3, going alongside James Hodson with the Golf. He dials 10.55, he's currently number 2.
Graham Faircool, wasn't it? Is that right?
11.05 and 11.28, a breakout, and the other one no help, so they stay put. Graham Fairhead stays 1, James Hodson stays 2, and that's the way it's going to stay in VW Pro as we move to VW Sportsman. Polly Judge and Jake Fronda. Polly at number 8, 8.15.7, and still looking to murder Darrell at the first opportunity.
Well, that's the nicest, fluffiest message I've ever got from Polly, to be honest with you, earlier. Only threatening slow death.
Oh dear. Jake looking for an 18.53, Polly looking for 15.70.
Polly's number 8, Jake 13 at the moment.
16.13 and 18.75, no help for either, they stay put. Polly 8. And Baker 13. How about Darren Walsh then? With the Golf GTI Mark 1. I used to drive one of those Pirelli wheels as well. God, they were so cool back in the day. Still pretty cool now, to be honest. Going alongside Paul Robinson with the Audi TT. The Darlings end, 16.61 for Darren. Paul Robinson is your number 1 qualifier, looking for a 14.63. Can he hold on to that number 1? Darren with the better reaction time. So it's a 14.91 for Paul, no help. Darren goes 16.69 on a 61, no improvement. He stays number 5.
John Gallant and Hazel Carter. John, number 21. Very, very healthy entry for the first round of the VW DRC Championship. John from Birmingham with the Scirocco 1840. Hazel with the car, the Passat she calls Patricia. Patricia the Passat. Why wouldn't you call your car that? It's a very, very nicely turned out example as well.
I think it's Pat the Passat, isn't it? Or short name. Well, Hazel's going to get there first. 15.50 the target. The run is 15.81. John 17.97. Big breakout on an 18.40 dial. No help.
Half a second. When you improve too much. Emma Sadler, number 9, with the bug in the Kestrel Lane, and the little Polo dial 1607 in the also Glim Lane. Well, they both go red actually. Well, Emma Sadler's going to get a time, but she has a 4-second 60 foot. Might be one she wants, let's put it that way.
That probably set Martin off actually. 17.01 on a 16.07. So, no help.
So Larry Anslow and Nigel Gregson. Lowry with the spare car. The Baja Bug, unfortunately, out for the weekend. So that's the backup. And what a backup it's been, actually, to be honest with you. Nigel Gregson is your number 2 qualifier at the moment. Both 15-second race cars.
Well, both Skoda Octavias.
That could be why.
15.93, 15.62. Laurie stays put at 14.
And no help for either.
No. Yeah. Morgan Wilson and Jerry Sadler, your next pair. Morgan looking for a 17.62 to improve, or just get north of that number to try and move up from 16. Jerry Sadler, 16.80 with the Beetle, the newer shape version, and currently in the number 20 position. So Jerry Sadler, as well as they both head up to the 8. Jerry's out in front. 16.80 is the target. How close can they get? 16. Wow, way too quick. Way too quick. And 1941, absolutely no help from Morgan at all. So Jerry stays 20. Morgan stays 16. Next pair, Bruce Harvey with the Golf. This is his daily driver, his main race car at home in bits. Going alongside Steve Metcalf with Blue Steel, the VW Baja Bug. Looking for a 16.75. Bruce looking for an 18.10. Lights go red in both lanes. Oh, Bruce so close to a perfect light there. 0.04 red. That money is still up for grabs. So let's see how they get on with the dial in. 16.75 the target for Steve Metcalf. gets a 16.91. No help for him. Bruce Harvey goes 18.45. No help for him either. They stay put. Steve stays 10. Bruce stays 18. Connor Jones with White Pearl 69 Beetle looking for a 19.25. And Reese Finney 16.85 with his Yellow Lupo. Lights go green. Oh, 0-1 light for Connor Jones. That was the right side. No cherry on the tree that time. But to the strike first will be Reese with the Lupo looking for 16.85. Gets a 17.28. No help there. 19.25. 2017. Well, actually, Connor moves up one spot. 22 to 21. Right, Red Dwarf, and not the Mark II Golf that he normally brings, but it's another Audi TT for Justin Foley. Just round the corner in Urchester, looking for a 15.45. Currently in the number 7 spot, and it's the Craw Dog himself, John Crawford. 14.99 he's looking for. And he's in the number 17 spot with the Golf. I wonder how much of improvement he can make from number 17. Unusual to see a former cast champion so far down the qualified order, but let's see. 06 light, nothing wrong with the reaction times at all. 10 seconds to the 8th mile. And at the stripe, 15.64. No improvement for either, actually. Justin Foley goes 15.88. John Crawford goes 15.64, but they both stay put. Right, in the 15 spot at the moment is Phil Jones with the Dragon Wagon, the A3 in the Kestrel Beer Lane. And it's the Thunderbug of Lawrence Clark. 13.62 the dial in the Auto Glim Lane. Good reaction time, 0.12 for Lawrence. He's going to get to the stripe first as well. Nice and close to 13.62 will do nicely. 13.59, he breaks out, goes a little bit too quick. 15.14, Phil Jones, no improvement for him. They stay put. Lawrence 3, Phil Jones 15. We change class to ET Bike. First up, Michael Gooding looking for a 9 flat. And Sasak from St Albans looking for a 9.70. Michael Gooding currently number 14. Anna currently number 5. So Michael Gooding, 9 flat, and breaks out by less than 100th of a second, goes 8.99, Anna goes 9.89, but oh, so close to getting it perfect. Hello. Alan Davis with Surprise Attack 2, not the normal fuel. Whoa! Big wheel stand for Alan Davis. Well, he's used to having wheelie bars on the back of the fuel bike, but not on the Suzuki he's riding today. 10.44 for Matt Jones. Alan Davis goes 13.30. But that was so close to going over there for Alan, but managed to get it back down to terra firma. Well done. Next up, Will Pickering. 11.80 his target. He's currently number 13. Paul Adams, 8.99. He's currently number 8. Oh, Paul Adams powering up all the way. Let's see how close to 8.99 he can get. 8.96, he breaks out a bit too quick. 14.38 Will backing out of the run there, nowhere near the 11.80. Carl Hester and Dave Grundy, your next pair. Rattling through them now. Carl Hester currently number 15, looking for a 10.90. Dave Grundy, number 12, looking for a 10.55. Well, Carl Hester not getting off the line the way he wanted to. 2.38, 60 foot tells the story. 11.36, no help. Dave Grundy, 12.15, no help. Phil Pratt, Jake Bowden. Phil wears number 1 with pride and basically has never had to take it off the bike. He's been ET bike champion for...
Since the class has been existing.
The only year he didn't do it is when it was COVID Cup.
Oh.
He's taken it every other time. Looking for 9 seconds flat. Jake looking for 12.35.
For Jake, look at that.
9 away. 12.62, no help.
So just the last couple of classes of the day to run through, I think. Sportsman ET as well. 850, 950 bike. What else was there?
Junior bike.
Junior bike. Okay, beg your pardon. And then we're done.
Blade King are looking for a 13. Peter Harrison, your number 1 qualifier, 10.70. The number that's shining bright in his lane. .85, 13.01. Blade King goes up to number 2 with that. He's just 100th off his dial-in. Very nicely done indeed, Blade. Well done.
Nicely done. Okay, Gary Hester and Jack Hartley. Gary, another one of those guys who is perennially towards the top of the charts in ET bike.
I think Gary's lost fire, actually. Yep, here comes the starter. .878, Gary Hester's number. 10.23 for Jack Hartley. Gary currently number 5, Jack number 10. .932, 10.14, breakout for Jack, no help for Gary, they stay put. Robbie Dobby on the Super Penguin, 10.10. Where he'd like to be.
I think this is going to be the last bike for ET bracket bike. Here we get on with 850 again. So Robbie is number 11.
10.14. Robbie goes up from 11 to 9.
Nicely done. Number 9, 400ths off. Okay. The bunch of stars that are 850 bike.
Tight class. I mean,
best classes of the weekend. Yeah. One of them, anyway. Look at that. Top 8, all within a tenth.
Well, all 14 are in the 8s. The field spread is 0.37 of a second between first and 14th.
So Dan Diaz and Jay Rowe. Looks like Jay's long gone, but Dan will be coming on loads at the top end. That bike runs big speed. Jay goes over the stripe first with an 8.55. Dan improves, though, to an 8.71 at 1.67. Look at the speed difference. Nearly 40 miles an hour at the finish line. Well done, Dan. That took him up
identical
to the
at the 8th.
What, speed-wise?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dan's bike really does close down, but obviously Jay was a bit off it.
Yeah, but the 60 foots are a big difference there.
Very. Andy Haley and Ian Critchlow. Andy Haley, Kestrel Lane, Ian, or Critch as he's known, in the Autoglim Lane. Oh, 284s, 849 with a 6. Andy Haley breaks out by that measly amount, 4th out. Not quite so in the other lane, that was 400.
Jonathan just looked at his crewman, just looked over and he just donked his visor down. Nice. That's a brilliant move, that.
Stacey Reed, Jonathan Hines, your next pair. Stacey's number 5, run an 8:58, as has Jonathan Hayes. Slightly different final digits.
Jonathan Hines' bike moved about a foot. Stacey Reid though, 850 is the target, 861 is the number.
Very consistent in Stace, very. I'll tell you what, this is going to be a real pick and pass on race day, isn't it? I think you said it earlier, Cole. Whoever comes out with the win here this weekend is going to really deserve it.
Yeah.
Al Morrison, Josh Stubbins, your next pair. Al Morrison Senior, I presume that is.
Yes.
Against Josh Stubbins, or Mr. Stubbins Jr., as I know he is.
Yeah.
Not the most junior Stubbins on the planet, but both of these are run 8.5s already. Al Morrison 8.54, 8.60 for Josh Stubbins. No help for either. Okay, Joe Elliott, this is his chance to move up. This bike is what we call all motor, as in no power adders. It's also considerably, or considered to be a little engine bike, 1000cc, whereas Gary Malone in the other lane has a 1300 in the Kestrel lane. Gary Malone up to number 5. We now have the top 8 in the 8.5s. Okay, and the top man on the charts at the moment is still Craig Wright, his first ever weekend racing an 850 bike. 850 with 7. He's in the Auto Glim lane against Keith Wright down in Dover. Time Craig goes 8.40 at 163.
A bit too much.
Yeah, 8.70 for Keith Wright. Actually moved him up 1 spot into the 11th position.
Right, 950 bike.
So Craig does actually finish his first event in 850 bike as the number 1 qualifier. So Brett Caldwell is currently number 5, taking a Ritz Sawatsky. Goes 9.54, Brett goes 9.59, they both stay 3 and 5.
Phil Harrison and Dion Hartley, your next pair. Phil currently number 2 with a 9.52 with a 7. Dion number 6, 9.82. Got a junior drag bike after this. And then Sportsman ET to wrap up the day. Oh, King Bronco there for Phil Harrison.
Well held.
For Dion, 42.
Well, I don't remember actually, Cole. One thing I've got to tell you, I spoke to Chris Hannon earlier, about with Neil Midgley on the Top Fuel bike, and he said that the bike was pulling so hard, Neil was having trouble shutting off because it was actually pushing him back so hard.
Yeah.
It was holding the throttle open. Unbelievable. Carl Thomas, Dave Hall. Carl is number 1 qualifier at the moment. He's in the Kestrel lane. I would say no help, but Carl was already number 1. Last pair of 950 bikes. Then we've got junior drag bike. Sportsman ET, and I do believe that will be your Saturday.
Yeah, we certainly will. 8 o'clock in the evening here at Santa Pod Raceway on Saturday before Easter Sunday. Andy Head and Steve Jackson for number 8.
Steve Jackson's actually currently last. He's still running 10.10. That looks like it might be quicker. It is 9:57. Look at that. Wow,
considering the
jumps up
wheelies
to
as
4.
well.
Yeah, Andy had no help for him with a 10-12. He actually bumps back 1 spot by virtue of the guy in the other lane moving up. So, junior drag bike. I just realised, Carl, we've got a full moon as well, look. Just a beautiful day. So, Holly King and Anouk Bergering. Holly's number 1 at the moment. Dials 11:47 in the Kestrel lane. Anouk is looking for 13.85. .57. Very consistent for Holly, but Anouk goes up to number 2 with a 13.87 on a 13.85. Well done.
Of course it's a full moon, it's Easter. You're looking perplexed, I'll explain in a moment.
Oh, no, I know what you mean. That's how we decide when Easter is.
Easter is the first full moon after the spring equinox. That's how we know it's a full moon this weekend.
Do you know what? You're way more intelligent. Not only than me, than I thought you ever were, actually.
Thanks,
well
mate.
No, that's good.
Useless information, but there you go.
Hey, look, we're both full of it, literally. Casey Holgate away and running in the Auto Glim lane. Lyra Humber, 8:55. That's going to be no help for Casey, I don't think. See what Lyra can do. Looking for 15.3. Goes 15.7. They both say 3 and 8.7.
Last pair of bikes today. Maggie Tolber and Maggie Smallman.
Before we have our last car class coming round under the tower, which will be Sportsman ET.
Right, Eurodragster.com stepping up to support Junior Drag Bike. Many thanks to them.
Supporting sport for many years, Eurodragster. So Maggie Smallman looking for 14.2. And Meg, that won't be an 8-second run, isn't it? It's a 12.2. 14.39 for Maggie Smallman. That's not too bad. Pretty close. Gives her a good chance on race day tomorrow. So, all of our fields are set apart from one. And
This is your last class. Yeah, Sportsman ET. Steph Pateman found the keys to the BM.
Or someone handed
Someone
them in.
found
We
them,
don't.
yeah.
Yeah, someone found them. We don't know who.
But they are thankful that they were found. Going alongside the breakout queen, Holly Walters. Let's see if we can get one on the right side this time. 15.4 is the target for Holly. 13.86 the target for Steph. This is Hutchison and Dibley, Sportsman ET. Well, both trying to chop the tree down. Both went 0-2 red. Steph's going to get there first. 13.87 on an 86. That's going to move her up. It does. 14-3. 15.52. No breakout this time for Holly. She moves from 21 to 16. The Hulk's back, Steve Meller. Sorry, Steve Mellors even. Brian Huxley in the number 9 spot. Steve currently number 15. $15.50 is the target for Steve as he gets to the finish line and goes $15.94. Brian Huxley goes $18.80, breaks out by 0.03 of a second. So Steve Miller stays 15, Brian Huxley stays 9.
I'm sure that Hulk has shrunk or been in the wash. I'm sure that Hulk was bigger than that. Not the Hulk, I'm going to say it to his face, but I'm sure he was definitely of a bigger stature earlier on.
Kirsty Tram residing in the number 6 spot at the moment alongside Clive Dandridge with the truck. The Darlings 14.05, 12.79.
Nice 0.5 reaction time for Kirsty.
$12.95, 14.28, they stay put. Clive 18, Kirsty 6. Well, for the first time in qualifying in Sportsman ET, Chris Layram isn't alongside Ash in the Skyline.
Is that right?
Yep. Every other run, they've been side by side.
So, looking for 12.60 for Chris. And Chris Redshaw. Another Chris. With the Mustang. Now a classic Mustang, actually. So
Yeah.
about a 96 Mustang, thereabouts. What's in? About that, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, 95, 96. I think
yeah.
you're spot on, mate, yeah.
I just remember the year of the car, that's all. I wasn't looking at the number plate, funny enough.
So Chris Layram looking for 12.6, gets 12.89. And Chris Redshaw 15.54 is a target, 15.60 is the run, but he's already done better than that. He stays 7.
That's pretty
Chris Layram stays
bang on,
5.
Very well done.
Right, the Nissan Leaf.
Oh, Colin, it's your most exciting time of the weekend. They're hounding out ladders up the other end.
I'll do them in the morning. Gary Lake, the Arabian Night, and Steve West, the Odyssey Battery Nissan. Number 2 for Gary, number 1 for Steve. .200ths reaction time advantage for Gary. That would help him in racing, but this is qualifying. $14.17, no help. 17.48, breakout by less than 100th for the Leaf.
That's close. So, Debbie Taylor with DDT Racing. That's not a Mustang, that is a Seat. In the Kestrel Lane, 14.80 against Georgina Smith, who has been doing a real good job on the tree up to now.
Debbie's going to get there first, looking for that 14.80. It's a 15.01.
And Georgie.
Yeah, 15.85, big breakout. So no movement for those two.
So, Troy Aitree, number 21 with the Camaro from down there in Hawley in Surrey. Within waving distance of Gatwick. In the Kestrel Lane. And Ashley Simmons. As you mentioned about Ash before, not his normal clockwork weekend. Issues getting off the start line. I wonder if it's a street tyre, sort of racetrack type thing.
Yeah, it could be.
That was a lot better. Well, Ashley's out there in front, which is not what you expect with that dial-in. 13.77, stage 19. Troy, no improvement at all. 15-second run. He's looking for a 12. Dominic Hensham and Felicity Gibbs. We've just got a few more cars to go. Finish out the day. Dominic with the Golf, Felicity with the Mustang. Well, you can clearly see Dominic was underway first that time. So, breakout for Felicity, 16.97 on a 17.03, very close indeed. No help for Dominic Hensham with a 16.26. So, Ashley Clark dials the quickest number you can dial in Sportsman ET, 12 flat. She actually went 11.99.
She went even further than that, actually.
Did she? Oh, I must have missed that one. Taking on Jay McCready with Ben's van. Nice reaction time from Ashley as well. Now she's number 13 at the moment with the 12.05. Can she get a little bit close without going too quick? The answer is nope. 11.97 again. She's definitely going to be the quickest car in the class. She's always going to be playing catch up.
Yeah.
15.95 for Jay McCready. No help at all, still 14. Well, the crowd never materialised.
Nope. Right, we're getting into the last few cars. Chris Creswell and Alan Medley, and then I think it's Jill to close the show today. Can't see anybody else in the lanes. So one pair, one solo, and then time to say goodnight and get ready for tomorrow.
So, Chris and Alan.
Oh, Chris was going for the money then. Just missed it.
No one's taken it yet.
No,
We've had a
it's
couple of
still
double
available.
O's, I think, haven't we?
Yeah.
It's going to be Al Medley get there first. Jill's going to have a great view of what he runs, which is a 13.63 with a 0. Goes all the way up to the number 4 spot for Al Medley. Well done. Chris Creswell breaks out with a 15.42.
To close the show, Jill Medley looking for 12.49 with the full circle Cherokee. So Jill currently number 11 on a 12.49. Can she improve? 12.47, she breaks out. So
heard the engine note dip at the top end as well there. She knew that was a good one. Anyway, thank you very much indeed for making Sandsborg Raceway your venue of choice here on this wonderful Easter Saturday. Couldn't think of a better days. Weather, conditions, everything else as well. It's been a really, really great day. Low ET of the day goes to Ida Zetterstrom. But highlight of the day, all you lot for turning up. Thank you very much indeed, and for sticking it out all the way to the end as well. We absolutely love you. Go enjoy yourselves this evening. And tomorrow is race day.
Eliminations day. Good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Probably catch some of you in Fuelers Bar later on, those of you staying on site. But whatever you're doing tonight, look after yourselves, and we'll see you bright and early in the morning for day 3 of the Festival of Power. Nitro FM are going to take it over now. We'll see you tomorrow.